Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 27, 2014. The fog rolled in from Kabetogama Lake sometime before dawn, and by the time Derek Ellison unlocked the Ash River Visitor Center at 7:30, visibility had dropped to perhaps 40 yards. He stood on the wooden deck for a moment, coffee steaming in his hand, watching the gray consume the shoreline. 14 years with the National Park Service had taught him to read weather the way some people read faces, and this fog had a weight to it, a thickness that suggested it would linger well into the afternoon. The temperature had dropped overnight, 34 degrees according to the thermometer mounted beside the door, and the moisture in the air carried that particular bite of late October, the kind that worked its way through fleece and into bone. He went back inside and began his morning routine. Radio check first, always. He keyed the handset and waited for the familiar crackle. Dispatch, this is Ash River. Checking in for the morning. How copy? The response came clear, reassuring. Ash River. Dispatch copies you loud and clear. Fog advisory in effect until 1400 hours. We've got a small craft warning on the big lakes. Recommend limiting water patrols until visibility improves. Copy that, dispatch. I'll stick to the trails this morning. Any overnight traffic I should know about? Affirmative, we've got one backcountry permit holder, registered yesterday evening, solo hiker, female, 26 years old. Name is Samantha Reeves. She's doing the Cruiser Lake Trail loop, planned to camp at the Jorgens Lake site last night. Expected return is today by 1600. Derek noted the name on the clipboard beside the radio. Solo hikers in late October were rare but not unheard of. The park's visitor numbers dropped sharply after Labor Day, and by Halloween, the trails belonged mostly to the devoted and the foolhardy. Got it. I'll keep an eye on the trailhead parking. Ash River out. He finished his coffee while reviewing the trail conditions report from the previous week. The Cruiser Lake Trail was in decent shape, though the recent rains had turned several low-lying sections muddy. A few downed trees had been reported near the Jorgens Lake Junction. Nothing impassable. Standard late-season conditions. Derek had walked that trail perhaps 100 times over the years. He knew every switchback, every rocky outcrop, every place where the tree cover thinned, and the lakes became visible through gaps in the birch and aspen. The morning passed slowly, as mornings in the off-season tended to do. Derek cleaned the visitor center displays, restocked the trail map dispenser, and spent an hour updating the wildlife sighting log. A couple from Wisconsin stopped in around 10 to ask about fishing conditions. Pike were still biting, he told them, but the fog would make navigation tricky. And an elderly man came by to use the restroom and complain about the cold. Nothing unusual. The fog remained, pressing against the windows like something patient. It was just after noon when Derek decided to drive out to the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Call it professional habit. Call it a feeling. He'd learned not to ignore feelings. The parking area sat 3 miles from the visitor center along a gravel road that wound through stands of red pine so dense they blocked what little light filtered through the overcast sky. His truck's headlights carved pale tunnels through the gray. When he pulled into the lot, he spotted a silver Honda Civic parked in the far corner, alone. He ran the plates through dispatch. The car belonged to Samantha Reeves. On the passenger seat, visible through the window, he could see a purple day pack and a water bottle. A handwritten note sat on the dashboard, hiking cruiser loop, back by 4 p.m. Beside it, a granola bar wrapper and a paperback novel with a cracked spine, something with a mountain on the cover. Derek checked his watch, 12:17. She had plenty of time. He stood beside her car for a moment, listening. The forest was quiet in that particular way fog creates, all the usual sounds muffled and distant. Somewhere far off, a raven called once, twice, then fell silent. The trees dripped moisture from their bare branches. He could smell the wet earth, the decomposing leaves, the faint mineral tang of the nearby lake. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, Ash River. I'm at the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Permit holder's vehicle is present, no sign of distress. I'm going to hike in a mile or two just to check conditions. Copy? Copy, Ash River. Be advised, fog is not expected to lift until after 1400. Watch your footing out there. Will do. Ash River out. The trail began at a wooden sign marking the Cruiser Lake Loop, 9 miles total, rated moderate, featuring rocky terrain and several stream crossings. Derek set off at an easy pace, his boots finding the familiar path even in the reduced visibility. The fog had a strange quality here, different from the lake fog he was used to. It seemed to move in currents, thickening and thinning in ways that didn't quite match the breeze. Twice in the first quarter mile, he stopped and looked behind him, certain he'd heard footsteps echoing his own. Both times, nothing. Only the dripping trees and the gray. Samantha Reeves had been hiking for 3 hours when she first noticed the lights. She'd left camp at Jorgens Lake just after 9, later than planned. The cold had made packing up slow, her fingers clumsy with the tent stakes, and the fog had surprised her. It wasn't in the forecast. But she'd hiked in worse conditions, and the trail was well marked, and she had her compass and her map and the GPS on her phone. She was fine. She kept telling herself she was fine. The lights appeared first as a flicker at the edge of her vision, somewhere off to the left of the trail. Yellowish, warm, like firelight seen through a window. She stopped walking and stared into the fog, trying to locate the source. A cabin? There were no cabins in this part of the park, not that she remembered from the map. Maybe other hikers with a lantern. Maybe. The light moved. Not flickered. Not wavered. Moved. Drifted deeper into the trees, perhaps 30 yards from the trail, then stopped. Waited. Samantha stood frozen for a long moment. Her breath came out in small white clouds. The fog pressed close around her, and the silence was absolute. No birds, no wind, no sound at all except her own heartbeat loud in her ears. The light pulsed once, gently, as if beckoning. "Hello?" Her voice came out thin, swallowed by the gray. No answer. The light drifted further away, then paused again. Waiting. Something about it felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate. The color wasn't quite right. Too yellow, too steady, too much like a thing pretending to be firelight rather than the real thing. Samantha took a step backward, toward the trail she'd been following. Then another step. The light didn't move. She turned and walked quickly, not quite running, putting distance between herself and that unnatural glow. 10 minutes later, she allowed herself to stop and catch her breath. The trail curved ahead through a stand of birch trees, their white bark luminous even in the fog. She checked her phone. No signal, but the GPS showed her position correctly. 2 more miles to the trailhead. She was fine. The light had been nothing. Her imagination, or some kind of phosphorescence, or a reflection off the fog. She was fine. That was when she heard her mother's voice. "Samantha? Honey, where are you?" She went completely still. Her mother lived in San Diego. Her mother was not in the woods of northern Minnesota. And yet the voice came again, closer now from somewhere behind her on the trail. "Samantha, I've been looking everywhere. Come here, sweetheart." The voice was perfect. Every intonation, every familiar cadence, the way her mother always stretched out the first syllable of her name. Samantha. Exactly right. Exactly. Impossibly right. Samantha began to run. Derek found the first marker at mile 2, a small cairn of stones, perhaps a foot high, stacked with unnatural precision beside the trail. He'd walked this route dozens of times and had never seen it before. The stones were arranged in a spiral pattern, each one slightly smaller than the last, and at the top sat something that made Derek stop and stare. A human finger bone. Old, weathered, yellowed with age. He did not touch it. He photographed it with his phone. No signal out here, but the camera still worked, and marked the GPS coordinates. Then he continued walking, faster now. The unease that had been building all morning finally given form. The fog had grown thicker. Visibility was down to 20 yards, maybe less. The trees seemed closer together than he remembered, their trunks forming walls that channeled him forward along the trail. Derek realized with a start that he couldn't hear anything. Not the drip of moisture, not the call of birds, not even the sound of his own breathing. The silence was complete, oppressive, Wrong. He keyed his radio. Dispatch Ash River. I found something unusual on the Cruiser Lake Trail. Some kind of marker. Possible human remains, requesting static. Not the normal static of a weak signal, but a wall of white noise that seemed to have a pattern to it, a rhythm almost like breathing. Derek adjusted the frequency, tried again. The static resolved briefly into what might have been words, or might have been the forest itself, speaking in a language older than English, older than the Ojibwe who had walked these shores for centuries. Then, silence. Dead air. Nothing. Derek stood in the fog with a radio that no longer worked and a growing certainty that something in these woods knew he was here. Something old, something patient, something that had been waiting. The old stories came back to him then, fragments he'd heard over the years from rangers who'd worked the park before him, from Ojibwe elders who occasionally visited the center, from late-night conversations around campfires when the wind blew cold off the lakes. Pookwudgie, they called them. The little people who lived in the wild places who didn't like intruders, who lured the unwary away from safe paths with lights and voices. Tricksters, some said, but the elders didn't call them tricksters. They called them dangerous. They called them hungry. A light appeared ahead on the trail. Yellow. Warm. Waiting. Samantha had stopped running when her lungs gave out. She bent over, hands on knees, gasping in the frigid air. The fog was everywhere now, so thick she could barely see her own feet. Her mother's voice had stopped, but she could still feel something behind her, something following at a distance that never changed no matter how fast she moved. She tried to orient herself. The trail should be, but there was no trail, only trees. Trees in every direction, identical, endless, forming a maze with no exit. Her phone showed her position as a blinking dot in the middle of green wilderness, the trail a thin line perhaps 100 yards to her left, but when she walked left, the trees only grew thicker. When she walked right, the same. The forest had closed around her like a fist. Okay, she whispered to herself. Okay, you're not lost, you can't be lost. Just stay calm. Stay. The sound came from directly behind her. Not a voice this time. Something worse. The sound of small feet on wet leaves. Many feet. Moving fast. Samantha turned. For one frozen instant, she saw them. Shapes in the fog, gray and small, perhaps 3 feet tall. With faces that were almost human, and eyes that were nothing like human at all. They didn't blink. They smiled, and their smiles had too many teeth. Then the fog swallowed them, and she was alone again, and the silence returned. But not for long. Never for long. Derek followed the light because there was nothing else to do. The trail behind him had vanished. He'd turned to retrace his steps and found only unmarked forest, trees he didn't recognize, terrain that sloped in directions his memory insisted were wrong. The light ahead was his only reference point, his only landmark in the featureless gray. He knew, on some level, that following it was exactly what they wanted. The stories were specific about this. They lure you off the path. They lead you in circles. They wear you down until you can't fight anymore. But the alternative was standing still and letting the fog consume him, and Derek was not the kind of man who could simply stand still. He walked for what felt like hours. The temperature dropped steadily. His breath came out in thick plumes now, and ice crystals formed on the edges of his beard. The light ahead stayed constant, always 30 yards away, always just beyond reach. Sometimes it split into 2 lights, then 3, then merged again. Sometimes it dimmed almost to nothing before flaring bright. It was playing with him. It knew he was following, and it was playing. At some point, he found Samantha's pack. It lay in the middle of a clearing he didn't remember the trail having, its contents scattered across the frozen ground. A water bottle, empty. A map, torn into precise strips. A small journal with handwritten entries, the last one reading simply, "The lights, the lights, the lights." And blood. Not much, but enough. A smear across the purple fabric, a spatter on the leaves nearby. Fresh. Derek crouched beside the pack and made himself breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. His training kicked in, the cold professional part of his mind that knew how to handle emergencies. He photographed everything. He marked his GPS position, though he knew it wouldn't match reality anymore. He looked for tracks and found dozens. Human footprints circling the clearing in frantic patterns, and among them smaller prints. Prints that weren't quite right. Too small for adults, too large for children, with too many toes. A sound behind him. He spun. Samantha Reeves stood at the edge of the clearing. She was pale, her lips blue with cold, her eyes wide and fixed on something behind Derek. She opened her mouth to speak. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't turn around. Don't look at them. Don't—" Her voice cut off. Derek watched as her expression changed from fear to something else. Blank, empty, a light going out behind her eyes. She smiled. The smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. "Derek," she said, in a voice that wasn't quite hers. "I've been looking everywhere. Come here, sweetheart." He ran. He ran through the fog and the trees and the impossible geometry of a forest that had become a trap, and behind him came the sound of laughter. Small laughter. Many voices. The laughter of things that had been waiting for a very long time and had finally gotten what they wanted. The light appeared in front of him, and this time he didn't follow it. He turned left, then right, then left again, running without direction, without hope. The cold burned in his lungs. The fog pressed close. And then, impossibly, he saw the trail. The real trail. Marked with orange blazes on the trees, worn smooth by 1,000 boots. He stumbled onto it and kept running, not daring to look back, not daring to stop until he burst out of the tree line and into the parking lot where his truck sat waiting, and Samantha's silver Civic still held its patient vigil. He drove. He didn't call dispatch until he was 3 miles away, and when they answered, his voice was steady even though his hands shook too badly to grip the wheel. "Dispatch, Ash River. I need SAR at the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Missing hiker. Possible remains. He stopped. Swallowed. "I need backup. Now." They never found Samantha Reeves. Search and rescue teams combed the Cruiser Lake trail for 4 days, using dogs and thermal drones and every tool available to modern wilderness recovery. They found her pack where Derek had left it. They found her footprints, which circled the same half-mile of forest hundreds of times before ending abruptly at a cliff face that shouldn't have existed on any map. They found the cairn of stones, though the finger bone was gone. The official report listed her as missing, presumed deceased, circumstances unknown. Derek signed it because he had to. Because the truth about the lights, the voices, the small shapes in the fog, the thing that had worn Samantha's face and spoken with his mother's voice, the truth was not something that belonged in an official report. He requested a transfer 2 weeks later. Desert assignment. Somewhere with no trees, no fog, no ancient things hiding in the shadows of the wild. The request was denied. Budget cuts. He returned to Ash River the following spring. Sometimes on nights when the fog rolls in off Kabetogama Lake, Derek sees lights in the distance. Yellow, warm, waiting. He doesn't follow them. He locks the door of the visitor center and turns up the radio until the static drowns out the sound of small feet on the deck outside. The fog is patient. It can wait. It remembers. Location: Gates of the Arctic National Park, Alaska. Date: October 23, 2009. The cold had a texture to it that far south people never understood. Nathan Vance had tried explaining it once to his sister in Phoenix, how at 15 below zero the air itself became a presence, a weight that pressed against exposed skin like something alive and hungry. She'd laughed and said cold was cold. 6 years in Gates of the Arctic had taught Nathan otherwise. Cold was not cold. Cold was a spectrum, and at certain points on that spectrum it stopped being a temperature and started being a predator. He stood outside the Bettles Ranger Station at 6:45 in the morning, watching his breath crystallize and fall. The sky was still dark. It would stay dark until nearly 11. And even then, daylight meant only a few hours of gray twilight before the blackness returned. The stars above were impossibly bright, undimmed by any light pollution for hundreds of miles in every direction. To the north, a faint green shimmer played along the horizon. Aurora season. The lights had been active for the past week, painting the sky in ribbons of green and purple that tourists paid thousands of dollars to witness. Nathan barely noticed them anymore. Beauty became mundane when you lived inside it. He checked his watch, then checked the thermometer mounted on the station wall. -12 Celsius, warmer than yesterday. A heat wave, relatively speaking. He allowed himself a grim smile and went back inside to finish preparing the gear. Allison Chen was already there, laying out equipment on the central table with the methodical precision that made her invaluable on search and rescue operations. Satellite phone, charged. GPS units, 3 of them, because redundancy kept people alive. Emergency bivouac supplies. First aid kit, the comprehensive one rated for trauma and hypothermia both. MREs. Water purification tablets, signal flares. The pile grew as Nathan watched, each item placed in exactly the position it would occupy in their packs. "Tyler's 5 minutes out," she said without looking up. "Chopper's fueled and ready. Pilot says weather window looks good until at least 1400, maybe longer if the front stalls." "And our missing persons?" Allison paused. Her hand stilled over the GPS units. Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore, both 28. Experienced backcountry hikers. They've done Denali, the Chilkoot Trail, half a dozen expeditions in the Brooks Range. They filed a flight plan with the Fairbanks office 6 days ago. Bush pilot dropped them at Anaktivuk Pass on the 17th for a 5-day traverse to the Alatna River drainage. They were supposed to radio for pickup on the 21st. She finally looked up and Nathan saw something in her expression he rarely saw from Allison. Unease. They never called. Pilot flew the route twice. No sign, no signal, nothing. Nathan absorbed this. Experienced hikers didn't simply vanish. Not both of them. Not in conditions that had been relatively stable all week. Theories? Bear encounter. River crossing gone wrong. Equipment failure. Allison shrugged, but the gesture was tight, unconvincing. The usual. But Nathan... She hesitated. "I talked to the pilot, Charlie Ulick, out of Anaktivuk. He's flown this park for 30 years. He said something strange." "Strange how?" "He said the land felt wrong. Said he couldn't explain it better than that. The caribou herds were moving in patterns he'd never seen. South when they should be going north, bunched together like something was driving them. And he saw lights." "Aurora?" "That's what I said." He said no, not aurora. These were low, on the ground, moving between the hills, and they were the wrong color. Allison's voice dropped. He wouldn't say what color. He just said his grandmother used to warn him about lights like that. Lights that lead you somewhere you don't come back from. The door opened, letting in a blade of frozen air. Tyler Reeves, no relation to any Tyler, just an unfortunate coincidence of common names, stamped snow from his boots and pulled off his balaclava. At 24, he was the youngest member of the Gates of the Arctic SAR team, but what he lacked in years he made up for in an almost preternatural sense of direction. The kid could navigate by stars, by wind patterns, by the subtle variations in lichen growth on north-facing rocks. Nathan had seen him find his way out of whiteout conditions that would have killed more experienced rangers. "Heard we've got a weird one," Tyler said, pouring himself coffee from the station pot. "Missing hikers, no trace, spooked bush pilot." "That about covers it." Nathan began loading his pack. "We fly to their last known position at Anaktivuk Pass, then work outward along their planned route. Standard grid search pattern. We've got maybe 4 hours of usable light, so we move fast and smart." He paused, considering whether to mention what Allison had told him. Decided against it. Superstition had no place in search and rescue. "Questions?" Neither of them spoke. "Then let's go find our people." Brandon Ellis had known they were lost approximately 40 minutes into the hike. He hadn't said anything to Chloe, not at first, because the thought was absurd. They had GPS, they had maps, they had a route he'd walked twice before years ago when the landscape had made sense. But now, standing in a valley that shouldn't exist according to any map in his possession, watching the sky do things the sky wasn't supposed to do, Brandon finally understood that none of those things mattered. The GPS showed their position as a blinking dot in the middle of empty tundra, exactly where they should be. But the terrain around that dot bore no resemblance to what the device claimed. The valley walls rose too steeply. The river that should have been on their left was on their right, flowing uphill in a way that hurt Brandon's eyes to watch. And the light was wrong. Not wrong like cloud cover or atmospheric distortion. Wrong like someone had taken a photograph of daylight and pasted it over a darkness that kept bleeding through at the edges. Brandon. Chloe's voice was steady, but he'd known her long enough to hear the tightness beneath it. Brandon, how long have we been walking? He checked his watch, checked it again. The digital display showed 10:47 a.m. October 17th. That was when they'd started hiking. That was 6 hours ago at least. But according to the numbers glowing on his wrist, not a single minute had passed. The watch is broken, he said. Mine too. Chloe held up her wrist. Same time, same date, same impossible stillness. And my phone and the GPS timestamp. She took a breath that fogged in the air, though the cold seemed less intense than it should be, muted somehow, as if they were experiencing it through glass. Brandon, I don't think we're lost. I think we're somewhere else. That was when they saw the caribou. It stood on a ridge perhaps 200 yards away, silhouetted against the strange gray sky. A bull, massive, its antlers spreading like bare winter branches. Brandon had seen hundreds of caribou in his years hiking Alaska. He knew their behavior, their posture, the way they watched humans with wary curiosity before moving on. This caribou was watching them. Not with wariness, not with curiosity, with something that looked horribly, impossibly like recognition. Don't look at it, Chloe whispered. Her hand found Brandon's arm, her grip painfully tight. Brandon, don't look at its face. He looked. He couldn't help it. The caribou's face was wrong, blurred somehow like a photograph taken in motion, features smearing into each other in ways that made his stomach lurch. And where its eyes should have been, there was only darkness. Not empty sockets. Darkness that moved, that watched, that knew. The caribou turned and walked away, disappearing over the ridge. But it didn't walk like a caribou. It walked like something that had learned to walk by watching caribou, and hadn't quite gotten the movements right. Brandon and Chloe ran. They ran through the valley that shouldn't exist under the sky that wasn't a sky, while their watches stayed frozen at 10:47 a.m. and the cold pressed against them like hands trying to hold them in place. Behind them, always behind them, never visible but always present, something followed. Something patient, something that had all the time in the world, because in this place, time had stopped meaning anything at all. The helicopter set down in a flat area near Anaktuvuk Pass at 9:30. Nathan was first out, scanning the terrain while the rotor wash whipped snow into stinging clouds around him. The landscape was familiar. He'd run searches in this area before, but something about it felt off this morning. The proportions seemed wrong somehow. Distances compressed and expanded in ways that didn't match his mental map of the region. He chalked it up to the strange light of Arctic autumn and focused on the task. Tyler and Allison joined him, and together they established a base marker and oriented themselves to the planned search grid. The missing hikers had intended to follow a drainage northeast toward the Alatna River, a route that wound through several valleys before descending into the river's floodplain. Standard wilderness traverse. Nothing technically difficult. The kind of trip experienced hikers did without incident all the time. First sweep, standard pattern, Nathan said into the radio, testing communication with the chopper pilot who would remain on standby. We follow the drainage, check the obvious trouble spots, river crossings, steep scree fields, anywhere they might have come to grief. Stay within visual range of each other. Radio check every 15 minutes. He looked at his team. "And stay alert. This one feels off." Allison nodded. Tyler's expression was unreadable, but his hand drifted to the signal flare in his vest pocket. A nervous habit Nathan had noticed before, on searches that turned strange. They moved out. The first hour passed without incident. The terrain matched their maps. The GPS readings were accurate. Nathan began to relax, allowing himself to hope this would be a simple case. Hikers holed up somewhere with a broken radio, waiting for rescue, embarrassed but alive. It happened more often than the public realized. Most search and rescue operations ended with handshakes and lessons learned, not body bags. Then Tyler stopped walking. "Nathan." The young ranger's voice was strange, flat, emptied of its usual energy. "Nathan, look at the sky." Nathan looked up. The sky was wrong. Not cloudy, not clear. Wrong. The gray had a texture to it, a granularity, like static on an old television set. And through that static, something moved. Shapes that might have been birds or might have been something else entirely, circling in patterns that hurt to follow. "The hell is that?" Allison whispered. Before Nathan could respond, his radio crackled. Not static. A voice. A human voice, faint and distant, speaking words he almost understood. "Help us, please, we don't know how long. Can anyone hear? The caribou aren't caribou there. Please, someone." The voice cut off. Nathan keyed his radio, hands trembling with sudden cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. "This is Nathan Vance. Gates of the Arctic Search and Rescue. Identify yourself. Repeat. Identify yourself and your position." Nothing. Then, "Walked for 6 days, but it's only been..." "Watches don't work. Something's watching from the hills." "Brandon? Chloe? Is this Brandon Ellis or Chloe Whitmore?" Nathan was shouting now, the protocol forgotten. "Give me your position. We're here to help." The voice that responded was clearer this time. Clearer and horribly familiar, because it was his own voice, speaking from the radio in his hand. "Don't come looking. Nathan, don't come looking. They're already here." The radio died. Not to static, to silence. Absolute, complete. The silence of a void. Tyler was pointing at something. Nathan followed his gesture and felt his heart stop. 2 figures stood on a ridge 300 yards distant, a man and a woman, their clothing the bright colors of backcountry hiking gear. They weren't moving. They were simply standing there, facing the search team, perfectly still. "That's them," Allison breathed. "That has to be them." Nathan raised his binoculars. The magnification brought the figures into sharp focus, and what he saw made him lower the glasses with hands he could no longer keep steady. Their faces were blurred, smeared, like photographs left in the rain, features dissolving into each other, eyes that weren't eyes staring with a darkness that moved and watched and knew. And they were smiling. Both of them. Smiling with mouths that had too many teeth, that stretched too wide, that opened onto a blackness deeper than the Arctic night. The figures began walking toward them. Not like humans walk. Like something that had learned walking from a great distance, mimicking the motion without understanding its purpose. "Run," Nathan said. They ran. Back toward the helicopter, toward the pilot waiting with rotors ready, toward a world that still made sense. The sky above them churned with impossible shapes. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, distances stretching and compressing, valleys appearing where none had been before. Tyler fell once, twice, scrambling up each time with wild eyes that reflected a terror beyond words. Allison's breath came in ragged gasps that crystallized and fell like tears of ice. Nathan didn't look back. He didn't dare. But he heard them behind him, footsteps that weren't quite right, voices calling his name in tones that weren't quite human, the sound of something ancient and patient finally closing the distance it had waited so long to cross. The helicopter appeared ahead, blades already spinning. The pilot's face through the glass was pale with a fear that told Nathan he'd seen the things pursuing them. They threw themselves inside, and the chopper lurched upward, banking hard, climbing toward a sky that still churned with static and shadows. Below them, two figures stood in the snow. A man and a woman in colorful hiking gear. They weren't looking up at the helicopter. They were looking directly at Nathan. Through the metal, through the glass, through everything between them and him, and they were still smiling. They found Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore 2 days later, 3 miles from Anactovook Pass, sitting calmly beside a small fire as if waiting for a bus. They were unharmed. No frostbite, no dehydration, no signs of exposure despite 6 days in Arctic wilderness without shelter. Their watches showed 10:47 a.m. October 17th. Their phones showed the same. Their GPS units had stopped recording 5 minutes after they'd begun their hike. When Nathan asked them what happened, they looked at each other with expressions he couldn't read. "We walked for a while," Brandon said. His voice was flat, emptied of something essential. "We got turned around, but it was only a couple hours. The time just went somewhere else." 6 days, Nathan said carefully. "You've been missing for 6 days." Chloe smiled. The smile was wrong. It stretched too wide, showed too many teeth, and behind her eyes something dark moved that hadn't been there before. "Has it been that long?" she asked. "It felt like no time at all." The official report listed the incident as disorientation due to equipment failure and adverse conditions. Brandon Ellis and Chloe Whitmore were evacuated to Fairbanks, examined by doctors who found nothing physically wrong with them, and released. They returned to their lives in Seattle. According to follow-up records, they remain in good health. Nathan never spoke to them again. He didn't want to. There was something in their eyes during that final conversation, something that watched from behind their faces like a passenger in a vehicle it was still learning to drive. He requested a transfer 6 months later. Arizona, desert country, open skies where nothing could hide, where the land was honest about its dangers, where time moved forward the way time was supposed to move. The request was approved. But sometimes, late at night, Nathan still dreams of the Brooks Range. He dreams of a valley that doesn't exist, under a sky made of static, where two figures wait with blurred faces and two wide smiles. They call his name in a voice that sounds like his own, and they tell him not to worry. They have all the time in the world. They have all the time that ever was, or will be, or might have been. And they're very, very patient. Location: Wrangell St. Elias National Park, Alaska. Date: October 27, 2019. Now, the coffee had gone cold in Daniel's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the window of the Kennecott Ranger Station for nearly 20 minutes, watching the way the morning light crept across the stairway icefall in the distance. That peculiar Alaskan dawn that arrived reluctantly, as if the sun itself was hesitant to illuminate what lay beneath. At this latitude, in late October, daylight was a brief gift. By 3 in the afternoon, the mountains would swallow it again, and the 17-hour darkness would settle over Wrangell St. Elias like a held breath. He poured the cold coffee into the sink and started a fresh pot. The station's propane heater clicked and hummed, fighting against the 31 degrees outside. Daniel checked the weather radio out of habit. Overcast skies, temperatures dropping throughout the day, snow expected by evening. Nothing unusual for this time of year. The park was emptying. Most of the summer staff had transferred out weeks ago. The few remaining rangers were scattered across 13 million acres, skeleton crews maintaining stations that would close entirely by mid-November. Daniel had been with the Park Service for 7 years, the last 3 at Wrangell St. Elias. He'd requested the posting specifically. Other rangers wanted Yellowstone, Yosemite, parks with visitors and amenities and cell phone signals. Daniel wanted silence. He wanted mountains that had never been named, glaciers that moved with geological patience, valleys where the only footprints were his own. He'd found all of that here. He'd also found something else, something harder to name. The awareness that in a park larger than Switzerland, a man could disappear completely. could walk into the backcountry and simply cease to exist, leaving nothing behind but an abandoned vehicle and unanswered questions. He'd processed 3 such cases in his time here. Standard missing persons. Hikers who overestimated their abilities, underestimated the terrain. The wilderness took what it wanted and the paperwork followed. The radio crackled at 0700 sharp, the morning check-in with dispatch in Copper Center. Kennecott Station, this is dispatch. Radio check, over. Daniel keyed the mic. Dispatch, Kennecott Station. I read you 5 by 5. All quiet here. Over. Copy that, Kennecott. Be advised, we've got a vehicle at the end of McCarthy Road registered to a Samantha Vance, 28, out of Anchorage. Checked in for a backcountry permit 3 days ago, solo hike to the Bonanza Mine area. Was due back yesterday. No contact. Over. Daniel set down his coffee. Solo hiker. 3 days overdue. October conditions. Copy, dispatch. I'll head to the trailhead, see if I can locate her vehicle and assess. Over. Affirmative. Check in at 1100. Dispatch out. He gathered his pack with the efficiency of long practice. First aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, GPS unit, satellite phone for areas where radio signals couldn't reach, extra batteries, protein bars, water purification tablets. He checked his flashlight twice, a habit he'd developed after his first Alaskan winter, when darkness came so early and completely that even a brief equipment failure could mean death. His boots were already by the door, broken in and waterproofed. He pulled on his NPS jacket, the green wool blend that still smelled faintly of wood smoke from last week's cabin inspection. Outside, the cold hit like a physical presence. Daniel paused to take in the view he never tired of. The abandoned copper mill buildings of Kennecott, red against the white of the Kennecott Glacier, the peaks of the Wrangell Mountains rising beyond like teeth. The air smelled of ice and something else, that particular mineral scent of glacial dust, rock ground fine as flour over millennia. Ravens circled overhead, black shapes against the gray sky, their calls echoing off the mountainsides. This was what he loved about Alaska, the scale of it, the way it reduced human concerns to insignificance. He took the service road toward McCarthy, driving slowly. The road was rough in places where recent frost heaves had cracked the surface. Patches of ice glinted in the weak sunlight. On either side, the forest pressed close, black spruce and alder, their branches heavy with the first dusting of snow that had fallen overnight. Through gaps in the trees, he caught glimpses of the river, its gray-green water already sluggish with the cold, ice forming along the banks in delicate fractal patterns. It took 40 minutes to reach the trailhead where Samantha Vance had parked. Her vehicle was exactly where dispatch had described, a silver Subaru Outback with Anchorage plates, pulled to the side of the gravel lot. Daniel parked beside it and stepped out into the silence. And it was silent. That was the first thing he noticed, the absolute absence of sound. No birds, no wind in the branches, no distant rush of water, just the tick of his cooling engine, and beneath that, nothing. He'd experienced quiet in Wrangell St. Elias before, but this was different. This was silence with weight to it, silence that seemed to be waiting. He approached the Subaru and cupped his hands against the driver's window. The interior was neat. A water bottle in the cup holder, a paperback book on the passenger seat, something about mountain photography, and a handwritten note on the dashboard. Back by Thursday evening, dinner at the Potato? S. Thursday was 2 days ago. Daniel photographed the vehicle and its contents with his phone, then walked to the trailhead sign. The registration box showed Samantha's permit, solo hiker, moderate experience, planned route to Bonanza Mine and back via the Jumbo Creek Trail. A 2-day trip at most for someone competent. She'd marked her expected return as October 24th, 3 days overdue. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Kennecott Station. I'm at the trailhead. Vehicle confirmed. No sign of the subject. I'm going to hike in, see if I can locate her on the trail. Over. Static answered. Then faintly. Copy. Kennecott. Advise caution. Weather. The signal broke apart into white noise. Daniel waited, tried again. More static. He checked the frequency. Correct. Checked the battery. Full. This happened sometimes in the mountains. Radio shadows, atmospheric interference. Nothing to worry about. He shouldered his pack and started up the trail. 3 days earlier, Samantha Vance had stood in this exact spot and felt nothing but anticipation. The morning had been clear, the kind of crystalline October day that made her grateful she'd moved to Alaska. She was a photographer, landscapes mostly, with a growing specialty in glacial formations, and Wrangell St. Elias had been on her list for years. The Bonanza mine, the abandoned copper workings above the glacier, would give her the shots she needed for the gallery showing in February. She'd done her research, checked the weather, filed her permit, told her roommate exactly where she'd be and when she'd return. Everything by the book. The trail was well marked for the first 2 miles, switchbacking up through the spruce forest toward the alpine zone. Samantha moved at a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph the way the light fell through the branches, the patterns of frost on fallen logs. She was comfortable here. She'd hiked alone dozens of times, in Denali, in the Chugach, along the Chilkoot Trail. The wilderness didn't frighten her. It felt, if anything, like coming home. By midday, she'd reached the old mining structures, their wooden frames weathered silver gray against the rocky slopes. She spent 2 hours photographing them, moving around to catch different angles as the sun tracked across the sky. The wind picked up as clouds moved in from the west, and she decided to make camp early, setting up her tent in a sheltered spot below the main mill building. That night, she heard the river. It was strange because she hadn't remembered any river nearby. The map showed Jumbo Creek a half-mile to the north, but this sounded closer, a steady rush of water just beyond the tree line. She unzipped her tent and looked out into the darkness. Nothing visible. The sound continued, rhythmic and almost hypnotic, like something calling her to come and see. She zipped the tent closed and told herself it was just the wind. Daniel had been hiking for an hour when he found the first sign of trouble. The trail forked near the creek crossing, one path continuing toward the mine, the other branching northwest into unmarked backcountry. On a low-hanging spruce branch beside the northwest fork, he found a strip of orange fabric, the same color as the rain shell Samantha had listed on her permit. She'd gone off trail. He stood at the fork, considering. The responsible thing to do was mark the location, return to the station, report his findings, and wait for search and rescue to mobilize. That was protocol. But the weather was changing. He could smell the snow coming, feel the pressure dropping, and once the storm hit, any tracks or signs would be buried. He took the northwest fork. The trail, such as it was, vanished within a quarter mile. Daniel navigated by terrain, following the path of least resistance through the dense undergrowth. The forest here was different. Older, the spruce trees taller and more twisted, their branches interlocking overhead to block what little daylight remained. Moss hung from the limbs in thick curtains, gray-green and wet with condensation. The ground was soft, spongy with centuries of decomposition. And still, that silence, that waiting, watchful silence. He found her camera at the base of an enormous spruce, resting upright against the trunk as if carefully placed. The lens cap was on. The camera was undamaged. Daniel picked it up and scrolled through the images, the mine buildings, the glacier, close-ups of frost patterns, all the shots you'd expect from a landscape photographer on assignment. The last image was different. It was blurred, clearly taken in motion, but he could make out trees and, in the center of the frame, something that might have been a figure. Something standing where nothing should be standing. He checked the timestamp. October 25th, 4:47 p.m., 2 days ago, just before sunset. "Hello?" Daniel called out, his voice strange and flat in the dead air. "Samantha Vance? Park Service. If you can hear me, call out." Nothing answered. But somewhere to the north, far to the north, impossibly far given how sound should carry in this terrain, he heard something that might have been a voice. A woman's voice calling a name he couldn't quite make out. He started walking toward it. Samantha had woken on that second morning to find footprints around her tent. Not bear prints, not wolf prints. Human footprints, bare and narrow, circling her campsite in a pattern that made no logical sense. They came from the direction of the creek she couldn't see, and they returned the same way. She counted them. The same pair of feet had walked around her tent exactly 17 times during the night. She packed up quickly, abandoning her planned photography schedule. The smart thing to do was return to the trailhead, report the incident, try again another time. She'd done enough solo hiking to know when something was wrong, and something was very wrong. But the trail wasn't where she'd left it. She had marked her route carefully, tying orange ribbons to branches at regular intervals. Those ribbons were gone. Not untied, gone, as if they'd never existed. And the terrain itself seemed changed. The rocky outcropping she'd used as a landmark was now 30 degrees off from where it should be. Or she was 30 degrees off from where she should be, or both. Her GPS unit showed her position accurately. She knew exactly where she was. She simply couldn't reconcile that knowledge with what she was seeing. That was when she heard the voice. Samantha. Clear as if spoken from beside her. A woman's voice, warm and familiar, calling her name. She spun, camera raised like a weapon. No one there. Just the trees, the rocks, the silence. Samantha, come find me, I'm by the water. She knew that voice. She knew it in her bones, in the deepest part of her memory. It was her mother's voice, her mother who had been dead for 3 years, who had drowned in a boating accident in Prince William Sound, whose body had never been recovered. Samantha ran. Daniel found her tent at 1400 hours, partially collapsed against a stand of Devil's Club, the fabric torn in long parallel lines. Inside, her sleeping bag was shredded, her supplies scattered. Her hiking boots sat neatly beside the tent flap, perfectly paired, perfectly empty. No blood, no signs of animal predation, just destruction and absence. He tried his radio again. Dispatch, this is Kennecott Station, over. Static hissed back at him, and beneath the static something else. A rhythm that almost sounded like breathing. He switched frequencies, tried the emergency channel. The same static, the same breathing. The satellite phone was in his pack. He pulled it out, powered it on, waited for it to acquire signal. The screen flickered, showed one bar, then none, then a GPS position that placed him somewhere in the middle of the Bering Sea. That wasn't possible. The unit was new, maintained, tested monthly. Daniel looked up from the phone and realized the light had changed. It was darker now, much darker than it should be at 2 in the afternoon, even with the cloud cover. The shadows between the trees had deepened into something absolute, something that seemed to pulse at the edges of his vision. Samantha? He called again, his voice cracking slightly. Samantha Vance, can you hear me? From deep in the forest, impossibly deep, a voice answered. Daniel. His name. In a voice he knew. In the voice of his brother Michael, who had died in Kandahar in 2007, who had been 23 years old and afraid, and so far from home when the IED detonated. Daniel, I'm lost. Help me. I'm so cold. Daniel didn't move. Couldn't move. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his teeth, in his fingertips, in the base of his skull. That was Michael's voice. That was exactly Michael's voice, the specific way he pronounced Daniel's name with the emphasis on the second syllable, the particular texture of his vowels that marked him as a kid from Fairbanks. But Michael was dead. Michael had been dead for 12 years. Daniel, please. It's so dark here, I can't find my way back. The voice was moving now, circling to his left, coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Daniel's training kicked in through the fog of terror. Assess, evaluate, act. Whatever this was, it wasn't his brother. Whatever this was, it wanted him to follow. He turned and walked, not ran, walked, because running was what prey did, back the way he'd come. The trees seemed closer now, their branches reaching. The ground squelched under his boots with a wet, organic sound. Behind him, the voice of his dead brother called out with increasing desperation. Danny, don't leave me. "Danny, please, I'm scared." No one had called him Danny since Michael died. Samantha was still running when she found the river. It materialized out of nowhere. One moment, dense forest. The next, a wide expanse of gray water flowing silently between banks of black stone. She stopped at the edge, gasping, her lungs burning with cold air. This river wasn't on any map. This river didn't exist. But her mother stood on the opposite bank. Not a ghost, not a transparent apparition. Her mother as she'd looked in life, solid and real, wearing the same blue sweater she'd worn on that last trip to Valdez. She was smiling. She was holding out her hand. "Baby girl," her mother said. "I've been waiting for you. It took so long for you to find me." Samantha's feet moved without her permission. She took one step toward the water, then another. The river's surface was perfectly still despite its apparent flow, reflecting nothing. No sky, no trees, no Samantha. Just darkness. "That's it," her mother said. "Just a few more steps. It's warm here. You'll never be cold again." The water touched her boots. It was warm, impossibly warm, bathtub warm, in late October in Alaska. The warmth felt like sleep, like surrender. Somewhere, very far away, she thought she heard a man's voice calling her name. A stranger's voice. It didn't matter. Her mother was here. Her mother had been waiting. Samantha took another step, and the water rose to her knees. Daniel burst out of the tree line and saw her. She was waist deep in a river that shouldn't exist, walking steadily forward, her arms outstretched toward something on the opposite bank. From where he stood, he could see the other side clearly. There was nothing there. Nothing but rocks and snow and a darkness that seemed to move with intention. "Samantha, stop." She didn't turn. The water was at her chest now. Daniel ran to the bank, fighting through the undergrowth, branches tearing at his jacket. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since he'd entered the forest. His breath came in visible clouds. The silence was absolute. He couldn't even hear his own footsteps, his own labored breathing. "Samantha, that's not real. Whatever you're seeing isn't real." She paused. The water lapped at her shoulders. "My mother," she said without turning. "She's been waiting for me." "Your mother's not there. Look at me, Samantha. Look at me." Slowly, she turned her head. Her eyes were wrong. Not blank exactly, but seeing something other than what was in front of her, seeing some other world layered over this one. "She says you can come too," Samantha said. "She says there's someone waiting for you. Your brother, Michael." The cold that went through Daniel had nothing to do with the weather. "That's not my brother," he said, his voice shaking. "And that's not your mother. Samantha, please, walk toward me. Walk toward my voice." Something changed in the water. The stillness broke. Ripples appeared around her body, spreading outward in concentric circles, though nothing visible had disturbed the surface. The warmth was draining from the water. Samantha gasped as the true cold hit her, the Alaskan river cold that stopped hearts and numbed limbs in minutes. On the far bank, the darkness condensed. It didn't take a shape exactly. It was more like the absence of shape, a hole in the world where something should be standing. But Daniel could feel it looking at him. He could feel its patience, its ancient, inhuman hunger. It had waited here for so long, it could wait a little longer. "Daniel." Michael's voice came from everywhere now, from the trees and the water, and the inside of Daniel's own skull. "I forgive you. I forgive you for living when I died. Just come into the water. Just come home." Samantha was shaking violently, hypothermia setting in. But she wasn't moving forward anymore. She wasn't moving at all. "Don't listen to it," Daniel said. He was at the water's edge now, reaching out his hand. "It only knows the voices. It doesn't know the people. It can't know the people." "She smells like her perfume," Samantha whispered. "Gardenias. She always wore gardenias." "It doesn't know what gardenias mean. It doesn't know Sunday mornings or birthday cards or inside jokes. It knows the shape of love, but not the substance. Samantha, take my hand. The darkness on the far bank pulsed. The voice of Daniel's brother shifted, became something else, not a voice at all, but a sound like ice cracking, like something enormous moving beneath deep water. The temperature dropped again. Frost formed on Daniel's eyelashes. Samantha took his hand. He pulled. She resisted for a moment, still staring at the far bank, still seeing something that called to the deepest part of her grief. And then she let go. She let herself be pulled backward, stumbling, falling against him as they both collapsed on the frozen rocks. The river vanished. One moment it was there, wide and gray and terrible. The next, there was only a shallow creek, barely 6 inches deep, flowing over ordinary stones. The opposite bank was just a rocky slope leading up into the trees. Nothing stood there. Nothing had ever stood there. But as Daniel helped Samantha to her feet, as he wrapped his emergency blanket around her shaking body and began the long walk back to the trailhead, he heard it one more time. "I'll remember you." Michael's voice, perfect and patient and old beyond measure. "I'll be here whenever you're ready. I'll be here." Samantha Vance was airlifted to Anchorage that evening with moderate hypothermia and exposure. Her official statement described becoming disoriented in the backcountry and falling into a creek. She was released after 2 days. She never returned to Alaska. Daniel's report listed the incident as subject located after becoming lost off trail. He did not mention the voices. He did not mention the river that appeared and vanished. He did not mention the shape in the darkness or the feeling that something had learned his name. 3 weeks later, he put in for a transfer. Desert, anywhere without water, anywhere without trees that seemed to close in at the edges of his vision. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic indifference. He returned to Kennecott Station on December 1st. The mountains were buried in snow. The darkness lasted 20 hours a day, and every night when the wind came down from the glaciers, he could swear he heard something moving in the forest, something patient, something that knew the shape of his grief and was learning slowly to wear it. Sometimes, just before sleep took him, he heard Michael's voice. "I'm waiting, Danny. I'll always be waiting." Daniel kept his flashlight on all night. He checked the batteries 3 times before bed. He told himself it was just the wind, but the wind didn't know his brother's voice. The wind didn't know about Kandahar. The wind didn't call him by the name only Michael had ever used. In the morning, he made his coffee, checked the radio, filed his reports. He did his job. He didn't go near the northwest fork of the Bonanza Trail. He didn't talk about what he'd seen. But at night, in the long Alaskan dark, he listened. And somewhere out there in the vast and patient wilderness, something listened back. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: March 14, 2009. The morning briefing room smelled like burnt coffee and limestone dust. That particular mineral dampness that clung to everything in Mammoth Cave National Park and never quite washed out of your clothes. Tyler Reeves sat in the back row, his new ranger uniform still stiff at the collar, watching the senior staff pass around photocopied maps of the cave system with sections highlighted in yellow and red. He'd been on the job for 11 weeks. 11 weeks of guided tours, of memorizing the names of formations, of learning to walk in absolute darkness by the sound of his own footsteps echoing off the walls. He'd thought he was ready for this. He wasn't ready for this. 2 cavers entered the Violet City entrance yesterday at approximately 2 p.m., said District Ranger Patricia Odom, tapping the map with a pointer that trembled slightly in her hand. She was 53 years old and had worked Mammoth Cave for 26 years, and Tyler had never seen her hands shake before. Kevin Marsh, age 31, and Hannah Brennan, age 27, both experienced spelunkers, both permitted for a day exploration of the historic section with optional extension into the less developed passages near the Snowball Room. They were due to surface by 8 p.m. They did not. Tyler looked at the map. The cave system sprawled across the page like the root structure of some enormous tree. branching and rebranching into passages with names that sounded almost cheerful in the fluorescent light of the briefing room. Frozen Niagara, Fat Man's Misery, Bottomless Pit. But there were other passages too, unlabeled ones, sections where the lines simply stopped and the white space took over. Terra Incognita. Here be dragons. At 11 p.m., a maintenance crew reported hearing what they described as rhythmic tapping, coming from somewhere below the Methodist church area. Ranger Odom continued. They assumed it was the missing cavers signaling for help. A preliminary team was dispatched at midnight, but they were unable to locate the source of the sound. The tapping continued intermittently throughout the night, moving, or appearing to move, deeper into the system each time we attempted to triangulate. She paused, and in that pause Tyler heard something that didn't belong in a briefing room. The distant, muffled sound of dripping water, echoing up from somewhere far below the building's foundation. The visitor center was built directly over one of the cave's minor entrances, and sometimes, if you stood very still in the basement storage room, you could hear the cave breathing. Tyler, you'll be with Sergeant Hobbs on the secondary team. Your job is to maintain communication relay at Station Echo, approximately 2,000 feet into the Cleveland Avenue passage. You stay at that station unless directly ordered to move. Understood? Understood, Tyler said, and his voice came out steadier than he felt. Hannah Brennan had known something was wrong the moment the ceiling started to groan. She and Kevin had been deep in the system for nearly 5 hours by then, pushing through the narrow crawlway that connected the snowball room to a lesser-known chamber they'd read about in a 1987 survey report. The passage was tight, 18 inches at its narrowest point, barely enough room to turn your head, but Hannah had done tighter squeezes before. She'd been caving since she was 16, had explored systems in West Virginia, Tennessee, even a week-long expedition in Mexico. She knew the sounds a cave made when it was settling, the pops and cracks of limestone adjusting to pressure changes, the whisper of air moving through unseen passages. This sound was different. This sound was a low, sustained moan, like something enormous shifting its weight in its sleep. "Kevin?" she called, her headlamp cutting a cone of white light through the darkness ahead. He was maybe 20 feet in front of her, already through the tightest section. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" And then the ceiling came down. Not all of it. Not a full collapse, just a section maybe 10 feet long, directly between them. The roar of it was deafening in the enclosed space, and Hannah threw her arms over her head instinctively, pressing herself flat against the passage floor as dust and debris rained down around her. When she opened her eyes, coughing, her headlamp revealed a wall of broken stone where the passage had been, a wall that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. Kevin! She could hear him on the other side, his voice muffled but audible through the rubble. "I'm okay. Hannah, I'm okay." "Are you hurt?" No. She ran her hands over her arms, her legs, checking for injuries she might not feel through the adrenaline. Nothing broken. Nothing bleeding. Just trapped. "I can't get through. The passage is completely blocked." Okay. Kevin's voice was doing that thing it did when he was trying to stay calm, that forced steadiness that meant he was terrified. "We have two options. Either I go forward and try to find another route back to you, or we both wait for rescue. They know we're down here. They'll come looking when we don't surface." Hannah pressed her palm against the rubble. It was cold and damp, and somewhere behind it she could hear Kevin's breathing, fast and shallow. "How much battery do you have left?" "Maybe 4 hours on the main lamp, 6 on the backup." "Same." She closed her eyes, calculating. They'd entered at 2 p.m. It was probably 7 or 8 p.m. now, which meant rescue wouldn't even be mobilized until after midnight. Even with a fast team, they were looking at 6 to 8 hours minimum before anyone reached this depth. And if Kevin tried to find an alternate route in unfamiliar passages with limited light. "We wait," she said. "We conserve our batteries, we stay warm, and we wait. They'll find us." "Okay." A pause. Then, "Hannah, I'm going to turn off my headlamp to save power, but I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I know. She reached out and touched the rubble again, pressing her palm flat against the stone. I know you're there. Kevin's light clicked off, and on the other side of the collapse, the darkness became absolute. That's when Hannah heard the tapping. Tyler had never experienced darkness like this. He'd been in dark places before. His grandfather's root cellar in rural Tennessee, a power outage that lasted 3 days after an ice storm, the back of a movie theater before the previews started. But none of that was real darkness. Real darkness was what waited at Station Echo, 2,000 feet into Cleveland Avenue, where the passage narrowed to a corridor barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, and the ceiling pressed down like a hand trying to crush you. He'd turned off his headlamp to conserve battery while he waited, and the darkness that rushed in to fill the space was so complete, so physical, that he could feel it pressing against his open eyes. There was no difference between having them open or closed. No reference points, no shapes, no shadows. Just nothing absolute and eternal, and the sound of his own breathing echoing off the walls. Station Echo to base. Radio check. His voice was too loud in the silence, and he winced at the way it bounced off the limestone, fragmenting into a dozen smaller echoes that faded into the depths. The radio crackled. Base copies, Echo. Sergeant Hobbs and primary team are approaching the snowball room. Estimated contact with subjects in approximately 90 minutes. Hold your position. Copy that. Holding position. He clipped the radio back to his belt and sat in the darkness, listening. Somewhere ahead, deeper in the cave, farther down the passage, he could hear water dripping slow and steady, a rhythm almost like a heartbeat. And beneath that, something else. A sound so faint he might have imagined it. A distant tap, tap, tap that could have been anything. Rock settling, water drops hitting a resonant surface, the natural percussion of a living cave system. Or knocking, like knuckles on stone, like something, trying to get his attention. Tyler switched on his headlamp, and the light that flooded the passage felt like a violation. Too bright, too harsh. The walls around him glistened with moisture, and the shadows that his lamp cast seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. He checked his watch. 11 more minutes until the next scheduled radio check. The tapping came again, louder now, more insistent. 3 quick knocks, a pause, 3 more. It was coming from somewhere to his left, from a side passage he hadn't noticed before, a crack in the limestone wall, maybe 2 feet wide, slanting downward into blackness. "Hello?" he called, and immediately felt foolish. The sound team was ahead, not behind, not in some random fissure. But the tapping continued, steady and rhythmic, and despite everything he'd been told in training about staying at his post, Tyler found himself moving toward the crack, drawn by a curiosity that felt less like his own thought, and more like something being suggested to him from outside. The crack opened into a crawlway. The crawlway descended, and the tapping grew louder. Hannah had been counting the taps for what felt like hours. 3, 3, 3. Pause. 3, 3, 3. Pause. Over and over, coming from somewhere below her, somewhere deeper in the cave system than she'd ever intended to go. At first, she'd thought it was Kevin, trying to signal her through the rubble. But when she'd called his name, he'd answered immediately, his voice groggy with exhaustion. "Yeah? What's wrong?" "Do you hear that, the tapping?" A long pause. Then, "I don't hear anything, Hannah. Are you okay?" She wasn't okay. She hadn't been okay since the collapse, and the sound was making it worse. That constant rhythmic knocking that seemed to be getting closer with every passing hour. She'd read somewhere that caves could produce strange acoustics, that sounds could travel for miles through the right passages, bouncing and echoing until they seemed to come from everywhere at once. That's all it was. Some natural phenomenon, some quirk of geology, nothing more. But the sound had a pattern. 3, 3, 3, like someone signaling, like someone calling. She checked her watch. 2 a.m. Her headlamp battery was at 40%, and the cold had crept into her bones so deeply that she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. She'd put on every layer she had, tucked herself into the emergency bivouac sack from her pack. But the chill of the stone beneath her was relentless, patient, drawing the warmth out of her body 1 degree at a time. "Kevin?" she called. "Kevin, are you still there?" No answer. "Kevin!" The tapping stopped, and in the silence that followed, Hannah heard something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, echoing from somewhere ahead of her, from the passage that led deeper into the cave. Not from Kevin's direction. From the opposite direction. From the darkness beyond. She fumbled for her headlamp switch, and the light that erupted from it revealed the passage stretching out before her, empty and endless, the walls slick with moisture and carved with formations that looked almost like faces in the harsh white glare. Nothing there. No one there. But the footsteps continued, growing closer, and now she could hear something else beneath them. A faint, high-pitched wheezing, like air being forced through broken bellows, like lungs that hadn't worked properly in a very long time. "Who's there?" Her voice cracked on the second word. "Kevin? Is that you?" The footsteps stopped. The wheezing stopped. And from the darkness, just beyond the reach of her headlamp, came 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Tyler found the helmet at the bottom of the crawlway. It was old. Ancient, really. A leather and canvas miner's helmet with a carbide lamp fixture on the front. The kind that hadn't been used in commercial operations for 50 years or more. The leather was cracked and stiff with age, and when Tyler picked it up, something rattled inside it, dry and hollow, like stones in a gourd. He turned it over, and a cascade of small objects fell into his palm. Teeth. Human teeth, yellowed with age, with roots still attached. He dropped the helmet like it was on fire. Station Echo to base. Come in, base. His voice was shaking now, and he didn't care. "I've found something in a side passage approximately 50 meters from Station Echo, requesting guidance." Static. Then faintly a voice that wasn't the dispatcher, wasn't anyone he recognized. "Down here. We're all down here." The transmission cut off. Tyler stared at the radio in his hand, at the helmet lying on the cave floor, at the passage stretching out before him into darkness. And he heard the tapping again. Close now, so close, just around the bend in the crawlway, just beyond the reach of his headlamp. 333, pause, 333, he ran. He didn't remember the ascent, just the blind, animal panic of it, scrambling up the crawlway on hands and knees, his headlamp swinging wildly, casting shadows that seemed to chase him, to grab at him, to pull him back down. Behind him, the tapping grew faster, more insistent. 333 becoming a continuous rattle like bones shaking in a box. And he could hear footsteps now, dozens of them, the sound of many feet moving in unison through passages that shouldn't exist. He burst out of the fissure and collapsed onto the floor of Cleveland Avenue, gasping, his radio still clutched in his white-knuckled hand. The tapping had stopped. The footsteps had stopped. But when he shone his headlamp back at the crack in the wall, he saw something that made his bladder loosen in his uniform pants. The crack was gone. Solid limestone, unbroken, as if the passage had never existed at all. "Base to Station Echo. Tyler, do you copy? Report your status." He keyed the mic with trembling fingers. "I copy, base. I'm at my station. Everything is..." He stopped. What could he possibly say? "Everything is fine." "Copy that. Primary team has reached the collapse site. 1 subject located. Kevin Marsh. Responsive but disoriented. 2nd subject still unaccounted for." Tyler closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he could still see the teeth. Could still hear the voice on the radio, that wet whisper from somewhere far below. "We're all down here." "What about the 2nd subject?" he asked. "Hannah Brennan?" A long pause. Then, "Passage beyond the collapse appears to have extended. Team is reporting anomalous formations, mapping discrepancies. Brennan is responsive via voice communication but cannot be visually located. She says she's been following someone. She says someone is showing her the way out." Tyler thought about the helmet, the teeth, the footsteps in the dark. "Tell her to stop," he said. Tell her to stop following. Base, do you copy? Tell her to stop. But the static had swallowed his words, and somewhere in the depths of Mammoth Cave, the tapping began again. They found Hannah Brennan's headlamp 6 days later, 3 miles deeper into the system than any mapped passage should have allowed. The battery was dead, the lens cracked, and the strap was wrapped around a limestone formation that the recovery team described in their report as anthropomorphic in structure, displaying what appeared to be carved facial features of indeterminate age. They did not find Hannah. Kevin Marsh recovered fully from his ordeal, at least physically. He never spoke publicly about what happened in the cave, but his wife told reporters that he sometimes woke screaming, clawing at the air above his head as if trying to push something away. He never went underground again. He couldn't even walk past a storm drain without his heart racing. Tyler Reeves transferred out of Mammoth Cave 3 weeks after the incident. His exit interview cited personal reasons and family obligations, and no one pressed him for details. He took a position at Hot Springs National Park in Arkansas. Open sky, sunshine, no caves for 20 miles in any direction. He told himself it was a lateral move. He told himself it had nothing to do with what he'd heard in that impossible passage, what he'd seen when he closed his eyes at night. The helmet was never recovered. Neither were the teeth. The crack in the wall of Cleveland Avenue remained solid stone, and every geological survey confirmed that no passage had ever existed in that location. But sometimes, in the deepest sections of the cave system, tour guides report hearing strange sounds echoing up from the darkness below. A rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on stone, always in groups of 3. The official explanation is water drops hitting resonant surfaces. The old-timers who've worked the cave for decades have a different name for it. They call them the Tommy Knockers, the spirits of miners who died in the dark, who never found their way out, who knock on the walls to warn the living, or to call them down. The stories say that if you hear the knocking and follow it, you'll never surface again. You'll join them in the places below the places, in passages that exist only when the lights go out. Hannah Brennan heard the knocking. Hannah Brennan followed. And somewhere in the endless dark beneath Kentucky, in caverns that no map has ever charted, the Tommy Knockers are still tapping, still waiting, still hungry for company. Location: Boneyard Marsh Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. Date: September 28, 2016. The heat was a living thing in Boneyard Marsh, pressing against Marcus Reeves's skin like wet fabric, filling his lungs with air so thick it felt like breathing through a sponge. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for the 3rd time in 5 minutes and checked the fuel gauge on the airboat. 3/4 full. Enough to get them deep into the refuge and back, assuming nothing went wrong. Nothing ever went wrong the way you expected in the bayou. The refuge headquarters sat on the only solid ground for miles, a concrete block building with a dock extending into the brown water of Catfish Channel. Marcus had worked out of this station for 11 years, longer than anyone else on the current roster. He knew Boneyard Marsh the way a man knows his own house. Every twist of the waterways, every cypress stand, every patch of quicksand masquerading as solid ground. He knew where the gators nested in spring, where the wild boar rooted in fall, where the water moccasins coiled in the summer shade. He knew the sounds, the chorus of frogs at dusk, the splash of nutria, the prehistoric grunt of bull gators calling for mates. He also knew the stories. Every Cajun kid grew up hearing them. "Team's ready," called Denise from the dock. She was already loading the medical kit into the second airboat, her movements efficient despite the heat. Denise Thibodeau had been the refuge's emergency medic for 6 years, a former Army combat medic who'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan before coming home to Louisiana. Nothing rattled her. Marcus had seen her set a compound fracture while armadillos fought 3 feet away, calm as Sunday morning. The rest of the team assembled on the dock. Ray Fontenot, their tracker, a wiry 62-year-old who'd grown up in these swamps and knew them better than the maps did. Elena Castillo, a wildlife officer on loan from Texas Parks, and Jerome Washington, the youngest of them at 26, a volunteer firefighter who'd trained with search and rescue for 2 years. 5 people. 2 airboats. 1 mission that had already gone wrong once. All right, listen up. Marcus spread the laminated map across the dock's weathered planks. Henderson family, parents and 2 teenagers, went out kayaking Sunday morning. They were supposed to stay on the marked trail through Heron Bay, loop back by afternoon. Never returned. Derek took his team in yesterday at 600 to search the standard lost kayaker grids. He tapped the map. Last radio contact with Derek was 1800 hours yesterday. They'd found one of the Henderson kayaks abandoned near Whisper Island. His finger moved to a small landmass deep in the refuge's interior. After that, nothing. No response on any channel. Emergency beacon never activated. That's 14 hours of silence, Elena said. Her hand rested on the sidearm at her hip. 5 trained SAR personnel don't just go quiet for 14 hours. No, Marcus agreed. They don't. Ray Fontenot spat into the water. Whisper Island, he said, and the way he said it made the others look at him. My grandpère used to tell stories about that place. Said the old Huma people wouldn't go there. Said something lives in those waters that ain't natural. Ray, Marcus started. I know. Superstition. Old Cajun nonsense. Ray's eyes were flat and serious. But I also know Derek Guidry. Known him 20 years. That man don't spook easy, and he don't miss radio check-ins. Something happened out there, Marcus. Something bad. The humidity pressed down. Somewhere in the refuge, a bird screamed. A harsh alien sound that echoed across the water and died. We move in 2 boats, Marcus said. I'll take lead with Ray and Jerome. Denise, you're with Elena in the 2nd boat 30 meters back. We maintain visual contact at all times. Nobody goes anywhere alone. Clear? 4 nods. Radio's on channel 7. Check in every 15 minutes. If you see anything at all, you call it out. He folded the map. Storm's coming in tonight. We've got maybe 8 hours of decent weather. Let's move. The airboat engines roared to life, shattering the swamp's silence, and they pushed off into the brown water of Catfish Channel. 40 hours earlier, the Henderson family had been laughing. Tom Henderson had planned this trip for months. A kayaking adventure through the Louisiana Bayou, something different from their usual beach vacations, something the kids would remember. His wife, Sarah, had been skeptical at first, but she'd warmed to the idea. Their son, Jake, 17, had been excited. Their daughter, Lily, 15, had complained about the lack of Wi-Fi, but brought her waterproof camera anyway. They'd launched from the refuge dock at 8 a.m. Sunday, following the marked buoys through Heron Bay. The water was calm. The cypress trees rose around them like cathedral columns, draped in Spanish moss that swayed in the faint breeze. Tom had felt for the first time in months genuinely relaxed. The trouble started when Jake spotted the side channel. Dad, look, there's a path through there. Can we check it out? The channel was narrow, barely wide enough for a single kayak, branching off from the main waterway into deeper forest. The buoy system didn't extend there. It wasn't on Tom's map. We should stick to the marked trail, Sarah said. But Jake was already paddling toward the opening and Lily was following, and Tom found himself thinking, what's the harm? They were experienced kayakers. They had supplies. They could explore for a bit and circle back. They entered the side channel at 10:47 a.m. By noon, they were lost. The channel had branched and branched again and again, each fork looking identical to the last. Tom's compass showed consistent headings, but the sun's position didn't match. The GPS on his phone showed no signal. The cypress trees pressed closer, their roots forming twisted walls on either side, and the water grew darker, stained almost black with tannins. Dad, Lily's voice was small. Something's following us. Tom looked back. The water behind them was still. Too still. No ripples, no insects skating across the surface, no fish breaking for air. There's nothing there, honey. There was. I saw it. Something big. They paddled faster. By 3 p.m. they'd found the island, a mound of solid earth rising from the swamp, covered in scrub brush and a few twisted oaks. It wasn't on any map Tom had, but they were exhausted, dehydrated, and the water around them had started to feel wrong, as if something beneath the surface was tracking their movements. They pulled the kayaks onto the muddy shore and made camp. Tom tried the emergency whistle. 3 blasts, the universal distress signal. The sound died in the heavy air, swallowed by the swamp. That night they heard the howling. It started around 2 a.m., a sound that wasn't quite a wolf, wasn't quite human, rising from somewhere in the darkness beyond the island's edge. Sarah clutched Tom's arm. Jake and Lily pressed close. The sound circled them, moving through the trees at the island's perimeter, sometimes close enough that Tom swore he could hear breathing beneath the howl. Then it spoke. Tom. His name. His actual name. In a voice that sounded like gravel dragged across bone. Tom. Bring me the children. Sarah screamed. Tom grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, lit it, held it high. The red light pushed back the darkness for perhaps 30 feet. At the edge of that light, something stood. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8. It might have been human once or worn human shape, but the proportions were wrong. Arms too long, legs jointed backward, a face that was mostly mouth. Its eyes caught the flare light and reflected it back, yellow and intelligent and hungry. Tom threw the flare at it. The creature caught it, held the burning cylinder in a hand with too many fingers, smiled with a mouth that opened too wide. Running makes it sweeter, it said. And then it was gone, moving into the darkness faster than anything that size should move. The Hendersons ran. They left everything. Kayaks, supplies, sanity. And they ran into the swamp, splashing through knee-deep water, tripping over roots, Sarah dragging Lily, Tom dragging Jake. They ran until the island was far behind them, until their lungs burned and their legs screamed, until they collapsed against a cypress trunk and could go no further. It was still dark. It was always dark here. And somewhere behind them, something was following, patient and amused, herding them deeper into the marsh. Marcus's airboat rounded the bend into Whisper Channel and he cut the engine. Ahead, wedged against a fallen cypress, was Derek's airboat. It was intact, no visible damage, no signs of collision. Just abandoned, drifting gently in the current, the emergency lights still blinking their slow red pulse. Jesus, Jerome breathed. Marcus keyed his radio. Denise, hold position. We're going to check the boat. Copy. We see it. Marcus, the supplies are still there. She was right. As they drifted closer, Marcus could see the cases of water, the first aid kit, the rescue equipment, all untouched. Derek's team had 5 people. They hadn't taken anything. Ray, what do you see? The old tracker was leaning over the side of their boat, studying the water, the vegetation, the patterns only he could read. Mud's disturbed on that bank, he said, pointing. Multiple sets of boots going into the water, not coming out. Could have swam to the island. Could have. Ray's voice said he didn't believe it. Could have also been dragged. Marcus climbed onto Derek's airboat. The deck was slick with morning dew, but beneath that, something else. A dark stain on the aluminum, dried and cracked in the heat. He crouched, touched it, lifted his fingers to the light. Blood. A lot of blood. Found something, Jerome called. He was at the boat's control console, holding up a handheld radio. The casing was cracked, the antenna snapped off, but the power light was still on, blinking weakly. Marcus took it, turned up the volume. Static hissed from the speaker, and beneath the static, something else. A voice, repeating. Don't come. It knows you're... Don't... Derek's voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably Derek. Derek, Marcus shouted into the radio. Derek, this is Marcus. What's your position? Over. The static swelled. The voice changed. Marcus. Not Derek now. Something else wearing Derek's vocal cords, speaking with Derek's mouth. Come find me, brother. I've been waiting. The temperature dropped. In the Louisiana swamp in late September, the temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and Marcus's breath came out in a visible cloud. "Come into the water, Marcus. It's so warm here. You'll never be alone again." He threw the radio into the swamp. It sank without a ripple. "Back to the boats," he said. "Now." They found the first body at 1400 hours. Elena spotted it, a shape caught in the roots of a cypress, pale against the dark water. Jerome pulled alongside, and Marcus reached down to turn it over. It was Pete Arsenault, one of Derek's team. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, mouth open in a scream that would never end. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the wounds. His chest had been opened, not slashed, opened. The rib cage spread wide like someone had needed to see what was inside. But there was no blood in the water, no blood anywhere, as if something had drained him completely before discarding the shell. Denise checked for vitals anyway. Professional habit. He's been dead at least 12 hours, maybe more. What could do this? Jerome's voice cracked. "What animal?" "No animal," Ray said. He'd gone pale beneath his tan, his weathered face suddenly old. I told you about Whisper Island. My grandpère, Ray." Marcus gripped the old man's shoulder. "Stay with me. What did your grandfather say?" "Larugaroo." The word came out like a prayer, like a curse. "The wolf man. It lives in the dark places, the places between. It hunts during the new moon, when there's no light to show its true face. It takes you apart, drinks what makes you human, leaves the rest. That's folklore. Pete Arsenault is folklore now." Ray's eyes were wild. "Look at him, Marcus. Look at what was done to him. That ain't a gator. That ain't a boar. That's something that wanted him to suffer. That's something that enjoyed it." The swamp was silent around them. No birds, no frogs, no insects. Just the five of them, floating in the shadow of the cypress, with a mutilated corpse and the growing certainty that they were not alone. Marcus's radio crackled. "Marcus," Derek's voice again, or what used Derek's voice. "You found Pete. Good. He screamed for hours. Will you scream too?" "I hope so. I like it when they scream." "Where are you?" Marcus shouted into the radio. "Where's the rest of the team?" Laughter, low and wet and wrong. "Close, so close. Can you feel me watching, Marcus? I've been watching since you entered the marsh. I know your team. Denise, who lost her brother in Kandahar. Ray, who drinks to forget his wife. Jerome, who's afraid of the dark, still after all these years. Elena, who left Texas because of what her father did to her." The voice knew them, knew things it couldn't know. "And you, Marcus. You who stayed when your mother was dying. You who chose the swamp over her hospital bed. She called for you at the end, did you know that? She called, and you never came." Marcus's hand was shaking. The radio felt like ice in his grip. "Tonight is the new moon," the voice said. "Tonight there is no light. Tonight we hunt." The transmission ended. For a long moment no one spoke. The heat pressed down, but Marcus couldn't stop shivering. "We need to get out," Elena said. "Now. Forget the Hendersons. Forget Derek's team. We need to get back to the dock before... We can't." Jerome was pointing at the sky. The storm had arrived faster than predicted. Black clouds were boiling up from the Gulf, and even as they watched, the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The wind picked up, whipping the Spanish moss into writhing streamers. "Main channel's going to flood within the hour," Ray said. "Current will be too strong for the airboats. We'll have to find high ground. Wait it out." "High ground," Marcus repeated. He looked at the map, though he already knew what it would show. "The only high ground for miles is Whisper Island." The rain fell harder. The sky darkened toward premature twilight, and somewhere in the swamp something laughed. They reached Whisper Island at 16:30 hours, just as the storm broke in earnest. The island was perhaps 2 acres of solid ground, ringed by cypress and choked with undergrowth. They pulled the airboats as far onto the shore as they could and began securing camp. The rain came down in sheets, warm and relentless, turning the ground to mud, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. It was Jerome who found the kayaks, 4 of them, pulled up on the opposite shore, half hidden in the brush. "The Hendersons made it here," he called. Marcus jogged over, rain streaming down his face. The kayaks were empty, abandoned. Nearby in the mud he could see footprints, adult and child running toward the island's interior, and alongside those prints, something else. The tracks were humanoid but wrong. The feet were too large, the stride too long, and at the end of each toe print was a deep gouge, as if claws had sunk into the earth with every step. "It herded them here," Marcus said. "Drove them onto the island." "Why?" Denise asked. "If it wanted to kill them." "Because it's not just about killing." Ray's voice was barely audible over the rain. "The Rougarou don't just hunt, it plays. It wants fear. It feeds on terror as much as flesh. It brings them here to its place where it knows every shadow, and then it takes its time." The wind screamed through the trees. The rain intensified, and from somewhere deep in the island's interior, a girl screamed. "Lily Henderson," Marcus drew his sidearm. "Jerome, Elena with me. Denise, Ray, stay with the boats. Anyone approaches who isn't us, you get on the water and you don't look back." "Marcus, that's an order." He plunged into the undergrowth, Jerome and Elena close behind. The rain was a wall now, the darkness nearly complete. Marcus's flashlight cut a feeble path through the storm, illuminating twisted branches and hanging moss and glimpses of movement that vanished when he turned toward them. The girl screamed again, closer. They burst into a clearing and stopped. Tom Henderson stood in the center of the open space, rain streaming down his face, arms hanging limp at his sides. His wife and son knelt behind him, clutching each other, faces blank with shock. Lily was nowhere. "Mr. Henderson?" Marcus approached slowly, weapon raised. "Tom Henderson? I'm with Search and Rescue. We're here to help." Tom turned. His eyes were wrong, too wide, too dark, the pupils blown out to the edges of the iris. "It let us live," he said. His voice was flat, mechanical. "It said to wait for you. It said you would come. Where's your daughter, Tom? Where's Lily?" Tom smiled. It wasn't a human expression. It was something learned, rehearsed, performed by muscles that didn't quite remember how. "She's with it now," he said. "She stopped screaming an hour ago. It said if we waited, if we brought you here, it would let the rest of us go." "Tom, it's right behind you." Marcus spun. The thing that had been hiding in the rain stepped forward, and Marcus understood why the Cajun people had feared this creature for 300 years. It stood 8 feet tall, hunched beneath its own impossible weight. Its body was a ruin of human and wolf and something older, something that predated both. Arms that ended in hands with 6 clawed fingers, legs that bent the wrong way at the knee, a face that was mostly mouth, rows of teeth descending into a throat that seemed to go on forever. Its skin was gray and slick with rain, and its eyes, its yellow, intelligent, ancient eyes, fixed on Marcus with recognition. "Marcus Reeves," it said. Its voice was every voice. Derek's, Pete's, the Hendersons', Marcus's own mother calling him home. "I've been waiting for you. They always send their best last. And you, Marcus, you taste like guilt. My favorite." Elena opened fire. 3 shots, center mass. The creature didn't flinch. It looked down at the holes in its chest, watched them close, and laughed. "Silver," it said. "You would need silver. But you don't believe in monsters, do you? None of you do. That's what makes it so delicious." It moved. Marcus had never seen anything move that fast. One moment it was 10 feet away, the next it was beside Elena, its hand around her throat, lifting her off the ground like a doll. She kicked, gasped, clawed at the grip. "I could drain her right now," the Rougarou said. "I could open her up while you watch, but where's the sport in that?" It tossed Elena aside like garbage. She hit a cypress trunk and didn't get up. "Run," the creature said. "I'll give you until full dark." And then the hunt begins. Jerome was already running. Marcus grabbed Elena, still breathing, thank God, and dragged her toward the clearing's edge. Behind them, the rougarou began to howl, a sound that split the night and echoed across the flooded swamp. The hunt had begun. They found shelter in the hollow of a massive fallen cypress, the trunk rotted enough to create a cave of sorts. Marcus, Jerome, and Elena, who'd regained consciousness but couldn't walk without support, pressed together in the darkness while the storm raged outside. The Hendersons were gone. They'd scattered when the creature appeared, and in the chaos of the rain, Marcus had lost them. Tom, Sarah, Jake, swallowed by the swamp. Whether they were running or had been taken, he didn't know. "Radio Denise," Jerome whispered. "Tell them to go. Get help." Marcus tried. Static answered. The storm or something else was blocking all signals. "We wait till dawn," Marcus said. "First light, we move for the boats, if they're still there." "And if that thing finds us first?" Marcus didn't answer. He didn't have one. The hours passed in terror. The rain slowed, then stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a sky with no moon, only stars that seemed impossibly distant. In that absolute darkness, they heard the hunt continuing. Screams in the distance. Jake Henderson's voice, then silence. Howling, circling their position, moving closer with each pass. And once, just once, something scraped against the outside of their log, claws dragging across rotted wood, a voice whispering, "I know you're in there, Marcus. I can smell your guilt. Come out and face me. Die like your mother wanted you to live, with courage." Marcus pressed his hand over his mouth to keep from screaming. Dawn came at 0612. The gray light filtered through the cypress canopy like a blessing. Marcus crawled from the log first, sidearm ready, and found nothing. The island was empty. The creature was gone. And on the muddy ground in front of their hiding spot, arranged in a neat row, were 4 objects: Tom Henderson's wedding ring, Sarah Henderson's glasses, Jake Henderson's sneaker, and a child's hair ribbon, pink and stained with something dark. No bodies, no blood, just trophies. They reached the boats at 700. Denise and Ray were alive. They'd spent the night in the airboats, engines idling, ready to flee. Denise had heard the screams. She'd heard things moving in the water around them, but nothing had attacked. "It wasn't interested in us," Ray said, his face gray. "We weren't the ones it wanted." They returned to the dock at 0830. Marcus filed his report. 4 Henderson family members, missing and presumed dead. Derek Guidry's team, Pete Arsenault recovered, 4 others missing and presumed dead, 'cause undetermined. The official conclusion would be animal attack, species unknown. Elena recovered fully. She transferred to a desk job in Baton Rouge and never spoke of that night. Jerome quit search and rescue. He works at a hardware store in Lafayette now. He still doesn't sleep without the lights on. Ray Fontenot died 6 months later. Heart attack, the doctors said. But his daughter told Marcus that at the end, Ray kept talking about yellow eyes at the window. Yellow eyes, watching, waiting. Denise stayed. She and Marcus still work at Boneyard Marsh. They don't take assignments near Whisper Island. But every new moon, when the darkness is complete, Marcus hears the howling. It comes from somewhere deep in the refuge, somewhere the maps don't show, and it always calls his name. "Marcus, come find me. I'm still waiting. I'll always be waiting." He knows someday he'll have to answer. The marsh remembers. The marsh hungers. And in the places between the marked trails where the old things live, something ancient is patient. It has forever. Location: Boneyard Marsh Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana. Date: September 28th, 2016. The heat was a living thing in Boneyard Marsh, pressing against Marcus Reeves's skin like wet fabric, filling his lungs with air so thick it felt like breathing through a sponge. He wiped the sweat from his forehead for the third time in 5 minutes and checked the fuel gauge on the airboat. 3/4 full, enough to get them deep into the refuge and back, assuming nothing went wrong. Nothing ever went wrong the way you expected in the bayou. The refuge headquarters sat on the only solid ground for miles, a concrete block building with a dock extending into the brown water of Catfish Channel. Marcus had worked out of this station for 11 years, longer than anyone else on the current roster. He knew Boneyard Marsh the way a man knows his own house. Every twist of the waterways, every cypress stand, every patch of quicksand masquerading as solid ground. He knew where the gators nested in spring, where the wild boar rooted in fall, where the water moccasins coiled in the summer shade. He knew the sounds, the chorus of frogs at dusk, the splash of nutria, the prehistoric grunt of bull gators calling for mates. He also knew the stories. Every Cajun kid grew up hearing them. "Team's ready," called Denise from the dock. She was already loading the medical kit into the second airboat, her movements efficient despite the heat. Denise Thibodeau had been the refuge's emergency medic for 6 years, a former Army combat medic who'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan before coming home to Louisiana. Nothing rattled her. Marcus had seen her set a compound fracture while armadillos fought 3 feet away, calm as Sunday morning. The rest of the team assembled on the dock. Ray Fontenot, their tracker, a wiry 62-year-old who'd grown up in these swamps and knew them better than the maps did. Elena Castillo, a wildlife officer on loan from Texas Parks, and Jerome Washington, the youngest of them at 26, a volunteer firefighter who'd trained with search and rescue for 2 years. 5 people, 2 airboats, one mission that had already gone wrong once. "All right, listen up." Marcus spread the laminated map across the dock's weathered planks. Henderson family, parents and 2 teenagers, went out kayaking Sunday morning. They were supposed to stay on the marked trail through Heron Bay, loop back by afternoon. Never returned. Derek took his team in yesterday at 600 to search the standard lost kayaker grids. He tapped the map. Last radio contact with Derek was 1800 hours yesterday. They'd found one of the Henderson kayaks abandoned near Whisper Island. His finger moved to a small landmass deep in the refuge's interior. After that, nothing. No response on any channel. Emergency beacon never activated. "That's 14 hours of silence," Elena said. Her hand rested on the sidearm at her hip. 5 trained SAR personnel don't just go quiet for 14 hours. "No," Marcus agreed. "They don't." Ray Fontenot spat into the water. "Whisper Island," he said, and the way he said it made the others look at him. "My grandpère used to tell stories about that place. Said the old Huma people wouldn't go there. Said something lives in those waters that ain't natural." "Ray," Marcus started. I know. Superstition. Old Cajun nonsense." Ray's eyes were flat and serious. "But I also know Derek Guidry. Known him 20 years. That man don't spook easy, and he don't miss radio check-ins. Something happened out there, Marcus. Something bad." The humidity pressed down. Somewhere in the refuge, a bird screamed, a harsh alien sound that echoed across the water and died. "We move in 2 boats," Marcus said. "I'll take lead with Ray and Jerome. Denise, you're with Elena in the second boat 30 meters back. We maintain visual contact at all times. Nobody goes anywhere alone. Clear?" 4 nods. "Radio's on channel 7. Check in every 15 minutes. If you see anything at all, you call it out." He folded the map. "Storm's coming in tonight. We've got maybe 8 hours of decent weather. Let's move." The airboat engines roared to life, shattering the swamp's silence, and they pushed off into the brown water of Catfish Channel. 40 hours earlier, the Henderson family had been laughing. Tom Henderson had planned this trip for months, a kayaking adventure through the Louisiana bayou, something different from their usual beach vacations, something the kids would remember. His wife Sarah had been skeptical at first, but she'd warmed to the idea. Their son Jake, 17, had been excited. Their daughter Lily, 15, had complained about the lack of Wi-Fi but brought her waterproof camera anyway. They'd launched from the refuge dock at 8 a.m. Sunday. following the marked buoys through Heron Bay. The water was calm. The cypress trees rose around them like cathedral columns, draped in Spanish moss that swayed in the faint breeze. Tom had felt for the first time in months genuinely relaxed. The trouble started when Jake spotted the side channel. "Dad, look, there's a path through there. Can we check it out?" The channel was narrow, barely wide enough for a single kayak, branching off from the main waterway into deeper forest. The buoy system didn't extend there. It wasn't on Tom's map. "We should stick to the marked trail," Sarah said. But Jake was already paddling toward the opening and Lily was following, and Tom found himself thinking, what's the harm? They were experienced kayakers. They had supplies. They could explore for a bit and circle back. They entered the side channel at 10:47 a.m. By noon, they were lost. The channel had branched and branched again and again, each fork looking identical to the last. Tom's compass showed consistent headings, but the sun's position didn't match. The GPS on his phone showed no signal. The cypress trees pressed closer, their roots forming twisted walls on either side, and the water grew darker, stained almost black with tannins. "Dad," Lily's voice was small. "Something's following us." Tom looked back. The water behind them was still. Too still. No ripples, no insects skating across the surface, no fish breaking for air. "There's nothing there, honey." There was. I saw it. Something big. They paddled faster. By 3 p.m. they'd found the island, a mound of solid earth rising from the swamp, covered in scrub brush and a few twisted oaks. It wasn't on any map Tom had, but they were exhausted, dehydrated, and the water around them had started to feel wrong, as if something beneath the surface was tracking their movements. They pulled the kayaks onto the muddy shore and made camp. Tom tried the emergency whistle. 3 blasts, the universal distress signal. The sound died in the heavy air, swallowed by the swamp. That night they heard the howling. It started around 2 a.m., a sound that wasn't quite a wolf, wasn't quite human, rising from somewhere in the darkness beyond the island's edge. Sarah clutched Tom's arm. Jake and Lily pressed close. The sound circled them, moving through the trees at the island's perimeter, sometimes close enough that Tom swore he could hear breathing beneath the howl. Then it spoke. Tom. His name. His actual name. In a voice that sounded like gravel dragged across bone. "Tom. Bring me the children." Sarah screamed. Tom grabbed the emergency flare from his pack, lit it, held it high. The red light pushed back the darkness for perhaps 30 feet. At the edge of that light, something stood. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8. It might have been human once or worn human shape, but the proportions were wrong. Arms too long, legs jointed backward, a face that was mostly mouth. Its eyes caught the flare light and reflected it back, yellow and intelligent and hungry. Tom threw the flare at it. The creature caught it, held the burning cylinder in a hand with too many fingers, smiled with a mouth that opened too wide. "Running makes it sweeter," it said. And then it was gone, moving into the darkness faster than anything that size should move. The Hendersons ran. They left everything. Kayaks, supplies, sanity. And they ran into the swamp, splashing through knee-deep water, tripping over roots, Sarah dragging Lily, Tom dragging Jake. They ran until the island was far behind them, until their lungs burned and their legs screamed, until they collapsed against a cypress trunk and could go no further. It was still dark. It was always dark here. And somewhere behind them, something was following, patient and amused, herding them deeper into the marsh. Marcus's airboat rounded the bend into Whisper Channel and he cut the engine. Ahead, wedged against a fallen cypress, was Derek's airboat. It was intact, no visible damage, no signs of collision. Just abandoned, drifting gently in the current, the emergency lights still blinking their slow red pulse. "Jesus," Jerome breathed. Marcus keyed his radio. "Denise, hold position. We're going to check the boat." "Copy. We see it. Marcus, the supplies are still there." She was right. As they drifted closer, Marcus could see the cases of water, The first aid kit, the rescue equipment, all untouched. Derek's team had 5 people. They hadn't taken anything. "Ray, what do you see?" The old tracker was leaning over the side of their boat, studying the water, the vegetation, the patterns only he could read. "Mud's disturbed on that bank," he said, pointing. "Multiple sets of boots going into the water, not coming out. Could have swam to the island. Could have." Ray's voice said he didn't believe it. "Could have also been dragged." Marcus climbed onto Derek's airboat. The deck was slick with morning dew, but beneath that, something else. A dark stain on the aluminum, dried and cracked in the heat. He crouched, touched it, lifted his fingers to the light. Blood. A lot of blood. "Found something," Jerome called. He was at the boat's control console, holding up a handheld radio. The casing was cracked, the antenna snapped off, but the power light was still on, blinking weakly. Marcus took it, turned up the volume. Static hissed from the speaker, and beneath the static something else. A voice, repeating. "Don't come. It knows you're... Don't..." Derek's voice. Faint, distorted, but unmistakably Derek. "Derek!" Marcus shouted into the radio. "Derek, this is Marcus. What's your position? Over." The static swelled. The voice changed. "Marcus!" Not Derek now. Something else wearing Derek's vocal cords, speaking with Derek's mouth. "Come find me, brother. I've been waiting." The temperature dropped. In the Louisiana swamp in late September, the temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and Marcus's breath came out in a visible cloud. "Come into the water, Marcus. It's so warm here. You'll never be alone again." He threw the radio into the swamp. It sank without a ripple. "Back to the boats," he said. "Now." They found the first body at 1400 hours. Elena spotted it, a shape caught in the roots of a cypress, pale against the dark water. Jerome pulled alongside, and Marcus reached down to turn it over. It was Pete Arsenault, one of Derek's team. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, mouth open in a scream that would never end. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the wounds. His chest had been opened, not slashed, opened. The rib cage spread wide like someone had needed to see what was inside. But there was no blood in the water, no blood anywhere. As if something had drained him completely before discarding the shell. Denise checked for vitals anyway. Professional habit. He's been dead at least 12 hours, maybe more. What could do this? Jerome's voice cracked. What animal? No animal, Ray said. He'd gone pale beneath his tan, his weathered face suddenly old. I told you about Whisper Island. My grandpère. Ray. Marcus gripped the old man's shoulder. Stay with me. What did your grandfather say? Larugaroo. The word came out like a prayer, like a curse. The wolf man. It lives in the dark places, the places between. It hunts during the new moon, when there's no light to show its true face. It takes you apart, drinks what makes you human, leaves the rest. That's folklore. Pete Arsenault is folklore now. Ray's eyes were wild. Look at him, Marcus. Look at what was done to him. That ain't a gator. That ain't a boar. That's something that wanted him to suffer. That's something that enjoyed it. The swamp was silent around them. No birds, no frogs, no insects. Just the 5 of them, floating in the shadow of the cypress, with a mutilated corpse and the growing certainty that they were not alone. Marcus's radio crackled. Marcus, Derek's voice again, or what used Derek's voice. You found Pete. Good. He screamed for hours. Will you scream too? I hope so. I like it when they scream. Where are you? Marcus shouted into the radio. Where's the rest of the team? Laughter, low and wet and wrong. Close, so close. Can you feel me watching, Marcus? I've been watching since you entered the marsh. I know your team. Denise, who lost her brother in Kandahar. Ray, who drinks to forget his wife. Jerome, who's afraid of the dark. Still after all these years. Elena, who left Texas because of what her father did to her. The voice knew them, knew things it couldn't know. And you, Marcus. You who stayed when your mother was dying. You who chose the swamp over her hospital bed. She called for you at the end, did you know that? She called and you never came. Marcus's hand was shaking. The radio felt like ice in his grip. Tonight is the new moon, the voice said. Tonight there is no light. Tonight we hunt. The transmission ended. For a long moment no one spoke. The heat pressed down, but Marcus couldn't stop shivering. We need to get out, Elena said. Now, forget the Hendersons. Forget Derek's team. We need to get back to the dock before... We can't. Jerome was pointing at the sky. The storm had arrived faster than predicted. Black clouds were boiling up from the Gulf, and even as they watched, the first fat drops of rain began to fall. The wind picked up, whipping the Spanish moss into writhing streamers. Main channel's going to flood within the hour, Ray said. Current will be too strong for the airboats. We'll have to find high ground. Wait it out. High ground, Marcus repeated. He looked at the map, though he already knew what it would show. The only high ground for miles is Whisper Island. The rain fell harder. The sky darkened toward premature twilight. And somewhere in the swamp, something laughed. They reached Whisper Island at 16:30 hours, just as the storm broke in earnest. The island was perhaps 2 acres of solid ground, ringed by cypress and choked with undergrowth. They pulled the airboats as far onto the shore as they could and began securing camp. The rain came down in sheets, warm and relentless, turning the ground to mud, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. It was Jerome who found the kayaks, 4 of them, pulled up on the opposite shore, half hidden in the brush. The Hendersons made it here, he called. Marcus jogged over, rain streaming down his face. The kayaks were empty, abandoned. Nearby in the mud he could see footprints, adult and child running toward the island's interior, and alongside those prints, something else. The tracks were humanoid but wrong. The feet were too large, the stride too long, and at the end of each toe print was a deep gouge, as if claws had sunk into the earth with every step. It herded them here, Marcus said. Drove them onto the island. Why? Denise asked. If it wanted to kill them. Because it's not just about killing. Ray's voice was barely audible over the rain. La Rougarou don't just hunt, it plays. It wants fear. It feeds on terror as much as flesh. It brings them here to its place where it knows every shadow, and then it takes its time. The wind screamed through the trees. The rain intensified, and from somewhere deep in the island's interior, a girl screamed. Lily Henderson. Marcus drew his sidearm. Jerome, Elena with me. Denise, Ray, stay with the boats. Anyone approaches who isn't us, you get on the water and you don't look back. Marcus. That's an order. He plunged into the undergrowth, Jerome and Elena close behind. The rain was a wall now, the darkness nearly complete. Marcus's flashlight cut a feeble path through the storm, illuminating twisted branches and hanging moss and glimpses of movement that vanished when he turned toward them. The girl screamed again, closer. They burst into a clearing and stopped. Tom Henderson stood in the center of the open space, rain streaming down his face, arms hanging limp at his sides. His wife and son knelt behind him, clutching each other, faces blank with shock. Lily was nowhere. Mr. Henderson? Marcus approached slowly, weapon raised. Tom Henderson? I'm with Search and Rescue. We're here to help. Tom turned. His eyes were wrong, too wide, too dark, the pupils blown out to the edges of the iris. It let us live, he said. His voice was flat, mechanical. It said to wait for you. It said you would come. Where's your daughter, Tom? Where's Lily? Tom smiled. It wasn't a human expression. It was something learned, rehearsed, performed by muscles that didn't quite remember how. She's with it now, he said. She stopped screaming an hour ago. It said if we waited, if we brought you here, it would let the rest of us go. Tom, it's right behind you. Marcus spun. The thing that had been hiding in the rain stepped forward, and Marcus understood why the Cajun people had feared this creature for 300 years. It stood 8 feet tall, hunched beneath its own impossible weight. Its body was a ruin of human and wolf and something older, something that predated both. Arms that ended in hands with 6 clawed fingers, legs that bent the wrong way at the knee, a face that was mostly mouth, rows of teeth descending into a throat that seemed to go on forever. Its skin was gray and slick with rain, and its eyes, its yellow, intelligent, ancient eyes, fixed on Marcus with recognition. Marcus Reeves, it said. Its voice was every voice. Derek's, Pete's, the Hendersons', Marcus's own mother calling him home. I've been waiting for you. They always send their best last. And you, Marcus, you taste like guilt. My favorite. Elena opened fire. 3 shots, center mass. The creature didn't flinch. It looked down at the holes in its chest, watched them close, and laughed. Silver, it said. You would need silver. But you don't believe in monsters, do you? None of you do. That's what makes it so delicious. It moved. Marcus had never seen anything move that fast. One moment it was 10 feet away, the next it was beside Elena, its hand around her throat, lifting her off the ground like a doll. She kicked, gasped, clawed at the grip. I could drain her right now, the Rougarou said. I could open her up while you watch, but where's the sport in that? It tossed Elena aside like garbage. She hit a cypress trunk and didn't get up. Run, the creature said. I'll give you until full dark. And then the hunt begins. Jerome was already running. Marcus grabbed Elena, still breathing, thank God, and dragged her toward the clearing's edge. Behind them, the Rougarou began to howl, a sound that split the night and echoed across the flooded swamp. The hunt had begun. They found shelter in the hollow of a massive fallen cypress, the trunk rotted enough to create a cave of sorts. Marcus, Jerome, and Elena, who'd regained consciousness but couldn't walk without support, pressed together in the darkness while the storm raged outside. The Hendersons were gone. They'd scattered when the creature appeared, and in the chaos of the rain, Marcus had lost them. Tom, Sarah, Jake, swallowed by the swamp. Whether they were running or had been taken, he didn't know. Radio Denise, Jerome whispered. Tell them to go. Get help. Marcus tried. Static answered. The storm or something else was blocking all signals. We wait till dawn, Marcus said. First light, we move for the boats, if they're still there. And if that thing finds us first? Marcus didn't answer. He didn't have one. The hours passed in terror. The rain slowed, then stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a sky with no moon, only stars that seemed impossibly distant. In that absolute darkness, they heard the hunt continuing. Screams in the distance. Jake Henderson's voice, then silence. Howling, circling their position, moving closer with each pass. And once, just once, something scraped against the outside of their log, claws dragging across rotted wood, a voice whispering, I know you're in there, Marcus. I can smell your guilt. Come out and face me. Die like your mother wanted you to live, with courage. Marcus pressed his hand over his mouth to keep from screaming. Dawn came at 0612. The gray light filtered through the cypress canopy like a blessing. Marcus crawled from the log first, sidearm ready, and found nothing. The island was empty. The creature was gone. And on the muddy ground in front of their hiding spot, arranged in a neat row, were 4 objects. Tom Henderson's wedding ring, Sarah Henderson's glasses, Jake Henderson's sneaker, and a child's hair ribbon, pink and stained with something dark. No bodies, no blood, just trophies. They reached the boats at 700. Denise and Ray were alive. They'd spent the night in the airboats, engines idling, ready to flee. Denise had heard the screams. She'd heard things moving in the water around them, but nothing had attacked. It wasn't interested in us, Ray said, his face gray. We weren't the ones it wanted. They returned to the dock at 0830. Marcus filed his report. 4 Henderson family members, missing and presumed dead. Derek Guidry's team, Pete Arsenault recovered, 4 others missing and presumed dead. 'Cause undetermined. The official conclusion would be, animal attack, species unknown. Elena recovered fully. She transferred to a desk job in Baton Rouge and never spoke of that night. Jerome quit search and rescue. He works at a hardware store in Lafayette now. He still doesn't sleep without the lights on. Ray Fontenot died 6 months later. Heart attack, the doctors said. But his daughter told Marcus that at the end, Ray kept talking about yellow eyes at the window. Yellow eyes, watching, waiting. Denise stayed. She and Marcus still work at Boneyard Marsh. They don't take assignments near Whisper Island. But every new moon, when the darkness is complete, Marcus hears the howling. It comes from somewhere deep in the refuge, somewhere the maps don't show, and it always calls his name. Marcus, come find me. I'm still waiting. I'll always be waiting. He knows someday he'll have to answer. The marsh remembers. The marsh hungers. And in the places between the marked trails where the old things live, something ancient is patient. It has forever. Location, Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date, October 27, 2009. The fog came off Kabetogama Lake like something breathing, slow and deliberate, curling between the black spruce and paper birch that crowded the shoreline. Nathan Erickson stood on the dock behind the Ash River Visitor Center, coffee thermos warming his hands, watching the mist erase the world in layers. First, the far shore vanished. Then the small islands. Then the water itself, until he could see nothing beyond 20 feet of gray wooden planking and the vague suggestion of his patrol boat rocking gently in the unseen current. The air smelled of decomposing leaves, cold water, and something else. That particular mineral sharpness that meant temperatures would drop hard tonight. He'd worked Voyageurs for 6 years now, and his body had learned to read the land the way some people read expressions. This morning, the land was holding its breath. October in the park meant solitude. The summer crowds were 3 months gone. The fall color tourists had packed up 2 weeks ago. And now the skeleton crew remained. Himself, District Ranger Patricia Holm, at the Rainy Lake Station 40 miles north, and old Frank Beaulieu, who ran the Namakan outpost near the Canadian border. 3 rangers for 18,000 acres of water and wilderness. The park wouldn't officially close until November 15th, but they might see 2 or 3 visitors between now and then. Maybe none. Nathan finished his coffee and headed back inside to complete the morning equipment check. The visitor center was a modest building, all honey-colored pine and large windows that looked out on nothing but fog this morning. He verified the emergency medical kit was stocked, tested both handheld radios and found them clear, checked the satellite phone battery, and logged everything in the daily operations journal. His handwriting was neat, precise, a habit from his army days that had never faded. 715 hours. Fog advisory. Visibility, 100 feet. Lake patrol postponed until conditions improve. He initialed the entry and set the journal aside. The radio crackled to life. Ash River, this is Rainy Lake, morning check. Nathan keyed the response. Rainy Lake, Ash River copies, all quiet here. Fog's thick as soup, I'm grounded until it lifts. Patricia's voice came back warm with static. Same up here. Supposed to clear by noon, then we've got that cold front coming through tonight. You winterized the boat yet? Doing it this week. Don't wait too long. Ice comes fast up here. Rainy Lake out. The radio went silent, and the fog pressed against the windows like something wanting in. By mid-morning, the fog had thinned enough that Nathan could see the parking lot from his office window. That's when he noticed the car, a silver Honda Civic with Wisconsin plates, parked in the far corner near the trailhead. He hadn't heard it arrive. The fog must have swallowed the engine sound completely. He pulled on his jacket and walked out to investigate. The car was cold to the touch, which meant it had been there at least an hour, probably longer. Through the window he could see a day pack on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, and a folded map with yellow highlighter marks tracing the Blind Ash Bay Trail. On the dashboard, a handwritten note. Starting at 6 a.m., should be back by noon. Don't worry. A. Nathan checked the trailhead registry. The last entry was timed at 5:47 a.m. Allison Marsh, age 28, Madison, WI, solo hiker. Intended destination, Blind Ash Bay Overlook, 4.2-mile loop. Expected return, 12 Oz p.m. He checked his watch. 10:23 a.m. Still within her window. But something about the empty car bothered him. Some instinct he couldn't name. The fog was lifting, yes, but it was lifting wrong. Usually it burned off evenly as the sun warmed the water. Today it seemed to be pulling back in patches, retreating into the trees rather than dissolving, leaving pockets of opacity scattered through the forest like held breath. Nathan told himself he was being paranoid. 6 years in the backcountry teaches you to trust your gut, but it also teaches you that your gut is wrong 9 times out of 10. He went back inside, made a second pot of coffee, and decided he'd check the trailhead again at noon. If she wasn't back by then, he'd hike in after her. At 11:15 a.m., the fog was gone from the lake but still thick in the forest. Nathan could see it from the dock, a wall of gray beginning exactly where the trees began, as if the mist had decided that was its territory and the water was his. He'd never seen fog behave quite like that. Probably just a temperature differential between the lake surface and the forest floor. Probably. The birds had stopped singing. He noticed it suddenly, the way you notice a sound only when it stops. No chickadees, no woodpeckers, no ravens. The silence was so complete he could hear his own heartbeat. Unit 7, Ash River radio check. His voice sounded strange in the quiet. Too loud, an intrusion, static. Then Patricia's voice, faint. River, copy, breaking up. Rainy Lake, I'm getting interference. Can you boost your signal? Hear you. Signals, something with the transmission dissolved into white noise. Nathan adjusted frequencies, tried the backup channel, got nothing but static that sounded almost like breathing. A slow rhythmic hiss that rose and fell with an organic cadence. He checked his watch. 11:47 a.m. Allison Marsh should be walking out of those woods in 13 minutes. Nathan stared at the trailhead, at the fog that refused to leave the trees, and made a decision. He grabbed his pack, his radio, his flashlight, and headed for the trail. 3 hours earlier, Allison had watched the sunrise from the Blind Ash Bay Overlook and thought she'd never seen anything so beautiful. The fog lay below her like a silver ocean, the tops of pine trees poking through like dark islands, and above it all the sky burned orange and pink with the coming dawn. She'd driven 11 hours from Madison for this moment, for this silence, this solitude, this feeling of being the only person alive in a world made new. She was an experienced hiker, 3 years of solo trips through the Northwoods, proper gear, proper training, a spot beacon in her pack that could summon rescue anywhere on Earth. She'd done her research on voyageurs, knew the trails, knew the risks. The overlook was exactly where the map said it would be. The trail had been well marked and easy to follow, so she couldn't explain why, on the way back down, she found herself standing in a section of forest she didn't recognize. The trail was there. She was sure of that. She could see the brown wooden posts with the yellow blazes stretching ahead through the birch trees exactly as they should. But the trees themselves were wrong, too dense, too uniform. And the fog, which should have been burning off by now, was thicker here than it had been at dawn, pressing close around her like walls slowly contracting. Allison stopped, consulted her map. According to the trail markers, she was exactly where she should be, about 3 miles from the trailhead, 45 minutes from her car. But she'd been walking for over an hour since leaving the overlook, and the overlook was only 2.1 miles from the start. The math didn't work. "Okay," she said aloud, because the silence was starting to bother her. "You got turned around somewhere. It happens. Just keep following the blazes." She walked. The fog walked with her, maintaining its distance, never closer than 10 feet, never farther than 20. A gray perimeter that moved as she moved, stopped as she stopped. The trail markers continued to appear at regular intervals, but Allison began to notice something wrong with them. The blazes were the right color, the right shape, painted on the right kind of wooden post. But the posts were too new. No weathering, no lichen, no evidence they'd stood through even one Minnesota winter. And they were placed at wrong angles, not facing the direction of travel, but facing inward, toward her, as if they weren't marking a trail at all, but watching her pass. The spot beacon was in her pack. One button press and rescue services would have her GPS coordinates within minutes. But she wasn't lost, not really. She was on the trail. She could see the markers. She just needed to keep walking, and eventually she'd reach the parking lot, and she'd laugh about this over beers back in Madison. The time I got spooked in the fog and almost hit the panic button like an idiot. That's when she heard the voice. "Allison." She froze. The voice had come from somewhere ahead, in the fog. A man's voice, calm and ordinary, as if calling to a friend across a parking lot. "Hello?" Her own voice sounded thin. "Who's there?" Silence. The fog shifted, and for a moment Allison thought she saw a shape. Tall, thin, standing motionless between two birch trees about 30 yards ahead. Then the fog closed again and there was nothing. "Allison." The same voice, same tone. But this time it came from behind her. She spun. The trail stretched back into gray emptiness. No one there. But the trail posts were closer now, she was certain of it. They'd been 10 feet apart before. Now they were maybe 6. And they were all facing her. Every single one. Their yellow blazes like eyes in the mist. The spot beacon. She needed the spot beacon. Her hands shook as she unzipped her pack, dug through the contents, found the familiar weight of the device. She pressed the emergency button. The confirmation light blinked once, twice, 3 times. Signal sent. Help would come. All she had to do was wait. "Allison." The voice was closer now, coming from everywhere and nowhere, and it wasn't quite right anymore. The cadence was wrong. The vowels stretched too long, as if something were learning to speak by copying sounds it didn't understand. "Allison, don't worry." Those last 2 words, from her note on the dashboard, from the message she'd written to herself that morning. Something was reading her. Something was learning her. Allison ran. Nathan found her pack at 12:34 p.m., about a mile and a half up the Blind Ash Bay Trail. It was sitting in the middle of the path, upright and neatly positioned, as if someone had set it down carefully and walked away. The main compartment was open, contents undisturbed. Water, granola bars, rain jacket, first aid kit. Her wallet was in the side pocket, driver's license confirming what he already knew. Allison Marsh, 28, Madison. The photo showed a woman with dark hair and a confident smile, the kind of face that expected good things from the world. The spot beacon was missing. Nathan keyed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 7. I have a situation at Blind Ash Bay Trail, approximately mile marker 1.5. Found abandoned pack belonging to missing hiker Allison Marsh, female 28. Pack appears deliberately placed. Requesting immediate..." The radio screamed, not static, a sound, high and continuous like metal scraping metal or wind through a crack in something that should be sealed, or a voice stretched past the point of breaking. Nathan yanked the radio away from his ear, heart hammering, and the sound stopped as suddenly as it began. Silence. That horrible, complete silence. Then through the speaker, a voice. Patricia's voice, but wrong. "Nathan, don't worry." The same 2 words, the same cadence, and underneath it, barely audible, a sound like breathing, or like something very large, very patient, trying to remember how breathing worked. Nathan turned off the radio. The fog was closer now, he realized. When he'd found the pack, he could see 20 yards in either direction. Now the visibility had shrunk to 10, maybe less. And the trees were wrong. Too many birches, packed too close together, their white bark like bone in the gray light. He'd hiked this trail dozens of times. There shouldn't be birches here. This section passed through old-growth spruce, dark and widely spaced. He was standing in a forest that didn't exist. "Allison!" His shout vanished into the fog without echo. "Allison Marsh, National Park Service. Can you hear me?" Nothing. Then, a shape moved in the fog ahead. Tall, thin, walking toward him with a gait that was almost human but not quite, the legs bending at angles that made his eyes hurt to follow. Nathan drew his sidearm. "Stop right there. Identify yourself." The shape stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, slowly, it raised one arm, an arm too long with too many joints, and pointed past Nathan, toward something behind him. He didn't turn. He knew better than to turn. Whatever was back there wanted him to look, wanted his attention divided, wanted... Nathan. The voice came from behind him, close enough to touch, and it was Allison's voice. He knew without knowing how he knew. But there was something else layered beneath it, something old and hungry and patient, and it was speaking with her throat, using her breath, wearing her words like a mask. "I found the trail. Come see." Nathan ran. He ran without thinking, crashing through birches that shouldn't exist toward spruce trees he could barely see, and the fog ran with him, and all around him in the gray, he could hear footsteps. Dozens of footsteps. Hundreds. Keeping perfect pace. Never falling behind, never rushing ahead, just following with that terrible patience of something that knows its prey cannot run forever. He burst out of the tree line and nearly fell into the lake. The dock was there. The visitor center was there. The fog stopped at the tree line as if it had hit a wall, churning and roiling but not crossing. Not yet. Nathan stood in the parking lot gasping, his sidearm still drawn, watching the mist pulse between the trees like something alive and frustrated. Allison's car was gone. He hadn't heard it leave. There was no one else in the park who could have driven it away, but the space where it had been was empty, and on the ground where the driver's door would have been, he found a single sheet of paper, the note from her dashboard, the one that said, "Don't worry." The handwriting had changed. The words were the same, but the letters were wrong now, stretched and angular, written by something that had seen human writing but didn't understand what made it human. At the bottom, in that same alien hand, 3 new words had been added. "I remember you." The search operation found nothing. 47 personnel, tracking dogs, helicopter surveys, divers in Kabetogama Lake, nothing. No body, no trace of Allison Marsh after the abandoned pack on the trail. The spot beacon had activated at 11:23 a.m. The GPS coordinates pointed to a location 2.3 miles into the backcountry, in a section of old-growth forest. When rescuers reached the coordinates, they found only birch trees, a dense grove of paper birch that shouldn't have been there, that wasn't there on any survey, that the oldest rangers swore hadn't existed before that day. The grove is still there. It's grown every year since. Nathan Erickson requested a transfer 3 weeks after the incident. He was denied. Budget cuts, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic indifference. He still works at Voyageurs, still runs patrols, still watches the fog come off the lake in the early mornings and wonders what's watching back. He doesn't hike the blind Ash Bay Trail anymore. No one does, not since a volunteer from the Minnesota Conservation Corps came back from a maintenance survey pale and shaking, refusing to say what he'd seen except that there were too many trail markers. There were too many. And they were all facing the wrong way. And there was something standing in the birches that knew his name. The official report lists Allison Marsh as missing, presumed drowned. The file is closed, but sometimes late at night when the wind comes down from Canada and the temperature drops hard and fast, Nathan hears his radio crackle to life. Static first, then breathing, then a voice. Allison's voice, Patricia's voice, old Frank Beaulieu's voice, his own voice, saying the same 3 words over and over, patient and hungry and eternal. I remember you. He's learned not to answer. He knows it's waiting for him to answer. Some nights he almost wants to. That's what scares him most. Location: Voyageurs, National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 19th, 2017. The first snow of the season arrived without ceremony, falling in thick curtains across the black mirror surface of Kabetogama Lake. Nathan Cole stood at the window of the Ash River Visitor Center, watching the flakes dissolve into the water while steam rose from the coffee mug warming his hands. 6 years with the National Park Service, 4 of them here at Voyageurs, and he still found himself pausing at moments like this, when the world went quiet and white, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The station radio crackled with the morning weather report out of International Falls. Temperatures dropping through the 20s. Wind chill advisory in effect by nightfall. Accumulation of 8 to 12 inches expected. Nothing unusual for mid-November in northern Minnesota, but enough to close most of the backcountry access points and send the last of the seasonal staff home for the winter. Nathan was one of 3 rangers remaining until spring, a skeleton crew to monitor the frozen landscape, check on the occasional ice fisherman, and wait out the long months of darkness. He finished his coffee and began his morning equipment check, a ritual so ingrained it required no conscious thought. Flashlight batteries full, GPS unit, charged and calibrated, emergency beacon, functional, radio, clear on all frequencies. He tested the channel to dispatch, received confirmation from Eileen's familiar voice, and noted the time in his logbook. The routine was a kind of prayer, he sometimes thought, small acts of preparation against the vast indifference of the wilderness. Outside, the temperature had already dropped 3 degrees since dawn. Nathan pulled on his insulated parka and stepped onto the wooden deck, his boots leaving the first prints in the accumulating snow. The air carried that particular scent of northern winter, pine resin sharpened by cold, the metallic promise of more snow to come, the faint organic undertone of the lake preparing to freeze. Familiar sounds filled the morning despite the snowfall. The distant honking of the last Canada geese heading south, the creak of cold-stressed branches, the soft percussion of snow landing on snow. He walked the perimeter of the visitor center, checking the building's winterization, ensuring no wildlife had found its way into the storage sheds. A set of wolf tracks crossed the parking lot. 5 animals, maybe 6, heading northeast toward the Kabetogama Peninsula. He photographed them for the wildlife monitoring database, noting their size and spacing. Healthy pack, well-fed before the lean months. He knew these wolves, or at least knew of them. The Moose Bay pack, they called them, though wolves respected no human boundaries or names. Back inside, he reviewed the trail registry from the previous day. Only one entry. Grace Holloway, solo hiker, signed in at 7:43 a.m. for the Cruiser Lake Trail. Signed out, blank. Nathan checked his watch. 8:15 a.m. She would have had to leave before dark yesterday to reach her car, and the parking lot had been empty when he arrived at 7. He felt the first small needle of concern, the professional instinct that preceded conscious worry. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Ash River, over. Go ahead, Ash River. I've got an unsigned trail registry from yesterday. Solo hiker, Cruiser Lake Trail. Can you run the vehicle registration for the lot? Should be the only car there. A pause. Checking now. Static then. Registration comes back to Grace Holloway, age 34, address in Duluth. Emergency contact listed as Margaret Holloway, mother, same address. Copy that. I'm going to take a drive up to the trailhead, verify the vehicle's still there. Understood. Check in at 30-minute intervals, weather's coming in fast. Nathan grabbed his pack, already loaded with emergency supplies, a habit bordering on compulsion, and headed for his truck. The snow was falling harder now, beginning to erase the world's edges. As he pulled out of the lot, he noticed the silence that had settled over the forest. No birds, no wind through the pines, just the hiss of snow against his windshield and the growl of the engine. He told himself it was the weather. Animals go quiet before a storm. It meant nothing. Grace had chosen the Cruiser Lake Trail for its solitude. That was what she told herself anyway. What she'd written in her journal that morning, sitting in her car as the sun rose over water, so still, it looked like poured metal. Solitude. Space to think. The divorce papers had been signed for 3 weeks, and she still woke each morning reaching for a body that wasn't there. The trail, all 9 miles of it, promised nothing but trees and sky and the simple clarity of physical exhaustion. She had done everything right. Checked the weather. Cold but clear through the afternoon, snow arriving overnight. Signed the trail registry with her name, her route, her expected return time of 4 p.m. Packed the 10 essentials, plus a few extras. Her father had been an Eagle Scout, and his voice still echoed in her head when she prepared for the backcountry. Flashlight, first aid kit, map, compass, knife, fire starter, emergency blanket, extra food, extra water, rain gear. She was prepared. She was capable. She had hiked alone 100 times. The trail wound through boreal forest, past beaver ponds and granite outcroppings, the landscape slowly revealing itself in layers. She saw a fox in the first hour, its rust-colored coat startling against the gray-green of the pines. Later, a bald eagle circling over one of the smaller lakes, hunting for fish before the ice locked them away. The cold pressed against her cheeks like a lover's hands, and she found herself smiling for the first time in weeks. By noon, she had reached the halfway point and stopped for lunch on a sun-warmed rock. The sky had begun to change, clouds thickening from the northwest, the light taking on that yellow-gray quality that precedes snow. Earlier than predicted, she noted. She would need to pick up her pace on the return. It was on the way back that the trail began to feel wrong. Not wrong in any way she could name at first, just a sense of unfamiliarity, as if she were walking the route for the first time instead of retracing her morning's path. The trees seemed denser here, hadn't they? And that boulder formation, she didn't remember passing it before. But she was on the trail. The blazes were still there, faded orange diamonds nailed to the bark every 100 yards or so. She was not lost. She could not be lost. The first snow began to fall at 2:17 p.m. She checked her watch twice to be certain. Light flurries at first, the kind that melt on contact, but the clouds overhead promised more. She quickened her pace. At 2:45 she stopped. The trail split ahead of her, 2 paths diverging into identical stretches of forest. She had not passed any junction on the way in. She was certain of that. Absolutely certain. She pulled out her map, orientating it with her compass, and found no corresponding junction. According to the map, the trail ran straight for another mile before curving south toward the trailhead. Grace stood very still, the snow falling on her shoulders, and listened. No wind, no birdsong, no sound at all except her own breathing, which had grown shallow and quick without her noticing. The silence pressed against her eardrums like depth pressure. "Hello?" she called, and her voice fell dead in the air, absorbed by the trees and the snow and the impossible quiet. She chose the left path. It felt arbitrary, a coin flip without a coin. The trail seemed to narrow as she walked, the trees crowding closer, their branches interlacing overhead until the gray sky became a memory seen through latticed fingers of pine. The snow was falling harder now. She could no longer see her footprints behind her. Nathan found Grace Holloway's car exactly where the registration said it would be. A blue Subaru Outback parked at the Cruiser Lake trailhead, already wearing a white cap of snow. He checked the hood. Cold. It hadn't been started in hours, probably since yesterday morning. He tried the doors. Locked. Inside, he could see a travel mug in the cup holder, a fleece jacket folded on the passenger seat, a book splayed open on the dashboard. Someone expecting to return. He radioed dispatch. "Vehicle confirmed at trailhead. No sign of the hiker. I'm going to head up the trail, see if I can make contact." "Copy. Ash River. Be advised. Visibility is dropping. We're looking at whiteout conditions within 2 hours." "Understood. I'll stay on the main trail. Turn back if conditions deteriorate." He shouldered his pack and started up the trail, following the orange blazes that appeared at regular intervals like a trail of breadcrumbs leading into the white unknown. The snow had already accumulated 2 inches, enough to obscure any tracks from the previous day. If Grace Holloway had come this way, the evidence was gone. The forest closed around him as he walked, the familiar landscape transformed by weather into something older and stranger. He knew these trails, had walked them dozens of times in every season, but the snow had a way of rewriting the world, erasing landmarks, making the known unknown. He moved carefully, checking his GPS every few minutes, confirming his position against the map in his head. 30 minutes in, he found the first anomaly. A set of tracks crossed the trail ahead of him. Human tracks. Boot prints pressed deep into the snow. Fresh, no more than an hour old based on the accumulation in the impressions. They came from the east, crossed the trail at a perpendicular angle, and continued west into untracked forest. No blazed trail ran east-west here. Nathan checked his map again. Nothing. He photographed the tracks, noted the coordinates, and continued north. The prints had been heading away from the trailhead, deeper into the backcountry, away from safety. Another 15 minutes passed. The snow intensified, cutting visibility to perhaps 50 yards. Nathan could feel the temperature dropping, the cold finding its way through the seams of his parka. He was beginning to calculate the point of no return, the moment when continuing the search would become more dangerous than abandoning it, when he heard the voice. "Hello? Is someone there?" A woman's voice, coming from somewhere off the trail to his left. Weak, but clear. He stopped, trying to pinpoint the direction. "Hello? This is Park Service. Call out again." Silence. Then, from his right, "Please help me." The same voice. The same woman. But the direction had changed. Nathan stood very still. Sound could do strange things in snowfall, bouncing off trees distorted by wind, creating illusions of location. He knew this. He had trained for this. But there was no wind. The air was utterly still, the snow falling straight down like a curtain being lowered across a stage. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I've got possible voice contact with the missing hiker, attempting to establish location." Static answered him. Not clean static, something underneath it, something that almost sounded like breathing. "Dispatch, do you copy?" The static shifted, formed itself into something that might have been words. "Come closer." Nathan checked the radio's frequency. Correct. Checked the battery. Full. The equipment was working. The problem was somewhere else. "Hello?" He called again into the forest. This time the response came from ahead of him, from the direction of the trail itself. "Nathan, I'm over here, Nathan." He knew that voice. Eileen, from dispatch. But Eileen was 30 miles away, in the ranger station at Kabetogama. Eileen, who had been on the radio with him not 10 minutes ago. Eileen, whose voice now came from somewhere in the trees ahead, impossible and wrong. "Nathan, come find me, I'm so cold." Grace had been walking for 2 hours when she realized she was going in circles. The same fallen log, the same cluster of birch trees with their white bark peeling like dead skin, the same granite outcropping shaped like a sleeping bear. She had passed them 3 times now. 3 times, though she had been walking in a straight line, following the trail, never deviating. The snow was up to her calves. Her fingers had gone numb despite her gloves. The light was failing, though it was barely 4 o'clock. In the North Country in November, darkness came early and stayed late. She stopped at the Sleeping Bear Rock and tried her phone for the 100th time. No signal. She had known there wouldn't be. She had known when she started this hike that she would be out of range. But the ritual of checking had become a compulsion, a small magic against the growing understanding that she was in serious trouble. Something was moving in the trees. She saw it in her peripheral vision, a shape passing between the trunks, too tall to be a deer, too silent to be a bear. When she turned to look directly, there was nothing, just trees and snow in the deepening dark. but she could feel it now, that prickling awareness at the back of her neck that meant something was watching. Something was waiting. "Who's there?" Her voice sounded small and thin, swallowed by the snow. From somewhere behind her, she heard her mother's voice. "Grace, honey, where are you? We're all looking for you." Her mother was in Duluth. Her mother was 63 years old and hadn't been hiking in a decade. Her mother was not here. "Grace, just follow my voice. Come toward my voice." The sound came from deeper in the forest, away from the trail, away from any direction that made sense. And even as her mind screamed that it was wrong, that it was impossible, that it was not her mother, Grace felt her feet begin to move. One step, then another, toward the voice that was not a voice, into the trees that seemed to lean toward her like hungry mouths. She stopped herself, planted her feet, forced her hands into fists against the urge to walk. "No," she said aloud. "No, you're not real." The voice stopped. And then from much closer, so close she should have been able to see whoever was speaking, a different voice. "Aren't I?" It was her own voice. Her own voice coming from the darkness between the trees. Nathan had abandoned the trail. He knew it was wrong. Everything in his training screamed that it was wrong. But the voice had come again, Eileen's voice. And then another voice he recognized, his sister Rachel, who had died 3 years ago, who had been buried in the family plot in Wisconsin, whose voice he had not heard since the last phone call before the accident. "Nathan, I miss you. Please come find me. I'm so cold here, Nathan. I'm so cold." He was not following the voice. He would not follow the voice, but he was no longer on the trail, and when he checked his GPS, the screen showed only static. The same static that had infected his radio, the same static that seemed to be spreading through every piece of equipment he carried. The snow was blinding now, true whiteout conditions. He could see perhaps 10 feet in any direction. The trees appeared and disappeared like ghosts, there and then gone, replaced by identical trees in identical positions. He had lost track of which direction led back to the trailhead. He had lost track of everything except the cold and the silence and the voices that kept coming from the forest, calling his name in the tones of people who could not be here. And then he heard something else, a woman crying. Not a familiar voice this time, not a mimicry, just raw, desperate weeping, coming from somewhere ahead of him in the white darkness. He moved toward it. He found her at the edge of a small clearing. Grace Holloway, he assumed, though he couldn't see her face. She was kneeling in the snow, her back to him, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Snow had accumulated on her jacket, on her hair, as if she had been kneeling there for hours. "Ma'am, are you Grace Holloway? I'm with the Park Service. I'm here to help you." She didn't respond, didn't move, just kept crying. That terrible, broken sound. Nathan approached slowly, one hand on the radio that no longer worked, the other extended toward her shoulder. "Ma'am, can you hear me? We need to get you out of here. There's a storm coming in." He touched her shoulder. She was cold. Not cold the way a living person gets cold. Not the chill of exposed skin, the shivering of a body fighting hypothermia. She was cold the way stone is cold, the way water is cold, the way the endless Minnesota winter is cold. Cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with absence. He pulled his hand back. His fingers had gone numb where they touched her. Slowly, she turned to face him. Grace Holloway's eyes were gone. Not damaged, not closed, simply gone, replaced by dark hollows that seemed to extend far deeper than her skull should allow. Her mouth was open, still producing that weeping sound, but her lips weren't moving. The sound came from somewhere inside her or behind her, or from the forest itself using her as a speaker. "I'm so hungry," she said, in a voice that was not her voice. "I'm so hungry and so cold." Nathan ran. He ran without direction, without thought, without any of the training that should have kept him calm. Trees loomed out of the whiteness and he dodged them, or he didn't. Branches tearing at his face, his coat, his hands. He could hear something behind him. Footsteps in the snow, keeping pace, never falling back. And ahead of him, somehow ahead of him, that weeping, that endless weeping, coming from everywhere and nowhere. His foot caught a root hidden beneath the snow. He went down hard, the impact driving the breath from his lungs. For a moment he lay there, gasping, staring up at the white sky as the snow fell on his face. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete and absolute silence. Nathan sat up slowly. The forest around him was empty. No figure pursuing him, no shape in the trees, no sign that anything had ever been there. Just snow and silence and the distant suggestion of trees fading into white. He checked his GPS. It was working again, showing his position clearly. He was half a mile from the trail, a mile and a half from the trailhead. His radio crackled and Eileen's voice, the real Eileen, he knew it was the real Eileen, came through. "Ash River, what's your status? You missed your check-in." He keyed the radio with shaking hands. "I'm here, I'm coming back." The hiker... He stopped. What could he say? "The hiker is gone. Visibility's 0. I'm aborting the search." "Copy that. Return to trailhead. We'll reassess in the morning." Nathan stood. His body ached. His face was bleeding from a dozen small cuts. His hands had gone numb inside his gloves. He began to walk, following the GPS coordinates, not looking back. Behind him, very faintly, he heard someone call his name. They found Grace Holloway's body 4 days later, after the storm passed and the search teams could finally access the backcountry. She was located 2 miles north of the Cruiser Lake Trail, in a section of forest that showed no evidence of human passage, no broken branches, no disturbed snow, no tracks of any kind. The medical examiner ruled the cause of death as hypothermia, complicated by apparent cardiac arrest. The report noted several unusual findings: severe frostbite inconsistent with the time of exposure, unexplained abrasions around the mouth and throat, and a facial expression that one of the search team members, in an unguarded moment, described as, like she died screaming, but there wasn't any sound. Nathan Cole submitted his incident report with the minimum required detail. Lost contact with dispatch due to equipment malfunction. Failed to locate the missing hiker due to weather conditions. Returned to trailhead at approximately 5:30 p.m. He did not mention the voices. He did not mention what he found in the clearing. He did not mention the cold that had seeped into his fingers when he touched her, the cold that had never quite gone away. He put in for a transfer the following week. Arizona maybe, or New Mexico. Somewhere with deserts and open sky, somewhere without forests, without the dark spaces between trees where things could hide and wait and call your name in voices that should not exist. The transfer was denied. Budget cuts, they told him. Insufficient staffing. He would need to remain at Voyageurs through the winter. At night, in his cabin at the edge of the park, Nathan lies awake and listens to the wind moving through the pines. Sometimes when the wind dies down, he hears something else. Footsteps in the snow outside his window, circling slowly, patiently, as if someone were waiting for an invitation. And sometimes, very faintly, he hears a voice that sounds almost like his own, asking him to come outside, asking him to follow, promising that it won't hurt, promising that the cold only lasts a moment. He never opens the door, but some nights in that space between waking and sleep, he finds himself standing at the window with his hand on the latch, and he cannot remember getting out of bed. The hunger is patient. The hunger can wait. Outside, the snow keeps falling, and the forest keeps its secrets. And somewhere in the frozen dark, something that used to be Grace Holloway walks the trails that exist on no map, calling for help in a voice that almost sounds human, waiting for someone to answer. Location: Crater Lake National Park, Oregon. Date: September 8, 2017. The morning briefing at the Crater Lake Ranger Station began like every other morning in early September, with coffee that was stronger than it needed to be and weather forecasts that were increasingly unreliable. Daniel Morrison had been stationed at Crater Lake for 6 years, long enough to understand that the park existed in a state of permanent contradiction. It was one of the most visited national parks in the Pacific Northwest. Yet it possessed vast areas of terrain that saw human visitation perhaps 2 or 3 times per year. It was a place of extraordinary natural beauty, the deepest lake in the United States, surrounded by ancient volcanic peaks and dense forest, and simultaneously a place where that beauty concealed genuine danger. Altitude sickness claimed victims regularly. Sudden weather changes had caught hikers unprepared. The water itself was lethal to those unlucky enough to fall in. Not just cold, though at 38 degrees Fahrenheit it was cold enough, but cold in a way that suggested something older than normal winter temperature, something that seemed to penetrate the body from the inside outward. Daniel was 42 years old, 15 years into a career with the Park Service. He'd worked at Yellowstone, at the Grand Canyon, at several smaller parks scattered across the western United States. Crater Lake was his last assignment before retirement, a quiet place he'd thought when he'd taken the position, a place to coast out the final years of his career. The park typically saw its heaviest traffic in summer, and early September marked the beginning of the shoulder season, when crowds began to thin and the staff could breathe again, except the Weather Service was forecasting severe thunderstorms to develop throughout the afternoon and evening. The kind of storms that sometimes materialized rapidly at high elevations without significant warning. The atmospheric pressure was dropping. The humidity was building. All of the indicators suggested that what had been a beautifully clear morning would transition to something considerably more hostile by evening. Daniel reviewed the current permit register. 4 parties held overnight permits, spread across different areas of the park. A family group at Watchman Campground, 2 couples at Lost Creek Campground, and a solo backpacker named Grace Morrison, no relation to Daniel, though he'd noticed the shared surname when processing the permit, who was doing a 3-day trek through the Phantom Ship area and the Northern Rim trails. Grace's permit indicated she was an experienced backcountry hiker with credentials from several mountaineering organizations. She'd planned to camp the first night at Prickly Pear Flat, the second night at the Northern Rim Overlook, and would exit at the East Rim trailhead on the 3rd day. Her itinerary was ambitious but reasonable for someone with her stated experience level. Daniel pulled up her permit photograph. Grace Morrison was a woman in her early 30s, dark hair, the kind of direct, unflinching gaze that Daniel recognized in people who spent significant time in wilderness. She carried the credentials she claimed: mountaineering certifications, wilderness first aid, rescue training. Her permit notes indicated she was documenting plant species adaptation at high elevation, research-focused rather than recreational. Daniel approved it without hesitation. That was something he would remember later. The simple decision made in a few seconds to trust the credentials and the photograph and the assumption that experience meant safety. It was not a bad decision. It was simply a human decision, made with incomplete information in the way that all decisions are made. The weather report had revised upward, now calling for thunderstorm potential increasing to high by 1600 hours. The atmospheric conditions were extremely unstable. Temperature inversions were likely. Wind shear was a possibility. The typical advisory was to stay off exposed ridges and peaks during such conditions. Daniel made a note to contact the permit holders via radio during the afternoon, check that they were aware of the forecast and prepared to seek shelter if needed. By 1100 hours, the sky had begun to change, not dramatically. The sun was still visible, the clouds still wispy, but with a quality of transition that suggested the atmosphere was reorganizing itself. Daniel could smell it in the air. Ozone, the metallic tang that precedes electrical storms, the scent of moisture gathering at altitude. He filled another thermos with coffee and prepared to drive out to the Rim Trail parking area. It was protocol to make visual inspections of permit holder locations if severe weather was anticipated. He wanted to establish baseline conditions before the storms developed. The drive from the station to the crater rim took about 20 minutes, depending on which access point he was heading toward. This morning he was heading northeast, toward the North Rim area where Grace Morrison's second camp would be located tomorrow, or where she would shelter if the weather deteriorated faster than expected. The road climbed steadily, the elevation increasing, the temperature correspondingly dropping. By the time Daniel reached the parking area near the North Rim Trail, he was perhaps 6,000 feet above sea level. high enough that the air had a noticeably different quality, thinner, clearer, but also more vulnerable to rapid weather changes. He stepped out of the vehicle and stood for a moment, assessing. The lake was visible from this vantage point, a massive body of impossibly blue water, the deepest lake in the country, created by a volcanic collapse that had occurred more than 7,000 years ago. The water was so deep and so pure that light seemed to penetrate impossibly far down before being absorbed entirely. Daniel had always found it beautiful and slightly unsettling in equal measure. It was the kind of place that suggested both human insignificance and the presence of something older, something that had been here long before the mountain existed in its current form. The trail from this location descended toward the water, eventually reaching some of the most remote backcountry in the park. Grace's itinerary would have her spending the first night at Prickly Pear Flat, a meadow area relatively close to the rim, and then moving to the northern rim overlook for the second night. Both locations were defensible, open enough that she could see approaching weather, with potential shelter nearby. Daniel checked his radio. The frequency was clear. He activated it. "Dispatch, this is Unit 1, Northside Rim location. Confirming permit holder status for Phantom Ship area. Stand by." "Copy, Unit 1, came the response. "Go ahead." "We'll be conducting visual trail inspection from North Rim down to Prickly Pear Flat. Expect to be out of service for approximately 2 hours. We'll check back in at 1300 hours. "Copy. Weather advisory remains in effect. Severe thunderstorms potential developing. Watch conditions." Daniel acknowledged and began hiking. The trail descended gradually, following the contours of the mountainside, offering periodic views of the lake. The forest here was dense, whitebark pines, Douglas firs, the understory thick with smaller vegetation. The air was clear and cool. The only sounds were wind, his own footsteps, and the distant cry of what sounded like a raven somewhere higher up the mountain. He moved at a steady pace, his eyes on the trail, looking for evidence of recent passage. Grace Morrison would have come through here yesterday or early this morning, heading toward her first camp. The trail showed signs of foot traffic, recent prints in the softer sections, displaced rocks on switchbacks, the minimal disturbance that an experienced hiker creates. Daniel found one of her campsites relatively quickly. She'd chosen a small protected area perhaps a mile from the rim parking lot. Established minimal impact camp, clearly taken care to ensure she was following wilderness ethics. He continued down toward Prickly Pear Flat, estimating she would be camped somewhere in that meadow area if her itinerary was accurate. The trail grew slightly steeper as it descended toward the flatter terrain. Daniel was moving quickly now, confident in the terrain, his attention mostly on the sky and the changing light quality. The clouds were building more noticeably now, towering cumulus formations developing to the south and west, the kind of cloud development that suggested rapid intensification. He checked his watch. 12:45 hours. He would establish contact with Grace in another 30 minutes, confirm her status, brief her on the weather situation, and head back toward the rim. The storm would likely develop between 1500 and 1700 hours, based on the current conditions. She would have time to secure her camp and prepare for weather. At 13:05 hours, Daniel reached the edge of Prickly Pear Flat, where the forest opened into a meadow. The meadow was beautiful, a wide, open space at relatively high elevation, surrounded by the dark walls of forest dominated by a massive lightning rod of a peak that rose from the center of the flat. Daniel had always understood, on an intellectual level, that peaks attracted lightning. Seeing a peak that obvious, that dramatically isolated, that clearly designated by topography as the thing that will get struck during a thunderstorm, created a visceral understanding of why you didn't camp directly beneath such formations. Grace Morrison's camp was positioned intelligently, not in the meadow itself, which would be exposed if storms developed, but in the transitional zone between forest and meadow, where she had adequate warning of approaching weather but some shelter from the forest canopy. She had established a small tent, created a fire pit, arranged her equipment efficiently. Daniel could see no sign of Grace herself. He approached the camp and called out, "Grace? Hello? Park Service Ranger checking on permit holders." No response. He waited 30 seconds. A minute. Grace Morrison? Still nothing. Daniel approached the camp more directly. The tent was zipped closed. The equipment was arranged but showed no sign of imminent occupation. The fire pit contained no ashes, suggesting she hadn't made camp here yet, which contradicted the permit itinerary, which specified she should have been here already. Daniel activated his radio. Dispatch Unit 1, I'm at the Prickly Pear Flat Camp location. Permit holder is not present. Equipment is staged but no indication of occupation. Recommend we attempt radio contact and clarify status. Copy, Unit 1. Attempting radio contact on permit frequency. There was a delay. Then, Unit 1, no response from permit holder. What's your assessment? Daniel looked at the camp. The equipment was there. The tent was there. But Grace was not. Several possibilities. She'd decided to hike further than planned, reaching the northern rim location today and planning to camp there instead. She'd become injured or disoriented and was somewhere on the trail. She'd decided to abandon the permit and exit the park entirely. None of these scenarios were immediately alarming, but the combination of approaching severe weather and a missing permit holder created an elevated status. Dispatch, I'm going to hike to the northern rim location and see if she's established camp there. Stand by. Daniel marked the current location on his GPS and began hiking toward the rim. The trail climbed steadily now, the elevation gain noticeable, the air getting progressively thinner and cooler. The clouds were building more dramatically now. The southern sky had darkened considerably, and Daniel could see the characteristic dark wall of a storm system beginning to take shape. He checked his watch. 13:40 hours. If Grace was at the rim location, he could briefly confirm her status, radio dispatch, and begin heading back before the weather deteriorated further. If she wasn't there, he would need to begin a more systematic search and would probably need to call in additional resources. The trail became steeper as he approached the rim area. The forest thinned. The landscape became more dramatic. Exposed rock, harsh winds channeling down the mountainside. Daniel was moving carefully now, aware that exposed ridges during severe weather were genuinely dangerous. The wind was already picking up, gusts that periodically staggered him, that made it difficult to maintain balance on the narrower sections of trail. He crested the ridge at 14:05 hours and looked across the rim overlook. The view was spectacular and terrifying in equal measure. The lake sprawled below him, impossibly blue, impossibly deep. The opposite rim was visible, the crater walls dropping sharply to the water level. Clouds were moving in from the south faster than they should move, the kind of rapid cloud advance that suggested a weather system was not just developing but intensifying. And on the rim itself, perhaps 50 meters from Daniel's position, there was a figure. At first, Daniel thought it was Grace. The figure was standing at the very edge of the overlook, facing the lake, completely motionless. She was wearing hiking clothes consistent with what he'd seen at the Prickly Pear camp location. Her posture was strange, though, arms slightly raised, as if she was reaching toward something, or as if something was pulling at her. "Grace?" Daniel called. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the wind. "Grace Morrison?" The figure didn't turn, didn't respond, didn't move. Daniel approached carefully, aware of the dangerous proximity to the cliff edge, aware that the wind was strong enough to potentially destabilize someone standing that close to a precipice. "Grace, I'm Park Ranger Daniel Morrison. Let's move away from the edge. Weather is getting bad fast." The figure slowly turned. It took several seconds, an unnaturally slow rotation, as if the movement required tremendous effort, or was being controlled by something other than normal muscle response. When the face came into view, Daniel felt his blood immediately go cold. It was not Grace Morrison. The figure had Grace Morrison's clothes, but the face was wrong. The features were recognizable as human but distorted. The skin seemed to have a strange quality, almost translucent, as if it was being viewed through water or through some kind of distorting medium. The eyes were looking at him, but the gaze seemed unfocused, as if the thing behind those eyes was simultaneously looking directly at him and looking through him at something entirely different. "You shouldn't be here," the figure said. Its voice was Grace Morrison's voice, but layered underneath it was something else. a harmonic undertone as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. "The mountain is calling. Can't you hear it? Can't you feel it? It's been so long since something answered." Daniel stepped back. His instinct was to reach for his radio, but he was frozen, processing what he was seeing. "Where is Grace Morrison?" he said. "Where is the permit holder?" The thing wearing Grace's face smiled. The smile was not entirely wrong, but it was wrong enough to register as deeply disturbing. The angles weren't quite right. The teeth seemed to be in slightly different positions than they should be. "She's here. She's always been here. We all are. We're in the deep water, in the places where light doesn't reach, in the spaces between moments." The sky behind the figure darkened dramatically. The cloud system had advanced with visible speed. What had been distant now loomed directly overhead, the leading edge of the storm system reaching the rim. Wind gusted with enough force to make Daniel stagger. When he looked back at the figure, it was moving. Not walking, but gliding in a way that suggested the normal relationship between intent and motion had been severed. Daniel turned and ran. He had no other option. The thing that was wearing Grace Morrison's face was moving toward him with increasing speed, and the wind was building, and the sky was turning from dark gray to almost black. He ran back down the trail the way he'd come, his feet slipping on loose rock, his heart hammering in his chest with the visceral certainty that he was running from something that should not exist. Grace Morrison had left the Prickly Pear Flat camp at 0900 hours that morning, heading toward the northern rim overlook. The weather had been clear at that point, with the kind of visibility that was rare. She could see for miles in every direction. The landscape spread out below her like a map, every detail crystal clear. She'd been hiking well, maintaining good pace, enjoying the solitude and the natural beauty of the high country. By noon, she'd reached the rim trail junction and had decided to explore a side route that wasn't on her official permit, a narrow trail that led to a spectacular overlook that wasn't marked on many maps. She knew it existed from her research into the park. She'd found references to it in old hiking guides, and she wanted to photograph the view for her documentation project. The trail had been narrow, barely more than a footpath, but well-defined. She'd hiked it carefully, aware that she was moving away from her planned route and away from the major trails. By 1300 hours, she'd reached the overlook and had begun setting up her camera equipment, wanting to capture the view while the sun was still clear and the light was optimal. That was when she'd heard the sound. It had been subtle at first, so subtle she'd almost missed it. A sound like wind, but with a quality to it that suggested intent, like something breathing, like something very large moving through the air above her. She'd looked up and had seen nothing except clear sky, blue overhead, the darker clouds building on the distant horizon to the south. The sound had continued, grew louder. She realized, with a clarity that had arrived not as fear but as simple recognition of fact, that something in the sky was moving directly above her, obscured by, what? Clouds that hadn't been there before? Light refraction? The natural impossibility of her own perception? She'd heard the voice before she'd seen anything. It had been a voice like thunder, not a sound created by a creature, but the sound itself given intelligence and presence. It had spoken in Klamath, a language Grace didn't understand, but the meaning had come through anyway. Not through her ears, but through some other perception, some part of her consciousness that existed outside normal sensory channels. The message was simple. You are here. That is enough. Come deeper. Come where the light doesn't go. Come where we are waiting. Grace had tried to resist. She had very clearly understood that something was wrong, that whatever was in the sky above her was not something that existed within normal natural parameters. She had backed away from the overlook edge. She had tried to activate her satellite communicator, but her hands had not obeyed. Her feet had not obeyed. Something had taken control of her nervous system, overriding the normal relationship between thought and action. She had found herself walking, not toward the trail she'd come from, but toward the rim edge. She had found herself moving as if she was being guided or piloted or controlled by something that knew exactly where it wanted her to be. The voice had continued speaking in Klamath in English in languages she didn't recognize. It had told her about the mountain. It had told her that the mountain had been here long before humans, that it had created itself through its own will, that it had been waiting for someone to understand. It had told her that humans lived on top of the mountain, while the mountain lived underneath them, and that the arrangement was temporary, and that sometimes the mountain reached up and reclaimed what belonged to it. Grace had tried to scream. Her throat had refused to produce sound. She had tried to fight against the force that was controlling her movement. Her muscles had not responded. She had watched with the strange dissociation of someone experiencing profound trauma, as her body had moved to the very edge of the rim overlook and had stopped there, waiting. When the ranger had appeared, Grace's consciousness had recognized him as a potential rescuer. She'd tried to call out to him, but the control that had taken over her body had been absolute. She'd heard herself speaking, but the words were not hers. She'd watched her face move, but the expressions were wrong. She'd existed as a passenger in her own body, watching from behind her own eyes as something else used her voice and her face to communicate with the ranger. She understood with a horror that was absolute that the thing that had taken control was showing the ranger what had happened to her. It was demonstrating what happened when you entered the mountain's territory, when you came to the high places where the ancient things still dwelt. And then the ranger had run, and something had changed. The control had released slightly, not fully, but enough that Grace could perceive multiple realities at once. She was standing on the rim. She was falling through the air. She was already in the water below, the impossibly cold water. The water that was not quite water, but something else. Something that had been there before the lake. Something that dwelt in the deepest places and had been waiting for the sky thing to guide prey down to it. Dosing. Daniel made it back to the rim parking area at 14:45 hours, soaked in sweat despite the dropping temperature, his heart still racing at dangerous levels. He reached his vehicle and immediately activated his radio on the emergency channel. Dispatch, this is Unit 1. I have a critical situation at the North Rim area. Permit holder Grace Morrison is missing, presumed in distress. Location is North Rim Overlook. I encountered something unusual at that location. Requesting immediate backup and emergency services. I'm declaring a full search and rescue activation. There was a pause. Then, Unit 1, clarify your situation. Are you injured? Do you require medical assistance? Negative, Daniel said. He was taking deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart rate, trying to process what he'd seen. I'm uninjured. But there is a permit holder in danger. I need backup at the North Rim Overlook. The weather is deteriorating rapidly. Copy Unit 1. We're mobilizing rescue volunteers. ETA approximately 30 minutes. Please remain at your location and provide updates. Daniel sat in his vehicle with the engine running, the heater warming him, watching the sky darken outside the windshield. The storm front was now directly overhead. The wind was reaching near gale force. The rain was beginning. First scattered drops that quickly became a downpour. Lightning flickered in the distance and the rumble of thunder followed seconds later. He tried to process what he'd seen. A hallucination, brought on by stress and rapid altitude change. A person in extreme psychological distress, moving and speaking in ways that his brain had misinterpreted. An elaborate prank by someone who knew he was coming. None of these explanations fit the reality of what he'd experienced, but they were the only explanations that existed within the normal parameters of what was possible. The radio crackled. Unit 1. We've got 5 rescue volunteers en route. They'll be at your location in approximately 20 minutes. Dispatch is also attempting radio contact with the permit holder. No response on satellite frequency. Copy, Daniel said. I'll brief them when they arrive. What would he tell them? That he'd seen a figure wearing the missing hiker's face moving with unnatural grace. That it had spoken to him in a voice that seemed to exist independently of the body producing it. That it had suggested the permit holder was already dead, already in the water, already claimed by something that dwelt in the crater itself. Lightning struck nearby, close enough that Daniel felt the electromagnetic pulse wash over the vehicle, close enough that the thunder was simultaneous with the flash. No delay between light and sound. The rain was coming down in sheets now, the visibility reduced to perhaps 20 meters. The high wind was rocking the vehicle. Daniel sat in the darkness and waited for the rescue team. The search continued for 4 days. The rescue volunteers covered every accessible trail, examined every campsite, called out for Grace in the places where echoes would carry. The weather cleared somewhat, not completely, but enough that helicopter support could be brought in to survey areas that were inaccessible by foot. The volunteers examined the rim overlook where Daniel had encountered the figure. They found nothing. No disturbance, no evidence of violence, no indication that anyone had been there. Grace Morrison was never found. Her tent remained at Prickly Pear Flat. Her equipment stayed at the overlook. Her vehicle remained in the parking area. But the permit holder herself simply ceased to exist in any manner that could be recovered or cataloged. The official report cited undetermined circumstances and possible accident involving proximity to water. Daniel's account of what he'd seen was noted in the file as Ranger report of possible medical episode or perceptual distortion due to altitude and stress. The case was closed pending any new evidence. Daniel remained at Crater Lake for 2 more years before requesting a transfer. He spent those 2 years monitoring weather patterns obsessively, avoiding the rim areas during storm development, maintaining constant awareness of the sky. He heard stories in those 2 years, from other rangers and from longtime park employees. Stories about hikers who had disappeared in previous years. Stories about the sound of wings during thunderstorms. Wings that seemed too large to belong to any natural bird. Stories about the way the lake seemed to behave differently during severe weather. The water moving in patterns that didn't correspond to wind direction. The surface occasionally showing disturbances that suggested something very large moving beneath it. He transferred to a park in the Great Plains, flat country, open sky, nowhere for things to hide. He told himself that what he'd experienced was explainable. He told himself that Grace Morrison had simply fallen into the lake during a moment of distraction, that the thing he'd seen on the rim had been some kind of psychological projection of his own fears. But late at night, when thunderstorms rolled across the plains, Daniel would hear it, the sound of wings moving through the storm. Too large to be anything natural, too intelligent to be anything accidental, and he would understand, with a certainty that lived beneath logic and reason, that the thing that dwelt in Crater Lake had impressed itself upon him, had marked him as a witness to its presence, and would keep that connection alive for whatever remained of his life. Years later, after he'd retired from the Park Service entirely, Daniel would move to the coast, to a place where the sky met the water in unbroken continuity. He would live quietly, avoiding high places, avoiding wilderness. He would watch thunderstorms develop and dissolve over the ocean, and he would recognize in each flash of lightning a kind of intelligence, ancient, patient, waiting for the next opportunity to reach up from the depths and claim what wandered too close to the edges of things. The lake still exists. The crater still stands. The thunderbird still dwells in the spaces where storms are born, in the places where the ancient power that created the mountain continues to express itself. It claims hikers sometimes, the ones who venture too far from marked trails, who camp in places where the warning signs are written in landscape and weather, and the behavior of animals that sense something humans are too limited to perceive. Daniel Morrison never returned to Crater Lake, but sometimes in his final years he would receive letters, postcards mostly, from an address that he never investigated too carefully. They were postmarked from the Crater Lake area, and they contained only images: the lake from various angles, the rim at sunset, the sky during approaching storms. There was never any text, never any explanation. Daniel would burn them immediately upon receiving them, but they continued to arrive with the regularity of seasons. The mountain remembers those who intrude upon its domain. The thunderbird watches from the storm spaces above, waiting for the next visitor to wander too far, to camp too close, to hear the voice in the thunder and decide to answer. Some calls from the wilderness should never be answered. The coffee had gone cold in Nathan's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the window of the Cabatogama ranger station for nearly 10 minutes. watching the gray sky press down on the water like a hand slowly closing. November had stripped the birches bare, and the aspens stood like pale bones against the dark mass of pines that rolled endlessly toward the Canadian border. The lake had begun to freeze in the shallows, thin ice forming crystalline fingers that reached toward the deeper water where the current still moved. It wouldn't hold weight yet, wouldn't hold anything for weeks, maybe longer if the temperatures kept fluctuating the way they had been. Nathan poured the cold coffee into the sink and started a fresh pot. The station smelled like it always did this time of year. Wood smoke from the pellet stove, the faint mustiness of old maps and logbooks, the particular staleness of a building that would see few visitors until spring. Most of the summer staff had gone home in September. The seasonal rangers had followed in October. Now it was just Nathan, holding down Kabetogama, while Jim Reeves covered the Rainy Lake district 20 miles north. Skeleton crew. The Park Service called it winter operations, but Nathan had always thought of it as caretaking, watching over something vast and sleeping, waiting for it to wake again. He checked the weather radio while the coffee brewed. The mechanical voice recited what he already knew: a system moving down from Manitoba, temperatures dropping into the teens by nightfall, 6 to 8 inches of snow expected before morning. Nothing unusual for mid-November in northern Minnesota. He'd seen worse. The park had seen worse. Voyageurs had weathered centuries of winters before the government drew lines on maps and called it protected land. The Ojibwe had lived here for generations before that, and before them, others whose names were forgotten. The land remembered, even if the people didn't. His morning patrol route took him along the Locator Lake Trail, a 4-mile loop through mixed forest that connected to the longer chain of lakes portage. In summer, the trail saw steady traffic: canoeists, kayakers, families with children who complained about the mosquitoes. Now it was empty. Nathan's boots crunched on frozen mud as he walked, the sound obscenely loud in the morning stillness. He noted the condition of the trail markers, checked the small footbridge over Locator Creek for ice damage, and paused at the junction with the Portage Trail to examine a fallen birch that would need clearing before spring. The forest held its breath around him. He'd grown used to this particular quality of silence in his 4 years at Voyageurs. Not the absence of sound exactly, but a muffling, as if the trees absorbed noise the way they absorbed light. In summer, birdsong filled the gaps. Now there were only the small sounds: the creak of branches, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the whisper of wind through needles. Nathan knew each of these sounds intimately. He could tell the difference between a red squirrel's chatter and a pine marten's warning call. He knew how snow sounded falling through spruce boughs versus bare maple limbs. This knowledge was his armor, the proof of his competence, his right to be here. He was halfway back to the station when the radio crackled. "Kabetogama, this is Rainy Lake. You copy?" Nathan unclipped the handset from his belt. "Rainy Lake, Kabetogama." "Go ahead, Jim." "Got a vehicle in the Ash River lot. Silver Honda Accord, Minnesota plates. Been there since yesterday afternoon according to the timestamp on the permit. Single occupant registered, female, age 26, planned overnight on the Cruiser Lake Trail. She was supposed to be back by 1600 yesterday." Nathan felt the familiar tightening in his chest that came with every overdue report. Most of the time, it was nothing. Hikers misjudged distances, decided to extend their trips, forgot to check out at the trailhead, but sometimes it wasn't nothing. Any contact attempts? Negative. No cell coverage out there, and she didn't take a satellite phone. I've got her registration info. Name's Brooke Ellison. Address in Duluth. Emergency contact is a sister in Minneapolis. Haven't notified yet. "Weather's coming in," Nathan said. "If she's still out there, I know. I'm tied up with a downed tree blocking the Rainy Lake access road. Can you check the Ash River lot? See if the vehicle's still there? If it is, we'll need to start a search grid." "Copy that. I'll head over now and report back." He clipped the radio to his belt and turned east, toward the Ash River access point. The Cruiser Lake Trail was 8 miles round trip through some of the most remote terrain in the park. Old-growth forest, boggy lowlands, and a series of small lakes that froze unpredictably. Good hiking in summer, dangerous in late fall. Nathan tried not to think about what a night in the open would do to someone unprepared for temperatures in the teens. The silver Accord was exactly where Jim had said it would be, alone in the gravel lot at the end of Ash River Road. Nathan parked beside it and got out, his breath fogging in the cold air. The car was locked, windows frosted over. He wiped a circle clean with his glove and peered inside. A sketchbook lay open on the passenger seat, pencil drawings of trees, water, rocks. The kind of careful observation that suggested someone who really looked at the world. A half-empty water bottle in the cup holder, a fleece jacket draped over the back seat. Small details that assembled themselves into a person, a life, a story that might be ending badly. On the dashboard, tucked under the windshield wiper, was a note in neat handwriting. Back Wednesday evening. Don't worry. B. Today was Wednesday. The note had been meant for someone who would come looking. Someone who was already worried. Nathan radioed Jim with his findings, then retrieved his pack from the truck and started up the Cruiser Lake Trail. The temperature had dropped noticeably since morning. The sky had darkened to the color of old iron, and he could smell snow coming, that particular metallic cleanness that preceded a storm. If Brooke Ellison was still out there, she didn't have much time. Brooke had known she was in trouble since yesterday afternoon, though she hadn't wanted to admit it to herself. The trail had been clear enough for the first 3 miles, orange blazes on trees, occasional wooden posts marking the route. Then the blazes had stopped, or she had stopped seeing them. She wasn't sure which, and the distinction had seemed important for a while, back when she still believed she could find her way back. She'd been so careful. She'd studied the map, noted the landmarks, checked her compass every half mile like the guidebook recommended. The trail was supposed to curve northeast after the second creek crossing, following the contour of a ridge before descending to Cruiser Lake. But there was no ridge. There was only forest, endless, identical forest that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at it. The first night had been bad. She'd built a fire, or tried to. The wood was damp, and her matches were running low, and the flames never grew beyond a guttering orange glow that threw more shadows than light. She'd huddled against a fallen log, wrapped in her emergency blanket, listening to sounds she couldn't identify. Branches cracking in the distance. Something moving through the underbrush, circling. The soft crunch of footsteps on frozen ground that stopped whenever she held her breath to listen. By morning, she'd convinced herself it was deer. Maybe a wolf, though wolves rarely came this close to humans. The forest was full of animals. Animals made sounds. Sounds carried strangely in the cold. She was tired and scared, and tired, scared people heard things that weren't there. But then she'd found the tracks. They were pressed into a patch of soft mud near a half-frozen stream. Footprints, human footprints, bare human footprints. No boots, no shoes. Just the clear impression of naked feet, each print nearly a foot long, the toes splayed wide as if gripping the earth. They came from nowhere and went nowhere. They simply appeared at the stream's edge and vanished into the water. Brooke had stared at those prints for a long time. Her mind offered explanations, rejected them, offered new ones. Another hiker who'd lost their boots. Someone from a nearby cabin taking an ill-advised walk. A prank somehow, left here to disturb whoever found it. Each explanation felt thinner than the last. She'd started walking again, faster now, no longer looking for blazes but simply trying to put distance between herself and those prints. The forest seemed to thicken around her. Trees grew closer together. The sky, what she could see of it through the canopy, had gone the color of a bruise. And then she'd heard the voice. Brooke. Her own name, spoken clearly, from somewhere behind her and to the left. A woman's voice, familiar somehow, though she couldn't place it. She'd frozen, heart slamming against her ribs. Brooke, I found the trail. Come this way. It sounded like her sister. It sounded exactly like Megan, down to the slightly nasal quality she got when she was excited about something. But Megan was in Minneapolis, 200 miles south, and no one knew Brooke was out here except the ranger station, and the ranger station didn't know her sister's voice. Brooke didn't answer. She didn't move. She barely breathed. The voice came again, closer now, patient and warm. "Brooke, honey, you're going the wrong way. Let me help you." Something in the rhythm was wrong. The pauses fell in strange places. The warmth felt performed, like an actor reading lines they didn't understand. Brooke ran. Nathan found the first sign of Brooke's passage 2 miles up the trail, a candy bar wrapper caught in the thorns of a blackberry bush, bright foil against the dull browns and grays of the forest. He bagged it as evidence and continued on, scanning the ground for tracks. The frozen mud held impressions poorly, but here and there he could make out the tread pattern of hiking boots, heading northeast, toward Cruiser Lake. The temperature continued to drop. By early afternoon, the first flakes of snow had begun to fall, fat and slow, the vanguard of the coming storm. Nathan increased his pace, aware that every hour diminished his chances of finding Brooke Ellison alive. Hypothermia could set in within hours in these conditions. If she was injured, immobile, unable to generate body heat through movement. He pushed the thought away. Focus on the task. Follow the trail. Trust the training. The radio crackled in his hand, startling him. Kabetogama, Rainy Lake. Status update? Rainy Lake, I'm approximately 3 miles up the Cruiser Lake Trail. Found evidence of passage. Candy wrapper. Boot prints heading northeast. No visual on the subject yet. Snow's starting. Over. The response came garbled, words fragmenting into static. Copy. Weather. Advise. Turn if... Then silence. Nathan tried again. Rainy Lake, say again? You're breaking up. Nothing. Not even static now. Just a hollow emptiness where Jim's voice should have been. He checked the radio. Battery at 60%. Channel correct. Antenna undamaged. Everything working, and yet... Rainy Lake, Kabetogama. Do you copy? The silence seemed to deepen. Nathan became aware of how quiet the forest had grown. No wind, no birdsong, no small rustlings of squirrels or mice. Even the falling snow seemed muted, each flake landing without sound. He stood still for a long moment, listening. His breath hung in the air like smoke. The trees pressed close on either side of the trail, their trunks gray and black and bone-white, their branches interlacing overhead in a canopy that blocked what little light remained. He'd walked this trail before, many times, but something about it felt wrong now. Changed. The distances between landmarks seemed altered. A boulder he remembered being on his left was now on his right. A creek he should have crossed half a mile back still hadn't appeared. Nathan checked his compass. Northeast. Correct heading. The needle pointed true. But true to what? He started walking again, faster now. Brooke had stopped running when her lungs gave out, when her legs buckled, when she couldn't draw enough air to fuel another step. She'd collapsed against a tree, an enormous white pine, its bark rough and reassuring against her back, and tried to think. The voice hadn't followed. Or if it had, it was being quiet about it. She could hear nothing now except her own ragged breathing and the whisper of snow falling through branches. The forest had gone still in a way that felt intentional, watchful, like a held breath before a scream. She was lost. Really, truly lost. Not temporarily turned around, not momentarily confused, but lost in the deep and permanent way that people got lost when they wandered into places that didn't want them found. The map was useless. The compass, she'd checked it a dozen times, and each time it pointed in a different direction, the needle swinging lazily as if the concept of north had become negotiable. Her phone had died yesterday, not from lack of battery but from something else, the screen flickering with symbols she didn't recognize before going dark. She was going to die out here. The thought arrived with a strange calm, not acceptance exactly, but acknowledgement. The forest was too big. The cold was too deep. She had no food, no real shelter, no way to call for help. Even if someone came looking, and someone would eventually, they wouldn't find her in time. The snow was already covering her tracks. By morning, there would be no sign she'd ever existed at all. Unless... The voice had said it found the trail. The voice had offered to help. Brooke knew in some deep and instinctive part of herself that following the voice would be a terrible mistake. Everything her body told her, the hair standing up on her arms, the knot of dread in her stomach, the way her hands shook with something beyond cold, screamed that the voice was wrong. That whatever spoke with Megan's tongue was not Megan, was not even human, was something old and hungry that had learned to mimic what it killed. But what choice did she have? Freeze here, alone, waiting for a rescue that wouldn't come? Or take a chance, any chance, on survival? She pushed herself upright. Her legs trembled but held. The snow was falling harder now, accumulating on branches, on rocks, on the frozen ground. In an hour, maybe less, it would be too deep to walk through. She had to move. She had to choose. "Hello?" she called, her voice cracking. Is someone there?" The forest held its silence for a long moment. Then, from somewhere ahead, not behind, she was sure it had been behind before, the voice answered, "I'm here, Brooke. I've been waiting for you." It didn't sound like Megan anymore. It didn't sound like anyone. The words were right, but the voice beneath them was hollow, resonant, like something speaking from the bottom of a well, or from inside a chest cavity, or from nowhere at all. Brooke took a step forward, then another. The snow crunched under her boots, obscenely loud. The trees seemed to lean in, curious, eager. She walked toward the voice. Nathan found her jacket at dusk. It was draped over a low branch as if placed there deliberately. A bright red North Face shell, impossible to miss against the white and gray of the forest. He approached it slowly, scanning the surrounding trees, the ground, the shadows that pooled between the trunks. The snow had accumulated to nearly 4 inches now, and in the fading light, the world had gone monochrome, all contrast bled away. "Brooke Ellison?" he called. His voice fell flat, absorbed by the snow. "This is Park Ranger Nathan Hayes. If you can hear me, call out or make a sound." Nothing. Not even an echo. He unclipped his flashlight and played the beam across the snow. There, boot prints, half filled but still visible, leading away from the jacket and into the deeper forest. And beside them, overlapping them in places, another set of prints. Barefoot. Impossibly long. Toes spread wide, as if whatever made them was gripping the earth with each step. Nathan had grown up in northern Minnesota. He'd heard the stories that everyone heard, passed down from grandparents who'd heard them from their grandparents, who'd learned them from the Ojibwe who'd lived here since time out of memory. Stories of the Wendigo, the hunger spirit, the thing that came in winter when the world was starving. It had been human once, the story said. It had done something unforgivable to survive, and the doing had changed it. Now it hungered forever, hollow and cold. And the more it ate, the hungrier it became. Nathan had never believed the stories. They were campfire tales, meant to scare children and entertain tourists. The forest held real dangers: hypothermia, dehydration, injury, predators, and those were frightening enough without inventing monsters. But standing there in the failing light, looking at those prints, Nathan felt something he hadn't felt since childhood, something that bypassed his training, his experience, his rational mind. Something old and instinctive and absolutely certain. He was not alone. "Brooke?" he called again, quieter now. From somewhere deeper in the forest, barely audible over the whisper of falling snow, a voice answered. His voice, his exact voice, with his exact inflection, speaking words he hadn't said. "This is Park Ranger Nathan Hayes. If you can hear me, call out." Nathan's blood went cold. He stood frozen, flashlight beam trembling as the echo of his own voice faded into silence. Then another voice came, different this time, younger, female, desperate. "Help me. Please, I'm over here. I can't feel my legs anymore. Please." Brooke. It had to be Brooke. But Nathan didn't move. Couldn't move. Because the voice had come from his left, and the boot prints led to his right, and something in the rhythm of her words was wrong. The fear sounded performed. The desperation felt like a mask over something else, something patient and amused. "Please," the voice begged, closer now. "I'm so cold. I've been waiting so long." Nathan turned off his flashlight. In the sudden dark, the forest seemed to breathe around him, in, out, and out. A vast living presence that he'd somehow never noticed in 4 years of walking these trails. The snow continued to fall, silent and relentless. Somewhere in the blackness, something moved. He didn't run. Running was wrong. Running was what it wanted. Running meant movement, meant heat, meant the sound of his heart pounding loud enough to follow. Instead, he walked, slow and deliberate, back the way he'd come. Each step was an act of will. Each breath was controlled, measured, silent as he could make it. Behind him, the voice changed again. Became something else. Became a sound that wasn't a voice at all. A low, rattling exhalation, a creak of ice and sinew, a hunger given form and breath. Nathan walked faster. The trees pressed close. The trail had changed again. Narrower now, choked with undergrowth that hadn't been there before, leading him into unfamiliar territory. His compass needle spun aimlessly. His radio produced only silence. The flashlight, when he risked turning it on, illuminated nothing but falling snow and endless gray trunks. He was lost. The realization hit him like a physical blow. 4 years in this park, hundreds of miles of trails walked and memorized, and now he was lost in a forest that no longer followed the rules of the world he knew. The map in his head was useless. The land had changed, or he had been moved, or something had folded the forest in on itself like a fist closing. The rattling sound came again, closer. Nathan could smell something now, a sweetness beneath the cold, the smell of meat gone wrong, of something rotting from the inside out. He thought of Brooke Ellison, of her jacket hanging on that branch, of her boot prints walking beside those impossible barefoot tracks, walking toward something, walking willingly, because it had sounded like someone she trusted, because the cold made you desperate, because sometimes the only choice was between certain death and probable death, and humans always chose probable, even when probable was a trap. The smell grew stronger. The rattling became a rhythm, almost like breathing, almost like speech. Nathan's flashlight flickered once, twice, and he caught a glimpse of something between the trees. Tall, so tall, white and gray and wrong in every proportion, with arms too long and eyes that reflected his light like mirrors. Then the flashlight died. Nathan ran. They found him 3 days later, 2 miles from the Ash River trailhead, curled in a hollow beneath a fallen log. He was alive. Barely. Hypothermic. Dehydrated. Unresponsive. His radio was missing. His flashlight was crushed, as if something had stepped on it. He couldn't explain how he'd gotten where he was, or what had happened to the intervening days, or why he kept repeating the same phrase over and over as the medics loaded him onto the stretcher. It remembers. It remembers everything. Brooke Ellison's body was never found. The official report listed her as a missing person, presumed dead from exposure. Her car was towed from the Ash River lot. Her sister flew in from Minneapolis to collect her belongings. The sketchbook, the water bottle, the fleece jacket from the back seat, the note on the dashboard. Nathan transferred to a park in Arizona the following spring. Desert country. Open sky. No trees. He still wakes sometimes in the night, certain he's heard something moving in the darkness outside his window. He still freezes when he hears his own voice coming from a room where no one should be. He still dreams of the forest, of the snow, of boot prints walking beside something barefoot and wrong. And sometimes, in the dreams, he sees Brooke Ellison. She's standing at the edge of a clearing, looking back at him. She's not alone. There's something beside her, something tall and pale and patient. Something that wears her face now, the way it once wore others. It smiles at him with her mouth. It remembers. The morning fog hung low over the Cascade River Valley, pooling between the old-growth cedars like something poured and settling. Wesley Holt stood on the wooden porch of the Marble Mount Ranger Station, cradling his second cup of coffee between both palms and watching the mist thin as the sun tried, without much conviction, to burn through the October overcast. The air carried that particular smell of Pacific Northwest autumn he had come to know intimately over 6 years of service. Damp earth, decomposing alder leaves, the faint mineral tang of glacial runoff from the peak still hidden above the cloud line. Somewhere in the forest to the east, a varied thrush called its single descending note, the sound lonely and perfect in the stillness. He checked his watch. 6:42. The station's weather radio had promised overcast skies transitioning to rain by late afternoon, temperatures dropping into the low 40s after sunset. Standard October conditions for the North Cascades, nothing that would close trails or require special advisories. Wesley finished his coffee, rinsed the mug in the station's small kitchen, and began his morning equipment check with the unhurried thoroughness of long habit. Flashlight batteries, fresh. First aid kit, stocked. GPS unit, charged and calibrated. Radio, channel confirmed, battery at full. He pulled on his NPS jacket, adjusted his duty belt, and keyed the radio for his morning check-in. Dispatch, this is Unit 12, beginning morning patrol of Thunder Creek Corridor. How copy? The response came clear, touched only by the slight static that was normal for this valley. Copy Unit 12. Be advised, we have one vehicle in the Colonial Creek lot registered overnight. Single occupant, female, trail permit for 4th of July pass. Expected return yesterday evening. No contact yet. Wesley acknowledged and noted the information. Overdue hikers weren't uncommon this time of year. People underestimated how quickly October daylight failed in the mountains, or they pushed too far and decided to camp, rather than hike out in darkness. Usually they showed up sheepish and tired at the trailhead by mid-morning. He'd give it until 10, then consider a welfare check if the vehicle was still there. The drive from Marble Mount to the Colonial Creek trailhead took 20 minutes on the winding mountain highway. Wesley passed the dark waters of Diablo Lake, its surface mirror still beneath the overcast, reflecting the steep forested slopes in shades of gray and green so deep they approached black. No other vehicles on the road this early, this late in the season. The summer crowds had retreated weeks ago, leaving the park to the maintenance crews, the wildlife preparing for winter, and the rangers who preferred the solitude of the off-season. He spotted the vehicle as soon as he pulled into the Colonial Creek lot. A silver Honda Civic, Washington plates parked in the far corner near the trailhead kiosk. A fine layer of moisture beaded on the windshield and hood, suggesting it had sat overnight through the fog. Wesley pulled alongside and stepped out, his boots crunching on the gravel as he approached. Through the passenger window, he could see a day pack in the back seat, a reusable water bottle in the cup holder, and on the dashboard, a handwritten note. Back by 6 p.m. Tuesday. Left early. Save me some dinner? B Tuesday. Yesterday. He checked the trail register at the kiosk and found the entry. Brooke Ellison, solo, destination 4th of July pass, departed 7:15 a.m. October 22nd. Her handwriting was neat, slightly hurried. Below her intended route, she'd written so excited with a small drawn heart. Wesley keyed his radio. Dispatch Unit 12. I'm at Colonial Creek. That overdue vehicle, confirming occupant is Brooke Ellison, solo hiker. Departed yesterday morning for 4th of July pass. Vehicle appears untouched overnight. I'm going to head up the trail, see if I can make contact. Copy Unit 12. Keep us posted. Weather's coming in faster than forecasted. Expecting rain by 1400 now. He shouldered his pack and started up the Thunder Creek Trail, the maintained path that would eventually branch toward the high pass, where Brooke Ellison had intended to go. The forest closed around him immediately, towering western red cedars and Douglas firs creating a cathedral ceiling of interlocking branches that filtered the gray morning light into something green and dim. His footsteps fell soft on the packed earth, and he listened to the sounds he knew by heart. The distant rush of Thunder Creek below the trail, the tap of moisture dripping from high branches, the occasional rustle of a squirrel in the undergrowth. All normal, all as it should be. It was perhaps a mile in when Wesley first noticed the quiet. Not silence. The creek still murmured somewhere below. The water still dripped, but an absence of animal sound that seemed to have crept up on him without announcement. No thrushes calling, no squirrels chattering. Even the ravens that normally patrolled these woods had gone elsewhere. He stopped walking and stood still for a long moment, scanning the trees, listening. The forest breathed around him, ancient and patient, but something in its rhythm had shifted in a way he couldn't quite name. Probably a predator nearby, a cougar maybe passing through. That would explain the animals going quiet. He continued on, but found himself walking more carefully now, placing his feet with deliberate attention. 26 hours earlier, Brooke Ellison had stood in the same spot, but the forest had still been singing. She'd been hiking since just after dawn, her legs warm with exertion, her spirits high despite the solitude. The 4th of July Pass Trail was a bucket list item she'd been planning for months, a challenging 9-mile route through some of the most pristine wilderness in the lower 48. The October timing wasn't ideal, she knew. The days were short, the weather unpredictable, but she'd checked the forecasts obsessively, planned her turnaround time with mathematical precision, and packed enough layers to handle anything short of a blizzard. She was careful. She was prepared. The trail map showed a clear path. Follow Thunder Creek for 3 miles, then branch north on the Panther Creek connector, ascending through switchbacks to the pass. Simple navigation, well-marked junctions. She'd downloaded the route to her GPS as backup, though she prided herself on her map and compass skills. Everything about this day was perfect. The autumn colors burning through the evergreen monotony, the crisp air filling her lungs, the profound silence of being truly, beautifully alone. It was around mile 4 when Brooke encountered the first wrong thing. The junction marker for Panther Creek should have appeared after a distinctive boulder formation. She'd read about it in 3 separate trail reports, but she'd been walking for what felt like too long without seeing any boulder formation, distinctive or otherwise. She stopped, consulted her paper map, checked her GPS. According to both, she was on track, approaching the junction within the next quarter mile. She continued watching for the signpost. A quarter mile passed, then half a mile. The trail continued unchanged, the trees pressing close, the path curving gently through the old growth. No junction, no marker, no boulder formation, just endless forest. The same forest, as if she were walking through a pattern that repeated itself. Brooke felt the first flutter of unease in her chest. Not fear, not yet. Just confusion edged with frustration. She checked her GPS again. It showed her position as stable, right where the junction should be. But there was no junction. She was standing in the middle of unbroken trail, and her technology insisted she was somewhere she clearly wasn't. She turned around. She would backtrack to the last landmark she was certain of and try again. The trail behind her stretched straight and empty, dappled with gray morning light. She started walking back the way she'd come. After 10 minutes, she should have reached a footbridge over a seasonal stream. She remembered crossing it clearly. The boards gray and weathered, a single orange ribbon tied to the railing by some previous hiker. The footbridge wasn't there. The stream wasn't there. Just trail and forest and silence. Brooke stopped walking. Her breath had quickened without her noticing, her heart beating harder than the mild exertion warranted. She was not lost. She couldn't be lost.
She'd followed a marked trail, maintained and mapped in a national park visited by thousands every year. People didn't get lost on trails like this. Not really lost. She looked around her. Really looked, trying to find something, anything, she recognized. The trees stood impossibly tall, their trunks vanishing into the fog that had somehow descended without her noticing. The trail continued in both directions, identical, as if the forest had folded in on itself and she was standing in the crease. From somewhere to her left, deeper in the woods, she heard a sound, high and thin, almost like a whistle, almost like someone calling. Wesley reached the 4th of July junction at 9:30. The trail marker stood exactly where it should, a weathered wooden post with a carved arrow pointing north toward the pass. He checked the ground for recent tracks and found them. Boot prints in the soft earth, the tread pattern consistent with a light hiking shoe, heading north. Brooke had made it this far. He tried his radio. Dispatch, Unit 12. I'm at the 4th of July junction. Signs of recent foot traffic heading toward the pass. Going to continue north and see if I can locate the missing hiker. Static answered him. He tried again, adjusting his position, raising the antenna. The static resolved into something that might have been words, might have been nothing. A fragment of sound that could have been copy, or could have been noise. The mountains did this sometimes, created dead zones where the terrain blocked transmission. He was probably fine. He'd try again from higher elevation. The trail climbed steeply once past the junction, switchbacking through dense timber that gradually thinned as the elevation increased. Wesley moved at a steady pace, stopping periodically to call out, "Brooke? Brooke Ellison? National Park Service, can you hear me?" His voice vanished into the trees, swallowed by the fog that was growing thicker now, descending from the peaks above like something with weight and intention. By noon, he had climbed above the worst of the tree cover, emerging onto a rocky ridge where the trail threaded between outcrops of gray granite. Visibility had dropped to perhaps 50 yards, the fog erasing the mountains that should have been visible on all sides. The temperature had fallen noticeably, and Wesley pulled his jacket tighter, feeling the cold seep through the fabric. He tried his radio again. Dispatch Unit 12, I'm approaching 4th of July Pass. No sign of the missing hiker yet. Weather conditions deteriorating. Please advise. This time the static formed something almost like a voice, not dispatch's voice, something else. A whisper that rose and fell in a cadence that seemed deliberate, seemed shaped, but carried no words he could understand. Wesley held the radio away from his ear and stared at it. Interference. Had to be interference. Some bizarre atmospheric effect he'd never encountered before. He switched channels, tried again. The whisper followed him. The same toneless murmur, as if something were breathing into a microphone just out of range. He clipped the radio back to his belt and continued climbing. The pass, when he reached it, was invisible, just a saddle of rock emerging from and vanishing into the white nothing of the fog. Wesley stood at what should have been a viewpoint overlooking the Skagit Valley and saw only gray in all directions, a world reduced to the 20 feet of ground immediately around him. And in that gray, that featureless void, something moved. Not close, not far. Somewhere at the edge of visibility, a shape passed through the fog, tall, thin, wrong in its proportions. There and gone so quickly he couldn't be certain he'd seen anything at all. Wesley's hand moved to his radio instinctively, but he didn't key it. He stood frozen, listening. The silence was total. Not even wind. Not even his own breathing, which he realized he was holding. Then, from the fog behind him, the direction he'd come from, a whistle, high and thin, 3 rising notes. And after a pause, an answer from somewhere ahead, the same 3 notes, identical in pitch and duration, as if the sound were being passed between 2 points with him in the middle. Wesley had been a ranger for 6 years. He'd encountered bears, cougars, disoriented hikers, and once a man having a complete psychological break at 7,000 feet. He knew fear, had learned to work through it with the calm professionalism his job required. But this fear was different. This was old fear, the kind that predated profession and training, the kind that lived in the base of the spine and screamed run without offering a direction. He did not run. He drew his flashlight, though it was midday, and began walking back down the trail. Brooke had heard the whistles, too. That was hours ago now, or what felt like hours. Time had become strange in the fog, stretching and compressing in ways that made her head hurt when she tried to calculate. Her phone had died despite showing a full charge that morning. Her GPS showed her position as a single blinking dot in the middle of a blank screen, all map data somehow erased. She had stopped trying to find the trail. There was no trail anymore. There were only trees, the same trees, arranged in patterns that repeated and shifted when she wasn't looking directly at them. She would walk toward a distinctive fallen log and find herself approaching it from the opposite direction. She would mark a tree with a scratch from her trekking pole and discover the mark on a different tree entirely, as if the forest were reshuffling itself around her. The whistles had been her first sign that she wasn't alone. They came from different directions. Sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, sometimes from above in a way that made no sense. At first she'd called back, desperate for human contact, her voice cracking as she shouted hello, help, please. But the whistles never responded to her words. They only called to each other, triangulating, coordinating, and she began to understand with a horror that felt like ice water in her veins that she was being herded. She was crying now, had been crying for some time, the tears cold on her cheeks. The temperature had dropped steadily, her breath forming clouds that joined the fog and became part of it. Her legs ached from walking, from endless walking through a forest that had no end and no exit. And then she saw it. Not clearly, nothing was clear anymore, but enough. A figure standing between two trees at the edge of visibility. Tall. Too tall, stretched in ways that hurt to look at, as if someone had taken a human form and pulled it like taffy. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, watching her with eyes she couldn't see but could feel, a weight of attention that pressed against her like something physical. Brooke tried to scream. What came out was a sob, a broken sound that the fog swallowed instantly. The figure tilted its head, a gesture almost curious, almost gentle, and then it was gone, simply not there anymore. And in its place was a path she hadn't seen before. A clear path, winding through the trees, leading somewhere. She knew she shouldn't follow it. She knew with absolute certainty that the path was a throat and she was being invited to be swallowed. But her legs were moving anyway, carrying her forward, because there was nowhere else to go, and she was so tired and so cold, and the path was the only thing in this impossible forest that looked like it led anywhere at all. The last thing Brooke Ellison thought as she walked into the trees that closed behind her like a door was that the forest had been waiting for her, that it had always been waiting, that she had been walking toward this moment since the day she was born. Wesley found her pack at the base of a cedar tree just below the pass. It sat upright, carefully placed, as if she'd set it down intending to return. Inside, water bottles still full, protein bars untouched, a paperback novel with a bookmark 3/4 through. Her emergency whistle hung from a clip on the shoulder strap. Her jacket was rolled and secured beneath the top flap. Everything a prepared hiker would carry. Nothing to explain why she would leave it behind. He searched the surrounding area for an hour, calling her name until his voice went hoarse. The fog never lifted. The whistles never returned after that first exchange. The forest sat around him, ancient and silent, keeping whatever secrets it held. At 1400, with the promised rain beginning to fall in cold sheets, Wesley made the decision to descend. He photographed the pack's location, GPS tagged the coordinates, and began the long hike back to the trailhead. The forest let him go without incident. The trail appeared exactly where it should, every junction and footbridge in its proper place. By the time he reached the parking lot, soaked through and shaking with a cold that wasn't entirely from the rain, his radio had cleared. Dispatch Unit 12, I'm back at Colonial Creek. I found personal effects but no sign of the missing hiker. We need to initiate a full SAR operation. The search lasted 4 days. 32 volunteers, 4 dog teams, 2 helicopter sweeps when the weather briefly cleared. They found nothing, not a footprint, not a scrap of clothing, not a single trace of Brooke Ellison beyond the pack that Wesley had already recovered. The official report classified her disappearance as undetermined circumstances, a bureaucratic phrase that meant nothing and covered everything. Wesley returned to duty the following week. He requested a transfer to a park without old-growth forest, somewhere open, somewhere he could see the horizon. The request was denied. Budget constraints. He would remain at North Cascades through the winter. Skeleton crew. Long nights in the station listening to the wind. Sometimes, in those long nights, he heard the whistles, high and thin, 3 rising notes drifting down from the mountains to the east. He never mentioned it in his reports. He never spoke of it to his colleagues. Some knowledge was too heavy to share, and some fear was too old to name. Brooke Ellison's case remains open. Her family still maintains a website, still offers a reward for information. The silver Honda Civic was eventually towed and returned to her parents in Bellingham. Among her possessions was the paperback novel, bookmark still in place.
She never finished it. She never finished anything. In the North Cascades, the old-growth forest stands eternal and patient, keeping its own counsel. The trails wind through the timber exactly as they're mapped, except when they don't. And sometimes, when the fog descends and the world grows quiet, you can hear them calling to each other, high and thin, 3 rising notes. The sound passing from ridge to ridge like a message in a language older than words. Wesley Holt still patrols those woods. He still does his job with professional competence. But he no longer walks the Thunder Creek corridor alone. And he never, ever answers when something calls his name from the trees. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 27, 2019. The coffee had gone cold in Derek's thermos by the time he noticed. He had been sitting at the wooden desk inside the Kabetogama Lake Visitor Center for nearly an hour, watching the morning fog lift off the water through the wide windows. His mind wandering somewhere between the maintenance reports he was supposed to file and the strange quiet that had settled over the park in recent days. October in Voyageurs was always a transitional time. The summer crowds long gone, the winter ice fishermen not yet arrived. But this year felt different. Emptier, the kind of empty that seemed to have weight. He poured the cold coffee into the sink and started a fresh pot, the familiar gurgle of the machine filling the silence. Outside, the birch trees had surrendered most of their leaves, their white trunks standing like bones against the gray sky. The forecast called for rain by afternoon, temperatures dropping into the low 30s by nightfall. Derek checked the station's weather radio out of habit, heard the automated voice confirm what he already knew, and began his morning equipment check. Flashlight batteries, full. First aid kit, stocked. GPS unit, functioning. Radio, clear signal to dispatch. These rituals had become as automatic as breathing after 7 years with the National Park Service, 4 of them here at Voyageurs. The park sprawled across more than 200,000 acres of interconnected waterways, boreal forest, and exposed Canadian shield bedrock, a landscape carved by glaciers and older than human memory. Derek knew its contours intimately, the way Rainy Lake could turn treacherous within minutes when storms rolled in from the northwest, the hidden portage trails that connected the interior lakes, the islands where moose sometimes swam between in the early morning hours. He had learned to read the forest the way some people read newspapers, noting which birds were present and which were absent, tracking the seasonal movements of wolves and black bears, understanding that every sound and every silence carried meaning. This morning the ravens were quiet. That was the first thing he noticed when he stepped outside for his patrol. Usually they announced themselves from the moment dawn cracked the horizon, their harsh calls echoing across the water. Today nothing, just the soft lap of waves against the dock and the distant groan of wind through the conifers. Derek's radio crackled. Kabetogama Station, this is dispatch. You copy? He keyed the mic. Dispatch, Kabetogama Station. I copy. Go ahead. We've got a vehicle registration check request. Silver Honda CRV, Minnesota plates. Parked at the Ash River trailhead since yesterday evening. Owner registered for a day hike on the Blind Ash Bay Trail. Name's Hannah Lindgren, female, 26 years old. She was due back by 1800 hours yesterday. No contact since. Derek felt the familiar weight settle into his chest, the one that came with every overdue hiker report. Most of the time it was nothing. A twisted ankle, a wrong turn, someone who underestimated distances or overestimated daylight. But occasionally, it was something else. Copy that, dispatch. I'll head out to Ash River and begin a preliminary search. Request you notify search and rescue coordinator, have a team on standby. Understood, keep us posted, dispatch out. He gathered his pack, double-checked his supplies, and climbed into the service truck. The drive to Ash River took 20 minutes on roads that wound through forest so dense it seemed to press against the windows. The sky had darkened since morning, clouds piling against each other like bruises. The first drops of rain began to fall as he pulled into the trailhead parking lot. The silver Honda was exactly where dispatch had described, parked at the far end of the lot, alone. Derek approached it slowly, noting the condensation on the inside of the windows, the way leaves had accumulated on the windshield overnight. On the passenger seat, he could see a day pack, purple, the kind sold at outdoor retailers, along with a water bottle and what looked like a paperback book. A handwritten note was tucked under the driver's side visor. Back by 5, left the granola bars for you. H. Someone had been expecting her. Someone was probably worried sick by now. He photographed the vehicle and the note, logged the details in his incident report, and turned toward the trailhead. The Blind Ash Bay Trail was a moderate 4-mile loop that skirted the edge of the bay before climbing through mixed forest to an overlook. Well-marked, well-maintained, the kind of trail that rarely caused problems. Derek had walked it dozens of times. The rain intensified as he entered the forest, fat drops drumming against the canopy above. The temperature had dropped noticeably since morning. He could see his breath now, small clouds that dissipated into the gray air. The trail was slick with wet leaves, and he moved carefully, scanning the underbrush on either side for any sign of disturbance. "Hannah!" he called out, his voice absorbed by the trees. "Park Service, can you hear me?" No response. Only the rain, and beneath it, that strange weighted silence. 12 hours earlier, Hannah Lindgren had started down this same trail with nothing but optimism and a desire to clear her head. The breakup had been 3 weeks ago, and she was tired of her apartment, tired of Minneapolis, tired of well-meaning friends who kept asking if she was okay. She needed trees. She needed water. She needed to remember that the world was bigger than her small, broken heart. The forest had welcomed her with the particular beauty of late autumn, golden light filtering through the remaining leaves, the earthy smell of decay and renewal, the soft crunch of the trail beneath her hiking boots. She had started late, around 2 in the afternoon, knowing she had plenty of time for the 4-mile loop. The weather had been perfect. Cool, but not cold. Overcast, but not threatening. She had felt for the first time in weeks something like peace. The first sign that something was wrong came about an hour into her hike, just past the halfway point where the trail curved away from the bay and climbed into denser forest. She had stopped to drink some water and check her phone. No signal as expected, when she noticed the silence. Not the peaceful silence of nature at rest, but something else. Something that felt like a held breath. Hannah stood very still, listening. No birds. No squirrels rustling through the leaves. No wind, despite the way the branches had been swaying moments before. The forest had simply stopped. "Hello?" she called, feeling foolish even as she said it. Nothing. She continued walking, faster now, eager to reach the overlook and begin the descent back to her car. The trail markers were still visible, white blazes painted on tree trunks every 50 yards or so. She counted them as she walked. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one was wrong. Hannah stopped, staring at the white blaze on the birch tree in front of her. It was fresh. The paint looked wet, as if it had been applied minutes ago. And below it, scratched into the bark with something sharp, were 4 words. Hannah. Stay. With me. Her name. Her name. Carved into a tree in the middle of a forest where no one knew she was hiking. Where she hadn't told anyone her plans except the registration form at the trailhead. She ran, the trail blurred beneath her feet, branches whipping at her face and arms, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She didn't look back. She couldn't look back. The overlook appeared ahead. She could see the break in the trees, the gray sky beyond, and she pushed toward it with everything she had. And then she heard it. Her mother's voice. Her mother, who had been dead for 6 years, calling her name from somewhere behind her in the forest. Hannah, sweetheart. Why are you running? Come back. Come back to me. Hannah stopped. Every rational part of her brain screamed to keep moving, to get to the overlook, to follow the trail back down to her car and drive away and never return. But the voice was so perfect, so exactly right. The way her mother had always said her name, with that slight emphasis on the second syllable, the warmth in her tone, the love. Mom? The word escaped before she could stop it. I've missed you so much, honey. I've been waiting. I've been so hungry waiting for you. The last sentence was wrong. The tone had shifted just slightly, something cold creeping into the edges of that beloved voice. Hannah felt tears streaming down her face, felt her body trembling with something beyond fear. You're not her, she whispered. The forest laughed. It was not a human sound. Derek found the first sign of Hannah's passage near the mile marker, a purple hair tie snagged on a branch, the kind that matched the color of the pack in her car. He bagged it as evidence and continued, the rain now falling in sheets that reduced visibility to 30 feet in any direction. Dispatch, this is Kabetogama Station. He had to shout to be heard over the downpour. I've found personal effects on the Blind Ash Bay Trail, approximately 1 mile in. Continuing search. Conditions deteriorating. Request search and rescue team deployment. The response came through broken with static. Cabe, station, copy, team en route, ETA, 90 minutes. 90 minutes. In this weather, it might as well be 90 years. Derek pressed on. The trail climbed steadily, and with each step, the silence beneath the rain seemed to deepen. Even the sound of water striking leaves began to feel muffled, as if the forest itself were absorbing noise. He called Hannah's name every few minutes, his voice growing hoarse, his hope dimming. At the overlook clearing, he found her jacket. It was draped over a rock at the edge of the viewpoint, neatly folded, as if she had set it down deliberately. Derek approached slowly, his hand moving to the bear spray on his belt. A reflex, though he knew no bear had done this. The jacket was a North Face shell, bright red, expensive. Inside the pocket, he found her phone, dead, and a granola bar wrapper. Beyond the overlook, the trail descended back toward the trailhead. But there was another path too. An old portage route, unmarked and unofficial, that led deeper into the interior. Few people knew it existed. Derek only knew because he had worked this park for 4 years, had studied the historical maps, had walked every forgotten trail during slow winter weeks. Fresh footprints led down that unmarked path. 2 sets, one the size of Hannah's hiking boots, the other, larger, much larger, and wrong somehow. The gait too long, the impression too deep, as if whatever made them carried impossible weight. Derek keyed his radio. Dispatch, I've found the subject's jacket at the Blind Ash Bay overlook. Signs indicate she left the marked trail and proceeded into the interior via the old Moose Bay portage. I'm pursuing. Please advise SR team of updated location. Static. Then, from the speaker, a voice he recognized, his own voice. Dispatch, this is Kabetogama Station. I've found her. She's safe. Call off the search. Derek stared at the radio in his hand. He had not spoken. His thumb was nowhere near the transmit button. Derek. The voice from the radio shifted, became something else. Feminine, young, terrified. Derek, please, I'm so cold, I'm so hungry, I can hear it coming. Please find me, please. Then nothing. Dead air. He should have turned back. Every protocol, every training scenario, every survival instinct screamed at him to return to the trailhead. Wait for backup. Let the search and rescue team handle whatever was happening in these woods. That was the smart play. That was what kept rangers alive. But Hannah Lindgren was 26 years old and had left a note for someone who loved her, promising to be back by 5, and she was somewhere in this forest, and Derek could not make himself turn around. He followed the footprints into the unmarked dark. The portage trail descended into a valley where the trees grew older and closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a canopy so dense that even the rain barely penetrated. The light that filtered through was gray-green submarine, the kind of light that made distances impossible to judge. Derek moved slowly, one hand on his radio, the other on his flashlight, though he didn't turn it on yet. Battery conservation, old habit. The smell hit him first. Something sweet and rotten like fruit left too long in the sun, mixed with something else, copper maybe, or old meat. His stomach turned. He had smelled death before, had found hikers who didn't make it. Hunters who fell from tree stands. A fisherman who drowned in Kabetogama Lake 3 summers ago. This was different. This was wrong in a way that bypassed his rational mind and spoke directly to something older. Something that remembered when humans were prey. The footprints ended at the edge of a clearing. Hannah Lindgren stood in the center of it, her back to him, perfectly still. She was soaked from the rain, her dark hair plastered to her skull, her arms hanging loose at her sides. She was not shivering despite the cold. "Hannah?" Derek's voice came out as barely a whisper. "Hannah, I'm with the Park Service. I'm here to help you." She didn't move. "Hannah, can you hear me? Are you hurt?" Slowly, very slowly, her head began to turn. Not her body, just her head, rotating on her neck with a smooth, mechanical motion that no human spine should allow. Derek saw her profile first. Pale skin, dark eye, lips slightly parted. Then she faced him fully, and he saw. Her eyes were wrong. Not the color. He couldn't tell the color in this light. But the way they tracked him with a predator's focus, unblinking, hungry. Her mouth stretched into a smile that was too wide, the corners extending past where they should stop, revealing teeth that seemed sharper and more numerous than any mouth should hold. Derek. The voice that came from that mouth was Hannah's and not Hannah's, layered with something else. Something that resonated in frequencies the human ear was never meant to process. "I've been waiting for you. I called and called. And you came. You always come." Behind her, in the shadows at the far edge of the clearing, something massive shifted. Derek's flashlight hand moved without his permission, the beam cutting through the gloom. He saw it for only a second. Antlers like dead branches, rising from a skull that was too narrow, too long. A body that might once have been human, stretched and twisted into something gaunt and towering. Arms that ended in fingers like broken twigs. And the smell, God, the smell, pouring off it in waves. The thing wearing Hannah's face laughed. She was so easy, it said. So lonely, so hungry for something to fill the emptiness inside her. I offered to fill it. I always fill the emptiness, Derek. I filled it with me. Derek ran. He crashed through the underbrush, abandoning the trail, driven by pure animal terror. Branches tore at his face and hands. Roots caught at his feet. The rain blinded him. The forest swallowed his screams, and behind him, always behind him, never quite catching up, never quite falling back, he heard the sound of something laughing in his mother's voice, his father's voice, Hannah's voice, his own voice, all of them twisting together into a chorus that promised he would never have to feel empty again. He burst out of the tree line at the edge of Moose Bay, just as the first search and rescue truck pulled into the auxiliary access road. Lights, voices, people. The sounds from the forest stopped. They searched for 3 days. Helicopters, ground teams, dogs. They found Hannah Lindgren's boots arranged neatly beside the portage trail, soles facing up. They found her phone, her jacket, her hair tie. They found footprints that led into the interior and simply stopped, as if she had been lifted straight up into the air. They never found Hannah. The official report lists her as missing, presumed deceased, cause undetermined. Derek gave his statement, the factual parts anyway. He told them about the jacket, the footprints, the difficult terrain. He did not tell them about the voice on the radio. He did not tell them about the clearing, or the thing he saw in it, or the way Hannah's face had smiled at him with too many teeth. Some nights, Derek still hears her. Usually around 3 a.m., when the darkness is thickest, and the space between sleeping and waking becomes permeable. He hears her voice calling his name from somewhere just outside his window. His apartment in Duluth, 60 miles from Voyageurs. Though he knows distance means nothing to something like that. He hears his mother's voice sometimes too, and his father's. And voices he doesn't recognize at all of them asking him why he ran, why he left her, why he didn't stay. The thing about hunger, he has come to understand, is that it never really ends. You can run from it, you can hide from it, you can build walls and light fires and surround yourself with noise and people and daylight. But somewhere, in some forgotten corner of the woods where the maps don't reach and the trails don't go, something is always waiting. Something is always hungry.
and it knows your name. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 19th, 2008. The coffee had gone cold in Derek's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the edge of the Cabotagama Lake overlook for nearly 20 minutes, watching the fog crawl across the water like something alive, something with intention. November in Voyageurs meant short days and long silences, the kind of quiet that settled into your bones and stayed there through April. After 6 years with the Park Service, Derek had learned to appreciate that silence. It was honest. The woods didn't pretend to be anything other than what they were: vast, indifferent, and older than memory. He poured the cold coffee onto the frozen ground and screwed the cap back on, tucking the thermos into his pack. The morning patrol was routine. Check the boat launches for any vehicles that shouldn't be there. Verify the trail markers along the Cruiser Lake trail system. Make sure no one had ignored the closure signs on the northern peninsula. Most visitors had cleared out weeks ago, driven south by the dropping temperatures and the promise of easier winters elsewhere. The few who remained were usually ice fishermen testing their luck on the early freeze, or photographers hoping to capture the brutal beauty of the boundary waters before the heavy snows came. Derek's boots crunched against the frost-hardened trail as he made his way back toward his truck. The air carried that particular smell of late autumn in the North Woods: pine resin, decaying leaves, and something metallic underneath it all, like the lake itself was breathing iron into the wind. He'd grown up in Duluth, close enough to know these forests, but far enough to still feel humbled by their scale. Voyageurs covered over 200,000 acres of interconnected waterways, islands, and ancient boreal forest. You could walk for days and never see another human being. That was the appeal for most visitors. It was also, Derek knew, what made the park dangerous for those who underestimated it. His radio crackled as he reached the truck. "Unit 4, this is dispatch. You copy?" Derek keyed the mic. "Dispatch, Unit 4. Go ahead." "Got a vehicle registered to a Samantha Reeves blue Honda CR-V parked at the Ash River Visitor Center lot. Registration shows she checked in for a 3-day backcountry permit on the 16th. She was due back yesterday evening. No contact, no sign out." Derek checked his watch. 8:43 in the morning. If she'd been due back last night and hadn't shown, that was already 14 hours overdue. In summer, that might mean a sprained ankle or a wrong turn. In November, with temperatures dropping into the single digits after dark, it meant something else entirely. "Copy that. Dispatch. I'm en route to Ash River now. Can you pull her permit details and have them ready?" "Already on it." She logged the Cruiser Lake loop with a camp at Jorgens Lake. Solo hiker. Solo. Derek felt the first cold finger of unease trace down his spine. Solo hikers in November were rare, and the ones who attempted it were either extremely experienced or dangerously naive. He hoped Samantha Reeves was the former. ETA 20 minutes, Unit 4 out. The drive to Ash River took him along County Road 129, a winding 2-lane that hugged the southern boundary of the park. The fog had thickened as the morning progressed, reducing visibility to perhaps 100 yards. Derek drove slowly, scanning the tree line out of habit. The forest pressed close on both sides, a wall of bare birch and dark spruce that seemed to lean toward the road as if listening. He thought about what old Tom Birchwood had told him during his first winter at Voyageurs. Tom had worked the park for 32 years before retiring, and he'd seen things he didn't talk about except in fragments, usually after his third beer at the Ash River Lodge. "The Ojibwe knew," Tom had said once, staring into his glass. "They knew there were places in these woods where you don't go. Not because of the cold, not because of the wolves. Because something lives out there that remembers when this land was nothing but ice and hunger, and it's still hungry." Derek had dismissed it as old-timer superstition at the time. He wasn't so sure anymore. Samantha had started her hike 3 days ago with the confidence of someone who'd done this before. She had the right gear: layered clothing, a 4-season tent, a sleeping bag rated to -20, enough food for 5 days in case weather delayed her return. She'd grown up hiking in the boundary waters with her father, who'd taught her to read the land, to respect the cold, to never assume the wilderness was her friend. The first day had been perfect, cold but clear,
the trail well marked despite the thin layer of snow that had fallen the week before. She'd made camp at Jorgens Lake by mid-afternoon, set up her tent on a flat stretch of ground near the water's edge, and spent the evening watching the stars emerge one by one in the deepening dark. The silence was absolute. Not the silence of a city park, where you could still hear distant traffic or the hum of electricity, but a true silence, the kind that made your own heartbeat sound loud. She'd noticed the first wrong thing on the morning of her second day. Tracks in the snow around her campsite that hadn't been there when she'd gone to sleep. Large tracks, larger than a wolf's, with an elongated stride that suggested something walking on two legs. She'd told herself it was a bear, a late-season black bear not yet settled into hibernation, perhaps drawn by the smell of her food bag hung high in a tree 50 yards from her tent. The tracks led in a wide circle around her campsite, as if something had been pacing, watching, deciding. Then they disappeared into the tree line heading north. Samantha had packed up quickly that morning, eager to put distance between herself and whatever had visited in the night. The trail took her around the eastern shore of Jorgens Lake and into a stretch of dense spruce forest where the canopy blocked most of the pale November light. The temperature had dropped since the previous day, and her breath came out in thick white plumes that hung in the still air before slowly dissipating. That was when she realized she could no longer hear birds. She stopped walking and stood perfectly still, listening. Nothing. Not the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush, not the distant tap of a woodpecker, not even the creak of branches in the wind. The forest had gone silent around her in a way that felt deliberate, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the world. "Hello?" she called, and immediately felt foolish. But the word fell flat against the trees and died without echo, swallowed by the pressing silence. She walked faster. Derek found Samantha's Honda exactly where dispatch had described it, alone in the Ash River lot, a thin layer of frost coating its windows. He parked beside it and got out, his boots loud on the frozen gravel. The fog had lifted slightly, but the sky remained a solid gray ceiling that promised snow by evening. He circled the vehicle, looking for anything unusual. The doors were locked. Through the frost-glazed windows he could see a day pack on the passenger seat, a thermos in the cup holder, a paperback book splayed open on the dashboard. Normal things, the possessions of someone who expected to come back. "Dispatch Unit 4, I'm at Ash River. Vehicle confirmed, appears undisturbed. I'm going to gear up and head out on the Cruiser Lake Trail. Can you have search and rescue on standby?" "Copy, Unit 4. SAR is notified and standing by. Be advised, Weather Service is calling for snow starting around 1600 hours. Could get 6 to 8 inches overnight." "Understood. I'll check in at the top of every hour. If you don't hear from me by 1400, send the team." "Roger that. Be safe out there." Derek shouldered his pack, emergency supplies, first aid kit, extra water, space blankets, flares, and checked his GPS unit. The Cruiser Lake Loop was an 11-mile trail that wound through some of the most isolated terrain in the park. If Samantha had gotten injured somewhere along that route, she could be anywhere. He tried not to think about what 3 nights of sub-freezing temperatures would do to an immobilized hiker. The trailhead marker stood at the edge of the lot, a wooden post with a carved arrow pointing into the wall of trees. Derek took a breath of cold air, felt it burn in his lungs, and started walking. The first mile was easy, a well-maintained path through mixed birch and pine. The trees spaced far enough apart that pale gray light filtered through to the forest floor. Derek moved at a steady pace, calling out every few hundred yards, "Park Service! Anyone out there? Samantha?" His voice disappeared into the trees without answer. By the second mile, the forest had begun to change. The birches gave way to dense stands of black spruce, their branches heavy with old snow and drooping low enough to brush against his shoulders as he passed. The trail narrowed, becoming less a path and more a suggestion winding between the close-packed trunks. Derek had to push through in places, the branches scraping against his jacket with a sound like whispered warnings. He checked his GPS. On track, 2.3 miles from the trailhead. He should reach Jorgens Lake within the hour. That was when he noticed the silence. It came suddenly, like stepping through a doorway from one room into another. One moment he could hear the soft crunch of his boots, the distant call of a raven, the whisper of wind in the spruce needles. The next, nothing. Absolute silence. He stopped walking, and the silence swallowed even the sound of his own breathing. Derek had experienced this before. The way the forest sometimes went quiet when a predator was near. Wolves did it. So did mountain lions in the western parks where he'd trained. But this felt different. This felt intentional in a way he couldn't explain, as if the silence itself were a living thing pressing close around him. "Hello?" he called, and his voice came out thin, dampened like he was speaking into a pillow. He stood still for nearly a minute, listening. Then from somewhere ahead and to his left he heard a voice. "Help me." It was faint, barely more than a whisper, but unmistakably human, a woman's voice. "Samantha, this is Park Service. Call out if you can hear me." Silence, then, again. "Help me, please. I'm so cold." Derek keyed his radio. "Dispatch, Unit 4. I've got an audible voice contact approximately 2.5 miles in on Cruiser Lake Trail. Female voice, sounds distressed. Moving to investigate." Static answered him. He tried again, checking the frequency, checking the battery. Full charge, correct channel. But when he pressed the transmit button, all he got was static that seemed to whisper just beneath the threshold of comprehension. "Dispatch, do you copy?" Nothing. He turned toward where he'd heard the voice and began pushing through the spruce. The branches clawed at him, leaving thin scratches on his exposed skin, catching at his pack as if trying to hold him back. The gray light dimmed as the canopy thickened overhead. "Keep talking," he shouted. "I'm coming to you." This way. The voice was closer now, but it had changed somehow. The same words, the same feminine tone, but something in the rhythm was wrong. Too even, too measured, like someone reading from a script rather than speaking from desperation. Derek slowed. 6 years in the backcountry had taught him to trust his instincts, and his instincts were screaming at him that something was very, very wrong. "Samantha, if that's you, I need you to tell me something only you would know. What color is your vehicle?" Silence, then. "Blue. It's blue. Please hurry. I'm so cold." The information was correct. It was in the dispatch report. Anyone could know that. Derek's hand moved to the bear spray on his belt. He took another step forward, then another. The trees opened suddenly into a small clearing, maybe 30 feet across, carpeted in untouched snow. In the center of the clearing, he saw tracks. They started at the far edge, emerging from the tree line as if something had simply materialized there. Large tracks, far too large to be human, with an elongated, almost skeletal shape. They circled the clearing in a slow spiral, drawing closer and closer to the center with each revolution, before stopping abruptly in the middle. Where they stopped, the snow was disturbed in a wide circle, as if something heavy had crouched there for a long time. Watching. Waiting. Derek's breath caught in his throat. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the tree line. The fog had crept into the clearing while he'd been examining the tracks, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. Beyond that, the trees were gray shadows, motionless, silent. "Help me." The voice came from directly behind him. Derek spun, his hand yanking the bear spray free. There was nothing there, only trees, fog, and the terrible, endless silence. "Where are you?" His own voice sounded wrong now, flat and dead like the voice he'd been following. "Here." The word came from his left. "Here." From his right. "Here." From above somehow, as if something were perched in the branches looking down at him. "I've been here so long, I'm so hungry." Not Samantha's voice anymore. Something older. Something that had never been human. Derek ran. Samantha had stopped running hours ago. Her legs had given out somewhere around the time she'd realized the trail behind her was gone. Not hidden, not obscured, but simply absent, as if it had never existed at all. She'd been walking through trackless forest ever since, moving in what she hoped was south, checking her compass every few minutes even though the needle had started behaving strangely,
drifting toward points that didn't exist. She'd heard her father's voice calling her name around midday. She'd almost followed it before she remembered that her father had been dead for 3 years. Now she sat with her back against a massive pine, her legs drawn up to her chest, watching the fog roll between the trees. The temperature had dropped again. She could no longer feel her feet. Her water bottle had frozen solid despite being tucked inside her jacket against her body heat. "I'm going to die out here," she said aloud. And the words were not a lament, but a simple statement of fact. She'd made peace with it somewhere in the last hour, when she'd realized that whatever was hunting her had stopped pretending to be anything other than what it was. She'd seen it twice. The first time, just a glimpse. A shape between the trees that was too tall, too thin, moving with a strange jerking gait like a puppet worked by an amateur. The second time, closer. Close enough to see the way its limbs bent at wrong angles. The way its face was almost human but stretched too far in all directions. The way its eyes reflected light that wasn't there. It had smiled at her. A mouth full of teeth that went back too far, that seemed to have no end. "I know you're there," she called into the fog. "I know what you are." The silence pressed closer. Then, from somewhere very near. "Do you? Do you really? Tell me. Tell me what I am." Samantha closed her eyes. Her grandmother had been Ojibwe, had told her stories when she was young about the spirits that lived in the northern woods. Stories meant to frighten children into staying close to camp. Stories that Samantha now understood were never meant to frighten. They were meant to warn. "Wendigo," she whispered. The silence broke into something that might have been laughter, if laughter could freeze the blood in your veins. "Clever girl. So few remember. So few believe." The voice was everywhere now, coming from all directions at once. "But belief doesn't matter. I was here before your people gave me a name. I'll be here long after." Samantha opened her eyes. The fog had cleared from the space directly in front of her, revealing a figure standing perhaps 10 feet away. It wore the shape of a man, or something that had once been a man, impossibly gaunt, impossibly tall, its skin the gray-white of old ice. Its eyes were holes into something deeper than darkness. "I'm not afraid," Samantha lied. The thing smiled, that endless smile. "Yes, you are. I can taste it. I've been tasting it for 3 days. Your fear, your hope, your desperation." It took a step closer, and the movement was wrong, like watching a film skip frames. "I could have taken you the first night, but the fear is sweeter when it ripens. When you understand that no one is coming, that no one will ever find you." Samantha's hand closed around a rock beside her. It was a futile gesture, and she knew it, but she would not go without fighting. She would not give it the satisfaction of despair. "Someone will find me," she said. "They'll search. They'll find my camp, my tracks. They will find nothing." The voice was inside her head now, bypassing her ears entirely. "The forest keeps what it is given. The forest forgets, just as it forgot all the others." Another step closer. "Do you want to know how many have walked these woods and never left? How many I have welcomed into the hungry dark?" Samantha screamed. She screamed and threw the rock and lunged to her feet and ran even though her frozen legs buckled beneath her. She made it perhaps 20 feet before something caught her ankle. Something cold, so cold it burned, and dragged her back into the fog. The forest swallowed her scream without echo. Derek burst out of the tree line and found himself back at the clearing. The same clearing. He'd been running for what felt like miles, and he was back at the same clearing with the same spiraling tracks in the same untouched snow. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." His radio crackled. He yanked it from his belt. "Unit 4, status." "Dispatch. Dispatch. This is Unit 4. I need immediate extraction. There's something out here. Something. Can't. Breaking up. Repeat. Send help. GPS coordinates." He checked his unit. The screen was flickering, displaying numbers that changed even as he watched. Coordinates for locations that couldn't exist. "Derek." He froze. That wasn't dispatch.
That was Samantha's voice coming through his radio, clear as if she were standing beside him. "I found her, Derek. She was so cold. But she's warm now. She's warm and she's not alone anymore. You could be warm too. You could stay with us. Stay forever." Derek threw the radio into the snow. His heart was hammering against his ribs, his breath coming in ragged gasps that burned in the frozen air. The fog had closed in completely now. He couldn't see more than 5 feet in any direction. Think. 6 years of training. 6 years of wilderness survival. There had to be a way out. He pulled his compass from his pocket. The needle spun lazily, aimlessly, pointing nowhere. He looked up at the sky trying to find the sun, but there was only the uniform gray ceiling of clouds. He had no idea which direction he'd come from. No idea which direction led to safety. Tom was right, he said to no one. God help me, Tom was right. The fog shifted. Something moved in his peripheral vision. Tall, impossibly tall, gliding between the trees with that wrong, jerking motion. Derek didn't turn to look at it. He knew somehow that looking at it directly would be the end. Instead, he closed his eyes. He thought about the lake, about the morning fog crawling across the water, about the coffee going cold in his thermos, about his truck waiting in the Ash River lot, the engine that would turn over, the heater that would fill the cab with warmth, the road that would carry him back to the world of light and people and things that made sense. He started walking, eyes closed, one foot in front of the other. The fog pressed against his face like a cold hand, and somewhere behind him he heard that voice. Samantha's voice, his mother's voice, Tom Birchwood's voice, all of them blending into something that was none of them, calling him back. He didn't stop. He didn't look back. He walked for an eternity. He walked until his legs were numb, until his face was raw from cold, until he couldn't feel his hands or his feet or anything except the desperate primal need to keep moving. And then, impossibly, he heard a car engine. Derek opened his eyes. The fog had lifted. He was standing at the edge of the Ash River parking lot, not 5 feet from Samantha's blue Honda. His truck sat beside it, exactly where he'd left it. The sky was darker now. Late afternoon, he realized. He'd been in those woods for over 5 hours. He stumbled to his truck, yanked the door open, climbed inside. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely fit the key into the ignition. The engine turned over on the first try, and the heater roared to life, filling the cab with warmth that felt like salvation. His radio, the truck radio, not the handheld, crackled. Unit 4, this is dispatch. We lost contact with you at 1100 hours. SAR is en route. What's your status? Derek picked up the mic. His voice, when it came, sounded like it belonged to someone else. Dispatch Unit 4. Abort SAR. I'm back at Ash River. He stopped. What could he say? What would they believe? Unit 4? Did you locate the missing hiker? Derek looked out at the forest. The fog was rolling back in, creeping across the parking lot toward his truck. In the tree line, something stood watching. A shape that was almost human. A shape that smiled. Negative dispatch. No sign of her. I recommend we wait for the snow to melt in the spring. Expand the search area. Bring dogs. Bring an army, he thought. It won't matter. Copy that, Unit 4. Return to base. We'll coordinate with County Sheriff. Derek put the truck in gear. As he pulled out of the lot, he looked in his rearview mirror one last time. The shape was gone. But in the snow where it had stood, he could see tracks spiraling outward, patient, endless, waiting for the next one. Samantha Reeves's body was never recovered. The official report listed exposure and disorientation as the probable causes of death, though without remains. The case was technically left open. Her tent was found at the Jorgens Lake campsite 3 weeks later by a winter survey team, still standing, her sleeping bag still inside, her journal open to an entry dated November 17th. The last line read, "Something is circling the camp. I can hear it breathing." Derek Harwell requested a transfer to Organ Pipe Cactus National Monument in Arizona 2 months later. Desert. Open sky. No trees. No fog. No places where something old and hungry could hide. The request was approved. On his last night at Voyageurs, Derek stood at the Kabetogama overlook one final time. The lake was frozen solid now, a white expanse stretching toward the Canadian border. Beautiful, deadly, indifferent. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the tree line, he heard a voice calling his name. It sounded almost like Samantha. He didn't answer. He got in his truck and drove south until the sun came up, and he never looked back. But sometimes, in the desert, when the wind dies and the silence stretches too long, he still hears it. That voice. Those voices. All of them calling from the hungry dark, patient as winter, old as ice. Waiting. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 23, 2019. The coffee had gone cold in Marcus's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the window of the Kabetogama Lake Visitor Center for nearly 10 minutes, watching the sky bruise itself purple and gray along the northern horizon. The first real storm of the season was rolling in from Canada, dragging temperatures down into the single digits and promising 8 to 12 inches of snow by morning. He could smell it coming, that particular metallic sharpness that preceded heavy snowfall, mixing with the wood smoke drifting from the center's fireplace. Marcus Chen had worked Voyageurs for 6 winters now, long enough to know the park's moods the way some people knew their spouses' silences. He understood the difference between the creak of ice settling on Rainy Lake and the crack of ice giving way. He could identify a wolf howl from a coyote's at 300 yards, knew which bays froze first, and which stayed treacherous until January. The park sprawled across 18,000 acres of boreal forest, frozen lakes and rocky outcrops. A wilderness that had swallowed better men than him without leaving so much as a ripple. He took a sip of the cold coffee anyway, grimacing at the bitter taste, and checked the large format map pinned to the wall behind the front desk. Red thumbtacks marked the backcountry permits issued for the week. Only 2. The Hendersons, a retired couple from Duluth, had checked in yesterday from their campsite on Locator Lake. All fine, heading home tomorrow. The second permit belonged to a solo hiker, a 28-year-old woman from Minneapolis named Allison Reeves, who had signed out for a 3-day trip along the Cruiser Lake Trail system. Her return date was today. Check-in time had been noon. Marcus glanced at the clock above the door. 2:47 p.m. The storm was supposed to hit around 6. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Kabetogama Station, checking status on backcountry permit 1147, Reeves Allison. She's nearly 3 hours overdue for return. Weather moving in fast, over. Static crackled. Then Janet's voice came through, steady as always. Copy, Kabetogama. We show no contact from permit 1147 since initial departure November 21st. Last planned campsite was Anderson Bay. Do you want us to ping her emergency beacon? Over. Affirmative. Let's get a location before this storm locks everything down. Over. Stand by. Marcus pulled on his parka while he waited, muscle memory guiding his hands through the familiar ritual. Check flashlight batteries. Verify GPS charge. Confirm satellite phone was in the left chest pocket. His snowshoes hung by the door, already fitted with fresh bindings he'd replaced last week. Outside, the first snowflakes were beginning to fall, sparse and exploratory. Scouts for the army gathering in those purple clouds. The radio crackled again. Kabetogama, dispatch. Beacon ping on permit 1147 shows position approximately 2 miles northeast of Locator Lake, bearing 047. That's... Marcus, that's off-trail. Significantly off-trail. In the restricted watershed area. Over. Marcus felt the first cold finger of unease trace down his spine. The restricted watershed was closed for ecological recovery. No trails, no campsites, no reason for any hiker to be there. Allison Reeves had been given maps clearly marking the boundaries. Her permit had been issued for Cruiser Lake, almost 4 miles southwest of where her beacon now pulsed. Copy, dispatch. I'm heading out for recovery. Alert County SAR for possible assist, but I want to get eyes on her position before the storm hits.
Over. Understood. Be careful out there. Weather Service just upgraded the warning. We're looking at blizzard conditions by 1900. Over. Acknowledged. Kabetagama out. He was out the door before Janet finished signing off. The forest swallowed sound differently in late November. The deciduous trees had surrendered their leaves weeks ago, leaving skeletal birches and aspens standing like pale bones among the dark spires of spruce and pine. Marcus moved through this landscape with practiced efficiency, his snowshoes whispering against the thin crust of old snow that would soon be buried under fresh accumulation. The temperature had dropped noticeably in the 20 minutes since he'd left the station. He estimated mid-teens now, heading lower. He followed the GPS bearing toward Allison's beacon, leaving the maintained trail after the first mile and pushing into the unmarked wilderness beyond. The restricted watershed had been closed for 15 years, long enough for the forest to reclaim the old logging roads that once crisscrossed this section of the park. Without those roads, the terrain became a maze of frozen beaver ponds, rocky ridges, and thick stands of conifers that blocked the fading daylight. By 4:15, the snow was falling steadily, fat flakes that stuck to his eyelashes and accumulated on his shoulders. Marcus paused to check his GPS, half a mile to the beacon position, and realized with a start that the forest had gone completely silent. No wind, no birds, no distant crack of branches under snow weight. Nothing. He stood motionless, straining to hear anything beyond his own breathing and the soft percussion of snowflakes landing on his hood. The silence felt wrong, somehow. Aggressive. Like the forest was holding its breath. "Allison Reeves," he called out, his voice sounding obscenely loud in the vacuum. "National Park Service, can you hear me?" The silence swallowed his words without echo. Marcus continued forward, one hand resting on the bear spray at his belt. Not that it would do much good in this cold, but the weight was familiar, comforting. The GPS showed 400 yards now, then 300. The beacon signal strong and steady. She should be close enough to hear him calling. He found her pack first. It was leaning against a spruce tree, carefully positioned as if she'd set it down for a rest and simply never picked it back up. The main compartment was still zipped, the rain fly neatly secured. Marcus crouched beside it and found a water bottle frozen solid in the side pocket, a granola bar wrapper, a paperback book. Wild, by Cheryl Strayed, with a receipt from a Minneapolis bookstore marking her place roughly halfway through. "Allison!" His voice cracked against the silence. "Allison Reeves, can you hear me?" He pulled out his radio. "Dispatch, Kabetogama. I've located the subject's pack at beacon position. No visual on subject. Pack appears deliberately placed. No signs of struggle. Continuing search of immediate area. Over." Janet's response came through layered with static, the storm already interfering with communications. "Copy. Marcus. Careful. Conditions deteriorating. Backup. 30 minutes. Repeat. Dispatch. You're breaking up. Over. 30. En route. Careful." Then nothing but the hiss of empty air. 6 hours earlier, Allison Reeves had woken to a sound she couldn't identify. The inside of her tent was warm from her body heat, a small cocoon of safety against the November cold. She lay still in her sleeping bag, listening. The sound came again. A voice, she thought. Distant and indistinct, calling something that might have been a name. Her name? She unzipped the tent fly just enough to peer out. Dawn was breaking gray and reluctant over Anderson Bay, the lake surface a sheet of steel-colored ice that she knew wasn't thick enough to walk on yet. The forest stood silent at the water's edge, dark evergreens dusted with frost. "Hello?" she called. The voice came again, clearer now but still too far away to make out words. It seemed to be coming from the north, deeper into the forest. Someone in trouble, maybe. Another hiker who'd gotten lost, calling for help. Allison dressed quickly, pulling on her insulated layers with the efficiency of someone who'd spent plenty of time in the backcountry. She was a careful hiker, methodical. She'd been coming to Minnesota's North Woods since college, knew the dangers of solo travel, always filed her permits and stuck to her planned routes. But someone might need help. She left her pack at the campsite. Stupid, she'd think later if there was a later, and followed the voice into the trees. The voice stayed ahead of her, always just far enough that she couldn't quite see who was calling. Sometimes it sounded like a woman, sometimes like a man, sometimes like something trying very hard to sound like both. She walked for 10 minutes, then 20, the forest growing thicker around her, the spaces between trees narrowing until she had to turn sideways to pass through. Hello? Where are you? Are you hurt? Allison. The voice was closer now, just beyond the next stand of spruces. Allison, help me. I'm so cold. She pushed through the branches and then stopped. There was nothing there. Just a small clearing, perfectly circular, the snow unmarked by any footprints except her own trailing behind her. The trees surrounding the clearing stood impossibly close together, their branches interwoven like fingers lacing shut. Allison turned around. The path she'd taken was gone. Where she'd pushed through moments ago, there was only a wall of evergreen branches, thick and impenetrable, as if the forest had grown closed behind her. No, she whispered. No, no, no. She ran at the trees, trying to force her way through, but the branches grabbed at her jacket, her hair, scratching her face and hands. She changed direction, tried another gap. Same result. The clearing had become a cage, and then she heard it. Not from outside the clearing, not from among the trees, from directly behind her. Breathing. Slow and deep and wrong, like something trying to remember what breathing sounded like. Allison didn't turn around. She couldn't. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her body had locked up, frozen not from cold but from a terror so primal it predated language, predated thought, predated everything except the animal knowledge that she was prey and the predator was close enough to touch. Allison. The voice came from right beside her ear now, intimate as a lover's whisper. But it wasn't a voice anymore. It was voices, dozens of them layered over each other, men and women and children, all speaking her name in perfect unison. I'm so cold, Allison. Won't you help me get warm? She felt something brush against her shoulder. Something that might have been a hand, if hands had too many fingers and bent in too many directions. Allison screamed. Marcus found the clearing at 5:23 p.m. The snow was falling heavily now, visibility down to 30 yards and dropping. His flashlight beam cut through the white curtain, illuminating a circle of spruce trees that seemed too perfectly arranged, too deliberately spaced. In the center of the clearing, the snow was disturbed, footprints that circled and circled and circled, going nowhere, a spiral of panic frozen into the accumulation. And in the exact center of that spiral, a single glove. Purple, synthetic, the kind you'd buy at REI for $30. Marcus picked it up, still slightly warm. Allison, his voice echoed strangely in the clearing, bouncing back at him from directions that didn't make sense. He spun, flashlight sweeping the tree line, seeing nothing but snow and shadow and the dark spaces between branches where anything could be hiding. The radio crackled. Marcus grabbed for it. Arcus. The voice was Janet's, but stretched, distorted, like a recording played at the wrong speed. Arcus, can you hear me? Janet, I found evidence of the subject. Signs of distress. I need that backup now. Do you copy? Over. Static. Then a voice that was not Janet's. Marcus. Clear as a bell, no static at all. Marcus, I found her. She's hurt. Come quick. He knew that voice. Frank Duchamp, his supervisor at the Rainy Lake Station, but Frank was in Duluth this week at a training conference. Frank was 200 miles away. Who is this? Marcus whispered into the radio. Identify yourself. Marcus, please. The voice was pleading now, desperate. She's dying. You have to hurry. Follow the trail north. I'll guide you in. The voice knew his name. Knew Allison was a woman. Knew which direction was north. Marcus thought about the old stories Janet had told him, back when he first transferred to Voyageurs, the warnings the Ojibwe elders still gave to anyone who would listen about traveling alone in the deep woods during winter.
about the spirits of hunger that lived in the cold places, the ones who had once been human but had become something else, something that fed on isolation and despair, about how they learned voices, how they used them. No, Marcus said. He was walking backward now, toward the edge of the clearing, toward the path he'd broken through the snow. No, I don't think I will. Marcus. The voice changed, cycled through registers. Frank's bass, then Janet's alto, then a woman's voice he didn't recognize, then a child's, then something that wasn't a voice at all, just a sound like wind through hollow bones. Marcus, don't leave. Marcus, I'm so cold. Marcus, I'm so hungry. Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. He ran. Behind him, the forest erupted with sound. Branches cracking, snow crunching, something massive moving through the trees faster than anything that size should be able to move. Marcus didn't look back. He couldn't look back. He knew with absolute certainty that if he looked back, if he saw what was chasing him, he would stop. He would stand frozen like Allison must have stood, like all the others before her must have stood, and he would never move again. The radio in his hand screamed with voices, dozens of them, hundreds, all calling his name in overlapping chorus, a choir of the taken singing him toward his death. He burst out of the restricted watershed onto the marked trail, his lungs burning, his legs threatening to give out. The storm had reached full fury now, wind driving snow horizontally into his face, but he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. He ran until he saw the lights of the visitor center through the white curtain. Ran until he crashed through the front door and slammed it behind him. Ran until he collapsed against the wall and sat there shaking for what might have been minutes or might have been hours. The radio had gone silent. Outside, the storm howled. And somewhere in that howling, if he listened closely, which he tried very hard not to do, he could almost hear voices calling his name. They found Allison Reeves's pack the next morning, after the storm cleared. They found her footprints leading into the restricted watershed, a trail that circled and wandered, and eventually simply stopped in a clearing that search teams would later describe as unusual and disorienting in their reports. They never found Allison. The official report listed her as missing, presumed deceased, cause undetermined. The Park Service sent grief counselors to speak with her family in Minneapolis. A small memorial was placed at the Cruiser Lake trailhead, where she should have been hiking, where she would have been safe. Marcus transferred to Joshua Tree National Park 3 months later. Desert, rock, sun, no forests, no lakes, no frozen silences where things could hide and wait and call with voices that didn't belong to them. He still wakes sometimes in the small hours of the morning, certain he's heard someone calling his name from just outside his window. He tells himself it's the wind. It's always just the wind. But he never answers. He never opens the window to look. And he has never in all the years since gone back to Minnesota. Some places, once you've heard them calling, never stop. Location: Gates of the Arctic National Park, Alaska. Date: February 19, 2017. The Cessna 185 banked hard over the Brooks Range, and Brandon Holt watched the world below transform into something that didn't belong on any map he'd ever studied. Ridgelines of black rock jutted through endless white like the spine of something buried and half forgotten. No roads, no trails, no evidence that human beings had ever set foot in this landscape, except for the faint scar of a frozen riverbed that their pilot, a leathery Inupiat man named Solomon, was using for navigation. Gates of the Arctic in February wasn't a national park. It was a void with a name, 250,000 acres of nothing pretending to be somewhere. 30 minutes to the coordinates, Solomon said over the headset, his voice flat. He hadn't spoken since takeoff in Bettles, and Brandon got the sense that wasn't unusual for him. The old man flew with his jaw clenched, eyes fixed forward, hands steady on the yoke, like he was trying not to look at something. Austin Mercer sat in the back, checking their gear for the third time. Satellite phone, charged. Spot beacon, verified. 2 weeks of emergency rations. Medical kit with frostbite protocols. Body bag, folded tight at the bottom of the pack. Standard SR loadout for a recovery operation. Because after 94 days in the Alaskan interior with no supplies, no shelter, and temperatures that had dropped to minus 47, this wasn't a rescue anymore. Dr. Julian Cross, glaciologist, University of Alaska Fairbanks, was dead. They were just bringing back what was left. Except 3 days ago, a wildlife survey flight had spotted something impossible. A figure walking across the Alatna River Valley, waving at the plane. No tent. No camp. No tracks leading to or from the location. The pilot had radioed coordinates and circled twice before fuel concerns forced him back to Bettles. By the time a follow-up flight reached the area, the figure was gone. But the GPS beacon Julian had carried, silent for 3 months, had suddenly started transmitting from a position 6 miles east of the original sighting. The beacon was still transmitting. It hadn't moved in 72 hours. Brandon had led search and rescue operations in Alaska for 11 years. He'd pulled survivors from avalanches, plane crashes, river drownings. He'd recovered bodies frozen so solid they had to be chipped out of the ice with axes. He thought he understood what the wilderness could do to a person, how it could break them down and scatter the pieces across miles of indifferent terrain. He didn't understand how a man could survive 94 days in gates of the Arctic with nothing. "You ever work a job out here before?" Austin asked, leaning forward between the seats. Brandon shook his head. Denali twice. Wrangell once. Never this far north. "I did a recovery in the Noatak drainage 4 years ago," Austin said. His voice was steady, professional, but Brandon had worked with him long enough to hear the edge beneath it. Hiker went missing in September, found him in November, sitting upright against a rock, frozen solid, eyes open, smiling. Exposure does strange things. "Yeah." Austin paused. Except he was facing away from his camp, walking deeper into the wilderness when he died, and there were tracks around him, barefoot, in the snow. Brandon didn't respond. Outside the window, the Brooks Range stretched toward the horizon like a wall at the end of the world. Solomon's voice crackled through the headset. "Landing in 5. I'm not staying. We need extraction in 48 hours, Brandon said. That was the arrangement. "I'll be back in 48 hours, but I'm not staying now, not here." The old man's hands tightened on the yoke. "You find what you're looking for. You get on the radio. You get out. You don't wait. You don't look around. You don't follow anything that calls your name, understand?" Brandon exchanged a glance with Austin. The younger ranger's face was carefully neutral. "Understood," Brandon said. The plane descended toward the frozen riverbed, and the sky above them flickered with pale green light. Aurora borealis, dancing against the perpetual twilight. Beautiful. But as they dropped lower, Brandon noticed something wrong. The lights were moving east to west. The wind was blowing west to east. Solomon saw it too. His jaw tightened further, and he didn't say another word until the skis touched ice. They found the beacon at 1437 hours, exactly where the GPS said it would be. A small orange device sitting on top of a flat rock, positioned carefully, deliberately, like an offering on an altar. No tracks around it. No indication of how it had gotten there. The snow was pristine in every direction, unmarked by human passage, undisturbed by wind. Austin approached first while Brandon hung back, scanning the perimeter. The valley stretched around them in a bowl of white and gray, the mountains rising on 3 sides like the walls of an amphitheater. The silence was absolute. No wind, no birds, no distant aircraft. Just the sound of their own breathing and the crunch of snow beneath their boots. And even those sounds seemed muted, swallowed by something in the air that Brandon couldn't name. "Beacon's intact," Austin called out. "Batteries at 12%. It shouldn't have lasted this long. These units are rated for 30 days max in extreme cold." "I know." Austin picked up the device, turned it over. "Brandon, there's something carved into the rock." Brandon approached. The flat stone beneath where the beacon had rested bore scratches. Symbols, maybe, or letters. He couldn't tell. They looked almost like writing, but the shapes were wrong. The angles too precise for human hands numbed by cold. too alien for any alphabet he recognized. Could be Inupiaq, Austin said, but he didn't sound convinced. Solomon might know. Solomon's not here. Austin pocketed the beacon. Let's keep moving. The last known position was northwest, half a mile. They hiked in silence, following their GPS toward the coordinates where the survey pilot had first spotted the figure. The twilight deepened around them, the sun a pale smear on the southern horizon that provided light but no warmth. Brandon's thermometer read -23 Fahrenheit. Cold but manageable. He'd worked in worse. What bothered him was the snow. It should have shown tracks. Animal tracks at minimum. This was caribou territory, wolf territory, wolverine and fox and ptarmigan. But the white expanse around them was unmarked, untouched, like a page that had never been written on. Like nothing living had passed through here in a very long time. Brandon. Austin had stopped ahead, his voice strange. I see him. Brandon looked up. At the base of a low ridge, perhaps 200 yards distant, a figure stood motionless in the snow. Human, upright, facing them, not moving, not waving, just standing. Brandon raised his binoculars. The figure resolved into a man, thin, bearded, wearing what looked like the tatters of a red parka. Dr. Julian Cross. It had to be. He matched the photos in the file, but something was wrong with the way he stood. The angle of his limbs, the tilt of his head, like a puppet held up by strings that weren't quite attached in the right places. Julian Cross, Brandon shouted, his voice swallowed by the emptiness. National Park Service, we're here to help you. The figure didn't respond, didn't move. Austin started forward and Brandon grabbed his arm. Wait, he could be hypothermic, disoriented. We need to... Look at the snow around him. Austin looked. The snow around Julian's feet was pristine. No tracks leading to where he stood. No tracks leading away. He was simply there, planted in the middle of an unmarked field of white, like he had materialized from nothing. That's not possible, Austin said. I know. They approached slowly, weapons at their sides, not drawn, not yet, but ready. With each step, Brandon expected Julian to move, to speak, to collapse, to do something human. He didn't. He stood with that terrible stillness, that wrongness of posture, and watched them come with eyes that caught the twilight and reflected it back like mirrors. 50 yards, 20, 10. Brandon stopped. He could see Julian's face clearly now. The cracked lips, the frostbitten nose, the beard crusted with ice. He could see the red parka, torn and stained, insufficient for these temperatures. He could see the man's hands, bare and blackened with what should have been terminal frostbite, and he could see the eyes. Julian Cross's eyes were open. They were focused. They tracked Brandon's movements with perfect precision. But there was nothing behind them. No recognition. No fear. No humanity. Just a vast and patient emptiness, like looking into a window that opened onto a room with no walls. Dr. Cross, Brandon said carefully. Julian, can you hear me? The man's mouth opened, closed, opened again. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse, unused, like machinery grinding back to life after decades of silence. I came back, he said. Yes, you did. We're going to take you home now. I came back, Julian repeated, but I left something there. I left... He stopped, his head tilted further a full 45 degrees, an angle that should have been impossible without breaking the neck. I don't remember what I left. It was important. I was someone, and then I was somewhere else, and now I'm here, but I'm not all here. Parts of me are still there. Do you understand? Do you understand what that means? We're going to get you medical attention. Everything's going to be fine. No. Julian's voice changed, dropped, became something else. Something that resonated in Brandon's chest like a bass note. Something that made his teeth ache. You shouldn't have come. They let me go, but they're still watching. They're always watching. They wanted to see if anyone would come looking, and you did. You came, and now they know. His eyes shifted, focused on something behind Brandon.
Austin screamed. Brandon spun, hand going to his sidearm, and saw nothing. Empty snow. Empty twilight. The mountains in the distance, impassive and eternal. But Austin was backing away, his face white, his breath coming in ragged gasps. There was someone there. Right there. Standing in the snow. Tall. So tall. And it had my face, Brandon. It was wearing my face and it was smiling. There's nothing there. I saw it. I saw it. Brandon grabbed Austin's arm, turned back toward Julian. Julian was gone. The snow where he had stood was unmarked. No footprints. No impression. As if he had never been there at all. As if they had been talking to empty air. "We need to go," Brandon said. His voice was calm, but his hands were shaking. "Now. We need to go now." They ran. They ran toward the extraction point. Toward the frozen riverbed where Solomon would return in 46 hours. Toward anything that resembled safety in this void that wore a landscape as a mask. Behind them, the aurora flickered and writhed, moving against the wind, and somewhere in the growing darkness, Brandon heard a voice call his name. It sounded like Austin's voice. Austin was running beside him, mouth clamped shut, not speaking. The voice called again, closer now, patient and curious. "Brandon, I see what you left behind." They didn't stop. They didn't look back. They reached the extraction point as full darkness fell. That absolute darkness of the Arctic winter, deeper than anything Brandon had experienced in 11 years of Alaskan rescue work. They set up the emergency shelter with numb hands, working by headlamp, not speaking. Austin's eyes kept drifting to the perimeter, searching the darkness for something he wouldn't name. At 2200 hours, they heard footsteps outside the tent. Slow, deliberate, circling. Brandon killed his headlamp, motioned for Austin to do the same. In the darkness, he could hear his partner's breathing, fast, shallow, terrified. The footsteps stopped directly outside the tent wall. Silence. Then a voice, Julian's voice, but wrong, layered with something else, something that echoed from too many directions at once. "I remember now. I remember what I left behind." Brandon didn't respond, didn't breathe. "I left my name. They took my name and gave me something else, something that doesn't fit right, and now I don't know what I am anymore." Do you know what that's like? To forget what you're called? To forget you were ever called anything at all? The tent wall bowed inward, pressed by something on the other side. Brandon could see the impression of a hand, too long, too many fingers, pressing against the fabric like a child pressing against a window. "I want to remember," Julian's voice whispered. "Give me your name. Let me try it on. I'll give it back. I promise. I promise. I'll give it back." Austin whimpered. Brandon clamped a hand over his mouth. The pressure on the tent wall relaxed. The footsteps resumed, circling, patient and eternal. They continued for 3 hours. Brandon counted. At 0100, they stopped. At 0300, the aurora returned, pale and sickly, moving in directions that defied the wind. At 0600, the gray twilight crept back, and Brandon opened the tent flap to find Julian Cross sitting in the snow 50 feet away, facing the sunrise that would never come. He wasn't moving, he wasn't breathing. His skin had the blue-white pallor of death, and frost had sealed his eyes shut. But when Brandon approached, Julian's mouth opened one last time. "Tell them," he whispered through frozen lips. "Tell them I tried to come back. I tried so hard. But they don't let you leave. Not really. Not all of you." He exhaled a breath that hung in the air like smoke, like a question, like a prayer. Then he was still. Solomon arrived at 1430 hours, 48 hours to the minute. He took one look at the body bag, one look at Brandon and Austin's faces, and didn't ask any questions. The flight back to Bettles took 2 hours. Brandon watched the Brooks Range recede through the window, watched the gates of the Arctic shrink to a white smear on the horizon, and felt something watching back. Patient, curious, hungry for names it could try on and never give back. The official report listed Julian Cross as deceased, cause of death, exposure. His body was shipped to Fairbanks for autopsy. The medical examiner found no anomalies, just a man who had frozen to death in the wilderness. Another cautionary tale about the dangers of solo fieldwork in extreme conditions. But the report didn't mention what was carved into Julian's chest, beneath the tattered parka, scratched into the skin with something sharp. Symbols that looked almost like writing. An alphabet no linguist could identify. The report didn't mention that Julian's dental records didn't match, that his fingerprints were close but not exact, that the DNA results came back inconclusive, as if his genetic material had been scrambled and reassembled by hands that didn't quite understand how it was supposed to fit together. The report didn't mention that Austin Mercer resigned from the Park Service 3 weeks later, or that he was last seen boarding a flight to Bettles with a full pack and a one-way ticket. When Brandon tried to call him, a voice answered. Austin's voice, but wrong, the pauses in the wrong places, the inflections subtly alien. "I went back," the voice said. "I had to see. I had to know what I left behind. Austin, where are you?" "I found it, Brandon. I found what I was looking for. It was me. I left me behind, and now I'm whole again. Now, I'm finally whole." The line went dead. Austin Mercer's body was never found. His beacon never transmitted. His file remains open, listed as missing, presumed dead. But sometimes in the long darkness of the Arctic winter, Wildlife Survey pilots report seeing a figure walking across the tundra in gates of the Arctic, waving at planes, smiling. They say he looks familiar. They say he looks like someone they used to know. They say he's still searching for something. A name, maybe. A name he can try on. A name someone might be willing to give him if he just asks politely enough. If you ever hear someone call your name in the wilderness in a voice you recognize but can't quite place, don't answer. Don't turn around. And whatever you do, don't tell them what you're called. Some things, once given, can never be taken back. Date: August 27, 2017. And the rain had been falling for 36 hours without pause. Kyle Brennan stood at the window of the Barataria Preserve Ranger Station, watching the parking lot transform into a shallow lake. The water was the color of coffee with too much cream, carrying leaves and Spanish moss and debris from deeper in the swamp. According to the Weather Service, Tropical Storm Elise had stalled 60 miles offshore, her rotation grinding against the Louisiana coast like a mill wheel, dumping inches of rain every hour with no sign of moving on. It was Kyle's 6th day as a park ranger, his first week alone. The station was a modest building, single-story, cinder-block construction, built to withstand exactly this kind of weather. Hurricane shutters covered most of the windows, but Kyle had left one unshuttered so he could monitor conditions. The preserve stretched out beyond the parking lot in all directions. 26,000 acres of bayou, hardwood forest, and cypress swamp that formed the buffer between New Orleans and the Gulf of Mexico. On clear days, you could walk the boardwalk trails and see alligators sunning themselves on mud banks, herons stalking through the shallows, the occasional cottonmouth draped over a low branch. Today, you couldn't see past the curtain of rain. Kyle checked his watch. 2:15 p.m., though the sky was dark enough to pass for dusk. He'd completed his morning rounds of the station perimeter, verified that all the flood barriers were holding, and logged 3 calls with dispatch in Marrero. Communications were getting spotty as the storm intensified. His supervisor, Ranger Thibodeau, had evacuated 2 days ago, along with the rest of the staff, heading to higher ground in Baton Rouge. Kyle had volunteered to stay behind for the skeleton crew rotation, eager to prove himself useful. Now, alone in a building surrounded by rising water, he was beginning to question that decision. The radio on his belt crackled. "Barataria Station, this is Marrero Dispatch. Do you copy? Over." Kyle grabbed it. "Dispatch Barataria, I copy, go ahead, over." "Kyle, we've got a situation." The dispatcher's voice, Maria, he thought her name was,
carried an edge he hadn't heard before. Got a 911 relay from Jefferson Parish. Caller reported a vehicle abandoned at the Kenta Canal trailhead about 90 minutes ago. White Honda Civic, Louisiana plates. Caller was driving past, saw a woman standing at the edge of the water, then lost sight of her when the rain picked up. Over. Kyle felt his stomach tighten. The Kenta Canal trailhead was 3 miles into the preserve, accessible only by a single road that was almost certainly flooded by now. Dispatch, conditions here are deteriorating. Water's up at least 2 feet since this morning. That road might not be passable. Over. Understood, but we can't get anyone else out there. Parish Sheriff is dealing with evacuations on the north side. Coast Guard's tied up with a capsized shrimper near Grand Isle. You're it, Kyle. We need you to check if that vehicle's still there and if there's any sign of the woman. Do not proceed into the swamp. Observe and report only. Copy? Over. Kyle looked out the window at the rain, at the water creeping across the parking lot, at the gray wall of storm that had swallowed the world. Copy, dispatch. I'm heading out now. Will report when I reach the trailhead. Over. Be careful out there. Storm's supposed to get worse before it gets better. Dispatch out. Kyle pulled on his rain gear. Waterproof jacket, waders, the wide-brimmed hat that did almost nothing to keep water out of his eyes. He grabbed his flashlight, his radio, and after a moment's hesitation, the shotgun from the emergency cabinet. Alligators got aggressive when floodwaters pushed them out of their territory. He told himself that was why he was bringing it. He didn't let himself think about the other reason. Samantha Ortiz had made a mistake, and she knew it. She'd driven out to Barataria that morning against every piece of advice she'd received. Her grandmother was dying, had been dying for 3 weeks now, fading away in a hospice bed in Marrero. And before she went, she'd asked Samantha for one thing: a photograph. There was a photograph somewhere in the old fishing cabin on Bayou des Familles, a picture of her grandfather standing in front of the cabin the year they'd built it, 1952. Grandma Lucille wanted to hold it one more time before she passed. The cabin had been abandoned for 20 years, ever since Grandpa Henry died. The family had always meant to clean it out, but somehow never had. Now Grandma was asking, and the storm was coming. And if Samantha waited for the weather to clear, it might be too late. So she'd driven through the rain, parked at the Kenta Canal trailhead, and started walking. That was 2 hours ago. The trail had disappeared within the first quarter mile, swallowed by brown water that came up to her knees, then her thighs. She'd pressed on anyway, using her phone's GPS to navigate toward the cabin's coordinates. The phone had died an hour ago. Water damage probably, or maybe just the battery giving out. Now she was somewhere in the swamp with no trail, no phone, and no idea which direction led back to her car. The water was still rising. Samantha found a cypress knee, one of those strange root protrusions that jutted up from the swamp floor, and clung to it, trying to catch her breath. The rain hammered down on her head, so heavy it felt like being struck. Through the downpour, she could barely see 10 feet in any direction. Gray water, gray sky, gray curtains of moss hanging from branches that emerged from the flood like skeletal arms. "Help!" she screamed. "Somebody help me!" Her voice died in the rain. Nobody answered. She started moving again, pushing through water that fought her with every step. The bottom was treacherous. Soft mud that sucked at her feet, submerged roots that snagged her ankles, sudden drop-offs where the ground simply vanished. She fell twice, went under once, came up choking on water that tasted of rotting vegetation and something else, something metallic that she didn't want to identify. And then she heard it. A splash, somewhere behind her, too heavy to be rain, too deliberate to be debris. Samantha froze, turning slowly in the waist-deep water. Through the sheets of rain, she saw nothing. Just swamp. Just storm. But she heard it again. Closer now. A wet, rhythmic sound, like something large moving through the water with terrible patience. "Hello?" Her voice came out barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The splashing stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. Samantha became aware of her own heartbeat, thundering in her ears. And beneath that, beneath the rain and the wind and her own ragged breathing, she heard something else.
breathing. Deep and slow and wrong. Like something pretending to breathe, imitating the action without understanding the need. She ran. Kyle reached the Kenta Canal trailhead at 3:47 p.m. after 40 minutes of driving through water that had risen to his truck's wheel wells. The white Honda Civic was right where dispatch had said it would be, parked at the edge of the flooded lot, driver's door hanging open, interior lights still glowing weakly against the storm-dark afternoon. He pulled up beside it and killed his engine. Through the rain-streaked windows, he could see the car was empty. A purse sat on the passenger seat, contents spilled across the upholstery. On the dashboard, a photograph in a wooden frame, an old man standing in front of a cabin smiling at the camera. Dispatch Barataria. Kyle had to shout to be heard over the storm. I've reached the Kenta Canal location. Vehicle confirmed. White Honda Civic. No sign of the owner. Driver's door open. Personal effects inside. It looks like she went into the preserve. Over. Static. Then Maria's voice, broken and distant. Copy. Do not repeat. Not pursue. Water. Dispatch, you're breaking up. Say again. Over. Dangerous. Return to conditions. Dispatch. Maria? Do you copy? Nothing but static. Kyle sat in his truck, watching the rain batter the abandoned Civic. The woman had walked into the swamp at least 2 hours ago, probably more. In this weather, in these conditions, alone and almost certainly unprepared, the math wasn't good. Every minute he waited was a minute she was getting further from safety, deeper into water that was rising by the hour. He thought about his training. Observe and report. Do not proceed into the swamp. He thought about the photograph on her dashboard. Someone's grandfather. Someone waiting for that picture. He thought about how it would feel to drive back to the station, write up a report, and wait for the recovery team to find her body in 3 days when the water receded. Damn it. Kyle grabbed his shotgun, his flashlight, and his radio. He sealed the truck as best he could, marked the coordinates on his GPS, and stepped out into the storm. The water came up to his knees immediately. The trail, what had been a trail, was completely submerged, distinguishable only by the slight gap in the cypress trees on either side. Kyle waded forward, using his flashlight to probe the murky water ahead, calling out every few steps. Hello, Park Service, can you hear me? The swamp answered with rain and silence. He pushed deeper. The water rose to his thighs, then his waist. The trees closed in around him, their branches heavy with Spanish moss that dragged across his face like wet fingers. The light was failing fast, the afternoon storm dark deepening toward something that might have been evening, or might have been the end of the world. Kyle had been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when he found the first sign, a shoe. A woman's sneaker, white with pink laces floating in the brown water caught against a submerged root. He grabbed it, turned it over. Size 7 maybe, relatively new, recently lost. Hello? His voice cracked. Park Service, I found your shoe. Can you hear me? Something moved in the water ahead of him. Kyle froze, bringing his flashlight up. The beam cut through the rain, illuminating nothing but cypress trunks and hanging moss, and the endless brown surface of the flood. But he'd seen it. A ripple, a wake. Something large displacing water as it moved. Alligator. Had to be an alligator. He raised the shotgun, holding it one-handed while he kept the flashlight steady. Hey, get out of here! He splashed the water with his foot, the standard technique for scaring off curious gators. The ripple had stopped. Whatever had made it was gone, or waiting. Kyle's radio crackled. He grabbed for it with relief. Dispatch, this is Barataria. I found evidence of the missing woman approximately half a mile into the preserve. I'm continuing the search. Over. The voice that came back wasn't Maria's. Kyle. Low, rasping, like someone speaking through a throat full of gravel. Kyle, I found her. She's hurt. Come quick. Kyle's blood went cold. Who is this? Identify yourself. Over. Kyle. The voice changed, shifted, became something that was almost feminine, but not quite, almost human, but not quite. "Help me. I'm so lost. Help me, Kyle. Follow my voice." He turned off the radio. For a long moment he stood motionless in the waist-deep water, rain hammering his shoulders, flashlight beam trembling in his grip. His grandmother had been Cajun, born and raised in Houma, full of stories about the swamp and the things that lived in it. Stories he'd dismissed as superstition, old wives' tales meant to keep children from wandering too far from home. Stories about the Rougarou. "It knows your name," his grandmother had told him once, her eyes serious in a way that had frightened him even as a child. "Once it knows your name, it can call you. And once it calls you, you gotta be strong, Cher. You gotta be stronger than the wanting to answer." Something howled in the swamp ahead of him. Not a gator. He knew what gators sounded like. This was higher, longer, a sound that rose and fell and rose again, carrying through the storm with impossible clarity. Kyle did something he'd never done before on the job. He started walking backward. Samantha had stopped running when her legs gave out. She clung to a cypress trunk, chin barely above water, sobbing with exhaustion and terror. The thing had chased her for what felt like hours, never quite catching up, always just behind her, herding her deeper and deeper into the swamp. She understood now, with the clarity of someone who has accepted their death, that it was playing with her, driving her towards something, someplace it wanted her to be. The rain had faded to a steady downpour, and in the growing darkness, Samantha could see further than she had all day. The swamp stretched out around her in every direction, featureless and vast. No landmarks, no trails, no hope. And then she saw the cabin. It emerged from the gloom like a ghost, a small wooden structure on stilts, listing slightly to one side, its porch just inches above the floodwater. The roof was intact, the door was closed. After hours of nothing but water and trees and terror, it looked like salvation. Samantha pushed toward it, using the last of her strength to wade through the chest-deep water. She reached the porch steps, pulled herself up, collapsed on the warped wooden boards. For a long moment she just lay there, gasping, crying, shaking with cold and fear. Then she looked up at the door. A symbol had been carved into the wood. Crude, old, weathered by decades of storms, but still visible. A circle with lines radiating outward like a sun or a wheel, and beneath it, words in French that she couldn't read. Samantha crawled to the door and pushed it open. The interior was dark, but dry. Dusty furniture, a cold fireplace, shelves lined with jars and bottles. She pulled herself inside, shut the door behind her, and leaned against it, sobbing with relief. It was only then that she noticed the photographs on the wall. Dozens of them in frames of all sizes, faces staring out at her from decades past. Men in fishing gear, women in cotton dresses, children playing in the shallows. And there, in the center of the wall, larger than the rest, an old man standing in front of this very cabin, 1952, her grandfather's cabin. She'd found it. Samantha laughed, a broken sound that was half sob. She'd made it. Against all odds, she'd found what she came for. Now she just had to survive until morning, until the storm passed, until someone came looking. Outside, something scratched at the door. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." The scratching stopped. Then softly, almost gently, "Samantha." The voice was her grandmother's. Perfect, exactly as she remembered it. Warm and loving and impossible. "Samantha Cher, open the door. I came to find you. Open the door and let me in." Samantha pressed her back against the door and screamed. Kyle heard the scream. It cut through the storm like a knife, high and desperate and unmistakably human. He'd been retreating toward the trailhead, fighting the rising water, trying to convince himself that survival was more important than heroism. But that scream changed everything. Damn it. God damn it. He turned and pushed deeper into the swamp. The water was chest deep now, forcing him to hold his shotgun above his head to keep it dry. His flashlight beam danced wildly as he struggled forward, illuminating nightmare glimpses of the swamp. Moss like hanged men, roots like grasping hands,
eyes that glowed briefly in the darkness and then vanished. He didn't let himself think about what those eyes belonged to. The scream came again, closer now, and with it another sound, that wet, rhythmic splashing he'd heard before. Something was moving through the water ahead of him. Something big. Kyle burst into a clearing and saw the cabin. It stood on stilts above the flood, a single light flickering in one window. A candle, maybe, or a lantern. On the porch, a woman was pressed against the door, screaming, while something dark and massive circled the structure in the water below. He couldn't see it clearly. The rain and the darkness and his own terror conspired to keep it shapeless, formless, just a movement in the water, a wrongness that his eyes refused to focus on, but he saw enough. He saw the size of it. He saw the way the water parted around it. He saw, for one impossible moment, something that might have been a face turning toward him. A face with too many teeth, too many angles, eyes that reflected his flashlight beam like a cat's, but wrong, all wrong. Kyle raised the shotgun and fired. The blast was deafening. The thing in the water shrieked. That same howl he'd heard before, but louder, closer, furious. And then it was gone, diving beneath the surface, leaving only a wake of churning water in its path. "Get inside!" Kyle screamed at the woman. "Get inside and don't open the door!" He was running now, wading as fast as he could toward the cabin, expecting at any moment to feel something grab his legs and pull him under. The water fought him with every step. The rain blinded him. His heart was a war drum in his chest. He reached the cabin steps, pulled himself up. The woman, young, dark-haired, soaked and shaking, grabbed his arm and dragged him inside. They slammed the door together. For a long moment, there was only the sound of their breathing and the rain hammering the roof. Then the scratching started again. At the door, at the walls, at the windows, all at once, as if a dozen hands were testing the cabin's defenses simultaneously. Kyle. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, filtering through the cracks in the wood. His grandmother's voice, perfect in every detail. "Kyle, Cher, come out. Come out and play in the water like you used to. Don't you remember? Don't you remember how much you loved the swamp?" "That's not my grandmother," Kyle said, more to himself than to the woman beside him. "That's not anyone's grandmother." The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No rain, no wind, no sound at all, as if the storm itself was holding its breath. Then, from directly outside the door, so close Kyle could have touched it through the wood, "I'll remember you, Kyle Brennan." The voice was no longer pretending. It was deep, ancient, hungry, a voice that had been speaking since before the Cajuns came, before the French came, before anyone had given this swamp a name. "I'll remember you both. And when you speak of this night, and you will speak of it, you won't be able to help yourselves. I'll come back. I always come back." Footsteps on the porch. Heavy, wet, wrong, moving away. Then nothing. Kyle and Samantha sat in the darkness of the cabin, listening to the storm return, neither of them saying a word. They stayed that way until dawn, when the rain finally stopped and the water began to recede. They didn't speak of what had happened. Not to each other. Not to the rescue team that found them. Not to anyone. The official report listed it as a weather-related rescue. A lost hiker, a rookie ranger, a storm that had pushed conditions beyond safe limits. Samantha Ortiz recovered her grandfather's photograph and was at her grandmother's bedside when Lucille finally passed 3 days later. She never told anyone why she woke screaming some nights, or why she refused to visit Louisiana ever again. Kyle Brennan finished his probationary period and requested a transfer to a different park. The request was denied. Budget cuts, staff shortages. He still works at Barataria. He still patrols the trails. He still answers calls about lost hikers and stranded tourists. But he doesn't work during storms anymore. And he never ever goes out alone after dark. It's been 6 years since that night. Neither of them has spoken about what happened. Neither of them knows how many days are left until 101. Location: Isle Royale National Park, Michigan. Date, October 27, 2011. The lake had been talking all morning. Andrew Vance stood on the dock at Rock Harbor, watching the swells roll in from the northeast, each wave a little higher than the last, a little angrier. Lake Superior didn't give warnings the way other bodies of water did. It didn't build gradually from calm to rough. It simply decided somewhere in its cold and fathomless heart that today would be a day for taking. And then it took. He'd been with the Park Service for 11 years, the last 4 stationed at Isle Royale during the operational season from April through October. He knew the lake's moods better than he knew his own. The way the water changed color before a storm, from that impossible blue-green to something darker, something that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. The way the air pressure dropped and made your ears feel full, like descending in an airplane. The way the waves developed a particular rhythm, a heartbeat pulse that you could feel through the dock pilings if you stood still enough. Today, the lake was hungry. Vance, this is dispatch. Weather Service has upgraded the storm warning to a gale watch. We're initiating full evacuation. The Ranger 3 is making one final crossing at 1400 hours. All non-essential personnel need to be on that boat. Andrew keyed his radio. Copy that, dispatch. What about the research team at Feltman? A pause. Static. Then, we've been trying to reach them since 0900. No response. Their satellite phone goes straight to voicemail. Andrew felt the first cold finger of unease trace down his spine. The Feltman Lake area was on the far southwestern tip of the island, nearly 20 miles from Rock Harbor by trail. By water in the patrol boat, he could reach the nearest landing point at Grace Harbor in about 90 minutes, under normal conditions. With swells building to 10 feet and worse coming, it would be a rough crossing, maybe impossible by afternoon. I'll take the patrol boat around to Grace Harbor, he said. Check on them. Get them to the Ranger 3 before departure. Negative, Vance. Conditions are deteriorating too fast. We can't authorize. Those are 2 researchers who might be in trouble, and I'm the only Ranger left on the island. I'm going. He released the transmit button before dispatch could argue further. The patrol boat was a 24-foot aluminum craft with twin outboards, designed for the unpredictable waters of Superior. Andrew had piloted it through rough weather before, though nothing quite like what the forecast was promising. He ran through his mental checklist as he prepped the vessel. Life jackets secured, emergency beacon charged, radio batteries fresh, bilge pump operational. The fuel tank was full. The GPS showed clear coordinates to Grace Harbor. He cast off the mooring lines and eased the throttle forward, pointing the bow toward the open water beyond the harbor's protective embrace. The moment he cleared the breakwater, the lake reminded him who was in charge. The first wave hit the hull like a fist, sending spray across the windscreen and nearly knocking Andrew off his feet. He braced himself against the console and adjusted his heading, angling into the swells rather than taking them broadside. The boat climbed each wave with a groaning shudder, hung suspended at the crest for a sickening moment, then plunged down the far side into the trough. Again. 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 The sky had darkened considerably since morning. What had been overcast gray was now the color of a bruise. Purple-black clouds pressing down from the northwest, trailing curtains of rain that swept across the distant water like searching fingers. The wind had shifted, coming now from the north-northwest, pushing the swells into confused cross patterns that made the boat pitch and roll unpredictably. Andrew checked his GPS. 12 miles to Grace Harbor. At this speed, in these conditions, that meant over 2 hours of fighting the lake every inch of the way. He thought about Kevin Marsh and Trevor Dunlop, the 2 graduate students from Michigan Tech who'd been conducting wolf population surveys at Feltman for the past 3 weeks. Young guys, mid-20s, enthusiastic about their work, but not particularly experienced with Superior's autumn moods. They'd probably looked at the forecast this morning and decided to wait it out, not realizing how fast conditions could change, how quickly manageable became deadly on this lake. Or maybe they hadn't looked at the forecast at all. Cell coverage was non-existent on most of the island, and satellite phones only worked if you remembered to turn them on. The radio crackled. Patrol boat. Your position. Dispatch, this is Vance. I'm approximately 4 miles west of Rock Harbor en route to Grace Harbor. Conditions are rough but manageable. I should reach the Feltman team within 2 hours. Breaking up. Repeat. Static swallowed the transmission. Andrew tried again, but the only response was a wash of white noise that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the waves. He was alone. Kevin had known something was wrong since yesterday. It started with the sounds, or rather the absence of sounds. Isle Royale was never truly quiet. There was always the wind in the trees, the lap of waves against the rocky shore, the howl of wolves in the distance that had become so familiar over 3 weeks that he barely noticed it anymore. But yesterday afternoon, while he and Trevor were checking camera traps along the Feltman Ridge Trail, the forest had gone silent. Not gradually, not the way it does when a predator passes through. Instantly, completely, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire world. Trevor had noticed it too. "That's weird," he'd said, looking around at the motionless trees. No birds. They'd stood there for perhaps 30 seconds, listening to nothing. Then, from somewhere down toward the lake, Feltman Lake, not Superior, the small inland body of water their camp overlooked, they'd heard something else. A sound that didn't belong. It was like a voice, but not human. Low and resonant, somewhere between a growl and a purr, rising and falling in patterns that almost sounded like words. Almost, but not quite. The hair on Kevin's arms had stood up, and he'd felt a sudden, irrational urge to run. "Probably just ice cracking on the lake," Trevor had said, though his voice was uncertain. "You know how sound carries out here." But it was October. The lake wasn't frozen. Wouldn't be for another month at least. They'd hurried back to camp without discussing it further, and that night Kevin had dreamed of water. Not drowning. Something different. He'd dreamed of sinking slowly through water that was warm instead of cold, water that glowed with a faint copper light. And at the bottom of that water something had been waiting. Something huge. Something ancient. Something that had opened eyes the color of oxidized metal, and looked at him with an intelligence that made his human mind feel small and temporary. He'd woken with his heart pounding, and the absolute certainty that something was watching the camp from the tree line. Now sitting in the research tent with the wind howling outside and the satellite phone stubbornly refusing to connect, Kevin couldn't shake the feeling that they'd made a terrible mistake by staying. "We should have left yesterday," he said. Trevor looked up from his laptop where he was trying to organize camera trap data despite the failing battery. "The forecast didn't look this bad yesterday. Besides, we're fine. The tent's rated for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Worst case, we ride it out for a day or two until the Rangers can get to us." The Rangers. Right. Kevin moved to the tent's small window, really just a clear plastic panel sewn into the fabric, and looked out at Feltman Lake. The water was choppy even here, in this sheltered inland pool, whitecaps forming and dissolving in the gray light. Beyond the lake, the ridge rose toward the interior of the island, thick with spruce and birch that bent and swayed in the wind like dancers following music only they could hear. "Hey, Trev, come look at this." Trevor set down his laptop and joined him at the window. "What am I looking at?" "The water. Watch the surface." They watched. The waves moved predictably at first, wind-driven, chaotic, normal. But then Kevin saw what had caught his attention. Near the center of the lake, perhaps 200 yards from shore, the water was behaving differently. The waves there seemed to spiral inward toward a central point, like water draining from a bathtub. But there was no drain. There was nothing there at all. Except, was there? Kevin squinted through the rain-spattered plastic. For just a moment he thought he saw something breach the surface. Something large and dark, covered in what looked like scales that caught the faint light with a metallic gleam. Then it was gone, and the water resumed its normal pattern. "Did you see that?" Kevin's voice was barely a whisper. "See what?" "The waves?" There was something in the water, something big. Trevor was quiet for a moment. Then, "Kevin, there's nothing in that lake bigger than a pike. It's a landlocked body of water, maybe 40 acres. If there was something big living in there, the researchers before us would have documented it. Kevin wanted to believe him. He wanted to believe that what he'd seen was a trick of the light, a shadow, a piece of debris blown into the water by the wind. But he couldn't stop thinking about his dream, about the copper glow, about the eyes. "Maybe we should move to higher ground," he said. "Just to be safe. In this wind, we'd be more likely to get killed by a falling tree." "No, we stay here. We wait for the storm to pass, and tomorrow we radio for extraction." Trevor clapped him on the shoulder with forced cheerfulness. "Relax, man. It's just weather." Kevin nodded, but he didn't turn away from the window. Out on the lake, the spiral had reappeared. Tighter this time, closer to shore, and this time he was certain he saw something rise from its center, a shape like a serpent or a long tail covered in spines that caught the gray light like rows of knives. It descended back into the water without a splash. The lake's surface went calm. Perfectly, impossibly calm, while the wind tore at the trees just yards from its shore. Kevin opened his mouth to say something, to scream maybe, but the words died in his throat, because now, from somewhere deep beneath that unnaturally still water, he could hear it again. That voice. That not quite voice. Rising and falling like a song in a language older than human speech. And this time, it sounded like it was saying his name. Andrew had been fighting the lake for nearly 2 hours when he saw the first boat. It appeared out of the rain curtain like a ghost. An aluminum fishing vessel, maybe 16 feet, drifting sideways in the swells with no one at the helm. Andrew cut his throttle and approached cautiously, fighting to keep his own boat stable in the confused seas. "Hello. Anyone aboard?" The fishing boat rose on a wave, giving him a clear view of the deck. Empty. No fishing gear. No safety equipment. No sign that anyone had ever been aboard at all. But that wasn't what made Andrew's blood run cold. It was the marks on the hull. 4 parallel gouges, each perhaps an inch deep, ran along the port side from bow to stern. They looked like claw marks, like something massive had reached up from below and raked the boat's aluminum skin with talons the size of hunting knives. Andrew grabbed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Vance. I found an abandoned vessel approximately 2 miles northeast of Grace Harbor. 16-foot aluminum fishing boat, no registration visible, no persons aboard. The hull shows signs of significant damage. There may be someone in the water. I'm initiating a search pattern." Static answered him, the same pulsing static that seemed to have a rhythm, a cadence like something breathing just beneath the frequency. He tried again. Nothing. Andrew looked back at the damaged boat, now drifting farther away as the swells carried it southeast. He should pursue it. Document the registration, radio the Coast Guard, initiate proper missing persons protocols. That was procedure, but Kevin and Trevor were still out there, and the storm was getting worse by the minute. He made his choice. He opened the throttle and pointed the bow toward Grace Harbor, leaving the ghost boat to drift into the gray. 20 minutes later, he rounded the point that sheltered Grace Harbor from the worst of Superior's fury. The small cove was relatively calm compared to the open water, swells of 3 or 4 feet instead of 10 or 12. Andrew maneuvered toward the dock, cut the engines, and jumped ashore to tie off the mooring lines. The rain had intensified, coming down now in sheets that reduced visibility to maybe 50 yards. The wind howled through the trees with a sound like screaming. Andrew pulled his rain jacket tighter and started up the trail toward Feltman Lake. It was a 2-mile hike under normal conditions. In this weather, on a trail that had become a river of mud and debris, it took nearly an hour. Andrew pushed through hanging branches, climbed over fallen trees, and twice had to stop and reorient when the trail became indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. But he kept moving. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, in a place he didn't like to visit, something was telling him to hurry. That time was running out. That the lake had already started taking. He smelled the camp before he saw it. A strange smell. Copper and ozone and something else, something organic and ancient, like the bottom of a body of water that hadn't been disturbed in 1,000 years. The smell of things that lived in darkness, the smell of depth. The research tent came into view through the rain. It was still standing barely, the fabric bowed inward by the wind, but the frame holding. Andrew approached slowly, his hand moving instinctively to the bear spray on his belt. "Kevin? Trevor? This is Park Ranger Andrew Vance. I'm here to evacuate you." No response. He circled the tent, looking for signs of the researchers. Their equipment was still inside. He could see it through the plastic window. Laptops, cameras, sample cases, a half-eaten granola bar on a folding table, 2 sleeping bags still rolled out on their foam pads. But no people. Andrew unzipped the tent flap and stepped inside. Everything was orderly, undisturbed. No signs of struggle. No indication that anything was wrong at all except for the absence of the 2 men who were supposed to be here. And the water. There was water on the floor of the tent. Not rain. The tent was waterproof, and there were no leaks in the ceiling. This water had come from somewhere else. It pooled in the center of the space, perhaps a gallon, perhaps more, and in it floated tiny flakes of something that glittered with a coppery sheen. Andrew knelt and dipped his fingers into the pool. The water was ice cold, far colder than the rain outside, and when he raised his fingers to examine the residue, he found that the flakes weren't flakes at all. They were scales, fish scales, or something like fish scales, each one the size of his thumbnail, iridescent with colors that shifted from copper to green to black depending on the angle of the light. He'd never seen anything like them. He'd spent his entire career on Superior's shores, had documented dozens of fish species, had studied the lake's ecology with the dedication of someone who understood that his life depended on understanding this body of water. These scales didn't belong to anything he'd ever seen. They didn't belong to anything that lived in these waters. They didn't belong to anything that should exist at all. Kevin had been running for what felt like hours. He didn't know where Trevor was. They'd been together when it came out of the water. That massive, impossible shape rising from the lake like something from a fever dream. All copper scales and dagger spines and eyes that glowed with their own inner light. Trevor had screamed. Kevin had screamed. And then they'd run in different directions because the thing was fast, faster than anything that size had any right to be. And the only hope was to split up and pray it chose the other one. God forgive him, he'd hoped it chose Trevor. Now he was somewhere in the forest, rain hammering down, wind tearing at his clothes, and he could hear it behind him. Not chasing, not exactly, following, moving through the underbrush with a sound like water flowing, like a stream finding its way downhill, inevitable and patient. "Please," Kevin gasped. He didn't know who he was pleading with. God, maybe. Or the thing itself. "Please, I didn't know. I didn't mean to what?" He didn't know. He hadn't done anything except exist in the wrong place at the wrong time, except camp beside a lake that belonged to something older than his species' entire existence. The stories. His grandmother had told him stories when he was young. She was Ojibwe from the Red Cliff Band, and she'd grown up with the old tales. Tales about Mishipeshu, the underwater panther, the spirit that ruled the depths of the Great Lakes. She'd told him to always give thanks to the water before taking fish, to never swim in certain places where the current pulled wrong, to respect the lake, because the lake had teeth. He hadn't believed her. He'd grown up. He'd become a scientist. He'd stopped believing in anything he couldn't measure. But belief didn't matter, did it? Belief didn't change what was real. Kevin burst through a stand of birch trees and found himself at the edge of a cliff. Below, maybe 100 feet down, the waters of Lake Superior churned and crashed against rocks that jutted from the waves like broken teeth. The spray reached up toward him, cold and tasting of iron. He spun around. The forest behind him had gone quiet. The wind still blew, the rain still fell, but there was no sound of pursuit. No flowing water, no movement in the trees. For a long moment, Kevin stood at the cliff's edge, chest heaving, telling himself that he'd imagined it all, that Trevor was fine, that they would laugh about this later, about how the isolation and the storm had gotten to them, made them see things that weren't there. Then the water below him began to glow. It started as a faint luminescence, copper-green light filtering up from the depths. The waves smoothed as if pressed flat by an invisible hand. And from that impossible calm, something rose. It was vast. The head alone was larger than the research tent. A feline skull stretched to nightmare proportions with antlers or horns or spines branching from its brow like a corrupted crown. The body that followed was serpentine, covered in scales that caught the eldritch light and threw it back in patterns that hurt to look at. A tail the length of a school bus thrashed behind it, lined with spines that glinted like copper blades. And the eyes, those copper fire eyes, ancient and intelligent and utterly inhuman, looking at Kevin with something that might have been hunger, or curiosity, or recognition. "What are you?" Kevin whispered. The creature's mouth opened. Rows of teeth, not sharp like a shark's, but flat and grinding like something meant to crush bone, glistened with water and something darker. And when it spoke, the sound bypassed his ears entirely and resonated somewhere in the center of his skull. "I am the keeper. I am the deep. I was here before your people named these waters, and I will be here long after your bones are dust." Kevin felt something warm running down his face. Blood, maybe. The pressure of that voice felt like it might burst the vessels in his brain. Or tears. Probably tears. "Please," he said again. "I just want to go home." Home. The word echoed in his mind like a stone dropped in still water, rippling outward through his thoughts. "Yes, I will take you home, down where it is quiet, where the light does not reach, where you will serve the deep forever." The creature lunged. Kevin didn't jump so much as fall, backward, away from those crushing jaws, over the edge of the cliff and into the churning water below. The cold hit him like a hammer. The waves closed over his head, and the last thing he saw before the darkness took him was that copper glow descending toward him, patient as gravity, old as stone. The lake claimed its own. Andrew found Trevor's body at the edge of Feltman Lake. He was face down in the shallow water, half on the rocky shore and half submerged. Andrew waded in and turned him over, already knowing what he would find. The young man's eyes were open, staring at nothing. His face was locked in an expression of absolute terror. But there were no wounds, no marks of any kind, no indication of how he had died. Except for the scales. They covered Trevor's skin like a second layer, thousands of them, copper green and iridescent, adhering to every inch of exposed flesh. When Andrew touched one, it came away on his fingertip, cold as ice, hard as metal. He keyed his radio with shaking hands. "Dispatch, this is Vance. I've located one of the researchers. He's deceased, cause of death unknown. I'm unable to locate the second researcher. I need immediate assistance, over." For a long moment only static answered. Then faintly a voice broke through. But it wasn't dispatch. It was his mother's voice. His mother, who had died 6 years ago. "Andrew, baby. Come down to the water. It's warm here. It's safe. You'll never be cold again." Andrew dropped the radio like it had burned him. Out on Feltman Lake, the water had begun to glow. He ran. The patrol boat was where he'd left it, rocking violently against the dock at Grace Harbor as the storm reached its full fury. Andrew untied the mooring lines with fingers that felt like someone else's, his mind a static-filled void that refused to process what he'd seen. Trevor, covered in scales. That voice on the radio. The glow beneath the water. The stories. Andrew had heard them too. Everyone who worked the Great Lakes eventually heard them. The old fisherman who talked about something in the deep, something that rose during storms, something that had been worshipped by the native peoples long before Europeans arrived, something that still demanded tribute. Mishi Peshu, the underwater panther, the keeper of copper, the lord of the deep. He'd thought they were stories, campfire tales to scare greenhorns and tourists. He didn't think that anymore. The boat's engines roared to life, and Andrew pointed the bow toward the open water. The waves were massive now,
15 feet, maybe more, but they didn't seem as chaotic as before. They seemed organized, channeled, like the lake was creating a path for him, guiding him somewhere specific. He fought the wheel, trying to turn toward Rock Harbor, toward the Ranger 3 that might still be waiting. But the swells resisted him. Every time he changed course, a wave would knock the bow back onto the original heading. Southeast. The waves were taking him southeast, toward the middle of the lake, toward the deepest water. Andrew's radio crackled. Trevor's voice this time, young, friendly, impossibly alive. "Hey, Ranger Vance. It's nice down here. Kevin's here too. We're not cold anymore. Come join us. The keeper wants to meet you." Andrew ripped the radio from its mount and hurled it into the water. The lake accepted the offering without a splash. For 20 minutes, he fought. He fought the waves, fought the wind, fought the current that pulled his boat steadily away from shore. The engines screamed, the hull groaned, and still, the water carried him deeper into the gray. Then, all at once, the storm stopped, not gradually, not dying down. It simply ended. The wind cutting off mid-howl, the rain ceasing like a faucet turned off, the waves flattening into impossible calm. Andrew's boat drifted to a stop in water that looked like black glass, surrounded by a wall of churning clouds that rose on all sides like the rim of a bowl. He was in the eye, but not the eye of a natural storm. He was in something's eye. The water beneath the boat began to glow. Andrew watched as the light rose from the depths, copper and green, shifting and pulsing in patterns that almost resembled music. The light grew brighter, closer, and with it came that sound, that voice, that resonance in his chest that felt like a second heartbeat. "You came for the lost ones." The words formed in his mind without passing through his ears. "You carry the weight of those you could not save. I tasted in your thoughts. So many drowned, so many taken by my waters while you watched from shore." Andrew thought of all the bodies he'd pulled from Superior over 11 years. The kayakers who capsized in sudden squalls. The fishermen whose boats went down in conditions they'd underestimated. The hikers who fell from cliffs, their bodies eventually washing up on beaches miles from where they entered the water. So many. Too many. You wonder if you could have done more, if you are to blame. "What are you?" Andrew's voice came out as a croak. The glow intensified. Something vast shifted in the darkness below. A shape so large that its movement created ripples on the calm surface. Ripples that spread outward toward the storm wall and vanished into the churning clouds. "I am the price. I am the deep. Every lake has its keeper. Every depth has its lord." The shape rose. Andrew saw the head first, that massive feline skull, those burning copper eyes, those antlers of bone and metal reaching toward the sky. Then the body, serpentine and scaled, longer than his boat, longer than any creature had a right to be. The tail followed, thick with spines that caught the glow and threw it back as blinding brilliance. The creature surfaced completely, and for one impossible moment it floated there, suspended on water that should not have supported its weight, looking down at Andrew with an intelligence older than human civilization. The young ones trespassed. They camped beside my sacred water without offering, without respect. I claimed what was owed. "They didn't know," Andrew heard himself say. "They didn't know you were real." Ignorance is not innocence. The creature's tail swept through the water, and a wave lifted Andrew's boat, spinning it like a toy. He grabbed the console and held on as the world became a chaos of sky and water and copper light. When the boat stabilized, the creature had circled behind him. Its head was perhaps 10 feet away, close enough that Andrew could see the individual scales, each one etched with patterns that looked almost like writing, close enough to see his own reflection in those burning eyes. "You are different. You have given to the lake. Your respect. Your years. Your grief for those the waters claimed." The creature's mouth opened, revealing that cavern of grinding teeth. "I will let you leave. Once. Carry a message to those who walk the shores. The lake remembers.
The lake hungers, and the lake will take what it is owed. Andrew nodded. He couldn't speak. His voice had abandoned him along with his disbelief in monsters. Go. The storm wall collapsed inward. The waves returned, but now they were pushing him, carrying him, driving the boat toward the distant shore with a force that no natural current could match. Andrew gripped the wheel and let the lake take him, because fighting was pointless, because the lake would do what it wanted, because he understood now that he had always been a guest in something else's home. 20 minutes later, his boat ground against the beach at Rock Harbor. The Ranger 3 was gone, departed hours ago probably. But there were people on the dock. Rangers, Coast Guard, faces he recognized, shouting questions he couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears. Someone wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. Someone else was asking him about Kevin and Trevor. Gone, Andrew said. His voice sounded like it belonged to a dead man. They're gone. The lake took them. What do you mean the lake took them? What happened out there? Andrew looked back at the water. The storm was already dying, the waves settling, the clouds beginning to break apart, the first weak rays of sunlight filtering through. Soon it would look like any other autumn day on Superior, beautiful, peaceful, safe. But Andrew could still see the glow beneath the surface, faint now, retreating to the depths, but there, waiting. The lake, he said again. The lake is hungry. It's always been hungry. And we've been living on its shore, thinking we were in control, thinking our boats and our radios and our rescue protocols meant anything at all. He laughed. A broken, hollow sound. We're not in control. We never were. The lake decides who lives and who drowns. The lake takes what it wants. And the only reason any of us survive is because it lets us. The official report listed Kevin Marsh and Trevor Dunlop as victims of exposure following an equipment failure that left them stranded during the October 27th storm. Their bodies were never recovered, not unusual for Superior, which rarely gave back what it claimed. The lake was simply too deep, too cold, too vast. Andrew Vance requested a transfer to Guadalupe Mountains National Park in Texas 3 weeks after the incident. Desert, dry air, no water deeper than a stock tank. The request was approved. But some nights, even in the desert, Andrew dreams of copper light. He dreams of water that is warm instead of cold, of depths that go on forever, of something ancient and patient waiting in the darkness below. He dreams of Trevor and Kevin standing on a lake bed that should be black as night, but glows with eldritch luminescence, their eyes empty, their mouths moving in unison, speaking words he can't quite hear. He always wakes before he understands what they're saying. He's grateful for that. On his last day at Isle Royale before boarding the ferry to the mainland, Andrew walked down to the Rock Harbor dock one final time. The lake was calm that morning, deceptively calm, the way it always looked between storms, between takings. He stood at the water's edge and reached into his pocket, pulling out a small copper coin he'd carried since childhood, a gift from his grandfather, who'd worked the iron ranges and understood that you always paid your debts to the land. Andrew tossed the coin into the water. For them, he said. For Kevin and Trevor. Let them rest. The coin sank. The ripples spread and faded, and from somewhere far below, so far that it might have been imagination, might have been memory, might have been the echo of a dream, he heard a sound like laughter. The lake accepted the offering. The lake always accepts. But the lake never gives anything back.